will now come to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Hunter.
Here.
Hernandez. Here. Thompson. Smithy. Raymond.
Here.
Guerin.
Here.
Guillen. Anchia. Turner.
Here.
Metcalf. Dean. Slauson.
Here.
Spiller.
Here. A quorum is present. Due to the number of witnesses registered to testify today, we're going to be limiting the testimony to 3 minutes per witness that testifies. So when you come up here to the microphone, there's some lights right there. And I will enforce the time because that way everybody's treated the same. So 3 minutes, you'll have the lights right up there. And as a reminder, all those that plan to testify, please ensure that you are registered through the electronic witness affirmation system that is located on the tablets in the hallway. If you're having trouble registering, please see our assistant clerk, Isabella Huerta. Bella, raise your hand, and she will assist you. And please also remember that when you testify in front of our committees, you are testifying under oath and are required to testify fully and truthfully. Representative Dean is noted to be here. Today's hearing is also being live streamed on the House website, www.house.texas.gov/video-audio. Members of the public wishing to submit comments in today's hearing may do so through the public portal till the hearing is adjourned. Pursuant to House Rule 4, Section 20B, and the standard electronic public comment process established by the Committee on House Administration, all public comments submitted through the portal will be posted on TLIS, TLO, and the House website after the comment period is closed. Directions of how to submit public comments on the portal can be found on today's hearing notice. Now, which one are we going to do?
We're going to do HB 1942 first.
Anything else?
We're going to do,
No, other than that.
that's it. I'm going to.
And then members, just a reminder, as I asked last week, we'll do the 3 minutes, and I encourage you that we follow the 3 minutes. If you got questions, great. But I have been here long enough to understand when you go, oh, was there something else you forgot to tell us? And if that happens, I'll probably intervene because we do have an allotment for everybody, and I want everybody being treated fairly. So the chair lays out at this time HB 1942 and recognizes Chairman Leach to explain his bill. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and members to you as well. Speaker Guerin, it's great to be here, and Vice Chair, you as well. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to lay out House Bill 1942 today. Chairman, just so I'm clear, I am on House Bill 1942 and not the HJR.
Correct.
Okay. Members, in 2018, the United States Supreme Court struck down the Professional and Amateur Sports Protection Act in a 6-3 decision. Effectively, the Supreme Court, by doing so, allowed states to authorize and to regulate sports betting. Since then, 35 states, plus the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, have passed legislation at the state level to authorize some form of sports betting. This includes states like Louisiana, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Arizona. Members, I think it's clear. If it's not clear to you yet, I think it will be clear after you hear testimony on this bill today that sports betting, that wagering on sports is here, and it's here to stay. Fans betting on the outcome of sporting events has been happening for decades, probably longer than that, probably going back until the days of the gladiators. There were folks wagering on sporting events, on competitive events and competitive outcomes. And while this has been happening, even here in Texas for decades, it's being done illegally. It's being done in the shadows with bookies and offshore accounts with no regulation, no protections for privacy or data, no monitoring, and certainly no recourse or for anyone to be held accountable if something goes awry with a placed bet here in the state of Texas. By way of our current law in the state of Texas and the constitutional prohibitions on wagering and gambling and gaming, the hundreds of thousands of Texans who every year are placing, our data shows, nearly $7 billion in sports wagers, they're doing so illegally and they're doing so criminally. They are, under current state law, criminals in Texas. But with this bill and the HJR that we'll get to later, this bill in front of you today, House Bill 1942, we have the opportunity, this legislature, this session has the opportunity to implement smart, safe, and efficient oversight over the sports betting industry and sports wagering activities in the state of Texas. We can, I believe, with this carefully crafted bill, set up a framework and parameters that promote transparency, that provide appropriate protections and accountability. With the added benefit of a new revenue stream for the state that comes along with the bill, we have the opportunity to address problem gaming and addiction issues, and also to provide funding to lower property taxes in the state. Under the current text of the bill that's in front of you, 98% of the revenue to the state will go to lower Texans' property taxes. House Bill 1942 establishes a strict, very detailed permitting and regulatory process through the Lottery Commission, requiring background checks, financial stability requirements, audits, a voluntary exclusion program, risk management, limits and monitoring programs. Further, the bill creates a mobile or interactive permit that is tethered to the major professional sports teams' franchises in Texas. Those teams' governing bodies would have to, under state law, adhere to strict policies and rules to maintain the integrity of the system, of their sports, and the competition. The bill, as currently drafted in front of you, sets an initial permit fee of $500,000 and a 10% tax rate of sports betting operators. As I stated earlier, that revenue would be primarily dedicated to property tax reduction. In Texas, these permits would include the NFL, NBA, WNBA, Major League Baseball, Major League Soccer, the PGA Tour, and certain racing events. Importantly, this bill, unlike introduced versions of past bills, does include the state's WNBA franchise, which I think is an important addition and differentiator of this bill compared to bills in past sessions. This bill also assesses civil and criminal penalties for any violations of the law. Finally, there are protections included for minors and individuals who struggle with problem gaming and or addiction, something that we should and do take very seriously. These protections include age limits, a service to identify and verify age, certain advertising restrictions, the voluntary self-exclusion program, and encouraging safe betting practices. A portion of any tax revenue under the bill would be directly aimed at addressing problem gaming across the state. Members, there are a few items that I want to get out of the way at the get-go before I finish my open and take your questions. House Bill 1942, the version in front of you today of the sports betting bill, unlike past versions of this bill, does not include any brick and mortar component. And as long as I'm the author of the bill and have control of the bill in committee and on the House floor, it will have no brick and mortar component. It does not authorize any brick and mortar sports books. House Bill 1940 also does not allow betting on youth or high school sports. Players and coaches of professional sports leagues are all prohibited from betting on their own sports, and there's internal rules and processes as well that prohibit that activity. Members, Texans value our freedom and liberty in Texas. We talk a lot about freedom and liberty around here, about protecting and promoting, safeguarding the individual rights and liberties of the people. And I believe that the hundreds of thousands of Texans right now who are placing sports bets illegally, criminally right now, should be allowed to come out of the shadows. And with an efficient and legal and trustworthy framework that we can put in place this session, we can finally join the 35 other states and DC and Puerto Rico in doing so. Texans value freedom and liberty, and we also love our sports, whether it's the Cowboys, the Texans, the Rangers, the Astros, the Spurs, Rockets, and Mavericks, or any of the other professional sports teams, Texans are part of passionate fan bases, and professional sports industry drives billions of dollars in economic development, economic impact, providing thousands of jobs, and in many instances, supporting incredible charitable initiatives, which you're going to hear more about in testimony today. I believe Texans should be able to choose what is right for them. That will come out in the HJR later, which proposes a constitutional amendment, allowing this to go to a referendum for Texas voters in November. I think they should have the right to choose, the right to vote on this, and this is an opportunity for us to provide them that right to do so. I'm happy to take any questions, and Mr. Chairman, I respectfully request the right to close.
Thank you, Chairman. First, Representative Smithy's here. Note that for the record. Next, there is an overflow room in the Reagan building, which is 120. Reagan 120 is the overflow. All right, members, you have some questions? Representative Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Leach, I just wanted to ask you a few questions to kind of help understand how this works. On who can be an applicant for a sports wagering permit, as I understand the bill, it's limited to either one of those professional sports franchises or their designee. Is that your understanding or intent?
Correct. Correct.
And
the
so,
law would provide them to designate a mobile sportsbook operator as the entity to undergo the permit process.
Okay, so how many professional franchises are we talking about? Do you have a number on that?
There's 14. The exact number here, Representative Smithy. There are. Let me get the list for you. Hang on just a sec. I don't have the exact number. It's 14 or 15, but it's the major franchises which I just mentioned. So the Cowboys and the Texans in the NFL, the Rockets, the Spurs and the Mavericks, the NBA, the Rangers.
Now, are you counting the Rangers as a Major League Baseball team? I'm a Ranger fan, so I can say that.
Wow, I don't know how to respond to such an accusation. No, I know. I'm a lifelong, diehard, heartbroken Rangers fan.
I live and die with them, so.
But sports heals all sports wounds, I believe, and Major League Baseball is about to have opening day here in a couple weeks, and I think this is the Rangers' year.
Well, so I can figure most of those, but like soccer, how many Major League Soccer?
There's two, I believe, Major League Soccer teams. Okay. Would be FC Dallas and Austin FC.
And what about golf events or tournaments? How many?
The PGA Tour is included.
There be three of those?
There's I believe 5 PGA Tour events, and again, Representative Smithy, I have the information here somewhere.
That's okay.
So you've got the Byron Nelson, you've got the Dell Match Play, you've got the Houston Open. There's two other, the San Antonio Open, and I believe there's another one as well that escapes me right now. The Colonial. That's right. That's right.
So anywhere 10 to 14 somewhere. I mean, I'm guessing.
Correct.
Now, if I'm just an ordinary, everyday billionaire and I don't own a sports franchise, I can't apply for a permit, right?
So, Chairman Guerin, Speaker Guerin, who is a billionaire, as we all know, would not be able to apply on this bill. Okay. Correct.
Somebody has to raise my pay to $600 a month.
So
barbecue business is good.
Okay. So now. The other thing I need to ask you, and I apologize for not understanding this better, but we talked about the bill talks about sports wagering operators. Now, could you tell us what a sports wagering operator is as opposed to a sports? Well, is it a sports wagering operator is someone who obtains a sports wagering permit. Is that right?
The operators, and I did want to add to the record, the additional soccer team is the Houston Dynamo football club. And so the sports betting operators are operators like, and you're going to hear from some of them today, like DraftKings and FanDuel and Barstool Sportsbooks that can partner with one of the franchises, one of the license holders, one of these franchises that could partner with them as the operator of the mobile.
Okay, I got that. Clears it up. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So now I'm interested in the designee, and is there any limitation who a franchise can designate as a designee for this sports wagering permit?
Ask that question again. Is there any limit into who the designee can be?
Yeah, I mean, how is this supposed to work? Okay, let's say I own the Cowboys, and I'm not. That's probably not a good example, but I'm not interested in getting into sports, the sports book, but so I designate some other person or entity to be my designee. I mean, am I limited who I can designate?
The bill does not limit the designees. There are, of course, major designees that are able to do this, some of which I've just mentioned. But the franchises can contract directly with any of the mobile sports betting operators out there.
Okay, so they would, so like the sports franchise would contract with maybe DraftKings or one of those services, and now, is there any prohibition against the designee paying the franchise a sum of money to be the designee?
Is there any prohibition against the designee paying the sports franchise to
be a designee, for the status as a designee?
Those contracts between what would be the franchises and the mobile operators, the FanDuels or DraftKings or Barstools of the world, they would enter into their own contracts. And there's no prohibition here in this bill that would govern those rights to contract between those two. Then we're going to have an expert witness come up who helped draft the bill and who've worked on this in other states. And so I'm willing to admit, Representative Smithy, when there might be some issues that need clarification or questions that I'm not absolutely clear on.
I understand
in terms
that.
of the logistics of the
I understand
contract.
that entirely, and I don't mean
and
to
I'll
put
work
you
to
on the
clear
spot.
those up before we get done with the bill.
Now, a couple other questions. One is, I noticed we have the application fee, which is, I think, $500,000. You mentioned that for the interactive sports wagering permit. How was that figure arrived at?
So the bill sets an initial permit fee of $500,000 and then a tax rate of 10% on the sports betting operators. To be honest, the $500,000 amount is, I don't want to say it was just a number we arrived at. In looking at other states, it seems to be kind of right in the middle. It's actually probably a little on the low end, and this is something that I would be willing to negotiate with the members of the legislature if that amount needs to be raised. The franchises, members of the Sports Betting Alliance that I've spoken with, would be open to that discussion. That fee is going to be whatever the legislature, set it at.
And the reason I'm asking, I mean, I kind of view us in the legislature of having a fiduciary duty of sorts to our taxpayers and to the state.
Agreed.
To maximize, if we're going to get into this, to maximize the revenue to the state. I think my interest is not in making professional sports franchises wealthy, but in maximizing the state's revenue on this. There has got to be a market value, and I think that the application fee, they always say that a license to gamble is not particularly valuable. What is valuable is a limited license, a limited right or limited license, when you limit the other players that can come in. So I would view this as giving the operators a very valuable right, granting that from the state. And I would think that we would want to get the full market value of that. And honestly, I'm sitting here, I have no idea what it would be. And I don't have enough, I mean, I don't know of any state agency or anyone acting on behalf of the state who has looked at this objectively and has said this is X amount is what the full market value would be. The same is true on the tax rate. And I'm about finished. I just wanted to ask you one or two more questions. And I assume the answer would be the same on the tax rate. Is it that there might be some flexibility on that?
I'm absolutely willing to have that conversation with members of this committee or otherwise about the initial fee and the tax rate. And just to clarify, Representative Smithy, the licenses that would be granted by the states, they are tied to and tethered to the teams here, the franchises. The platforms, though, actually apply for the license. Teams cannot own sports books. So the platforms would apply for a license. Teams are granted a license under the bill, but the platforms are actually the ones that come forward and ask for it.
Okay.
Just to clarify.
Well, was there any reason any reason for limiting the entry level, I don't know how to phrase it, the people who could basically contract with the operators? Was there any reason to limiting that to just the sports franchises?
We believe that these sports franchises are, and as I mentioned earlier in my layout, these sports franchises are uniquely situated. They are invested and have been invested for a long time in their communities, in the state's economy, creating jobs, providing incredible economic development. And we believe that the natural way to go about doing this, by way of this framework, is to allow them to be the anchors to go out and partner with the platforms. This is the way it's been done in other states, which you'll hear testimony on in just a bit, folks who've worked in other states and seen this work in other states. But we believe that's the best way to provide an efficient, regulatory, trustworthy framework for sports wagering in Texas.
Okay. Well, you know, we don't see any of our sports franchises leaving the state, but, you know, everybody forgets the Kansas City Chiefs used to be the Houston Texans. Dallas Texans.
Right.
And the Tennessee Titans used to be Houston, you know, the Houston Oilers. And so I guess the question is, what if one of these franchises should move their franchise? They get in a stadium dispute, they move the franchise to another state. Do they lose their charter or their right from the state?
They would, and I am looking at the list here of franchises, and I don't believe, sitting here and now, that any of these franchises in the foreseeable future will leave the state of Texas and their communities, and I just cannot imagine that happening. If they do, yes, they would lose the license that couldn't then be transferred to someone that's not authorized by the legislation.
Okay, and here I'm asking, I guess my final question, and this is something that I don't even really know enough about to ask a very intelligent question, but I noticed the language in this bill on the tax rate, I think it was at 10%, wasn't it?
Correct.
And it was based on adjusted, adjusted gross gaming revenue. Now, my understanding, I mean, I looked at some other states just briefly last night, and gross gaming revenue appears to be kind of a term of art that you see a lot, but I don't see adjusted, this adjusted concept used. Generally, I mean, from what I could tell, the tax rate is set on just gross revenue, gaming revenue, not on adjusted gross. Now, I was looking at how you calculate, the bill talks about how you actually calculate adjusted revenue, and I'm not sure I fully understand that, but was there any reason for using, that you're aware of, for using that term adjusted?
The authors of the bill, that's not, to answer your question very directly, that's not a term I came up with.
Okay.
That's a term I believe that's used in other states, and one of the foremost attorneys in this area who helped me draft this legislation.
That's fair enough. I just
could probably give you more of a fuller historical analysis of where that comes from.
And I'm not trying to challenge you. I'm just trying to get some information on the bill. And I
they're good questions, and I'm happy to answer.
I appreciate your time and your answers on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions, members? All right, Chairman, we'll call you back and give you your right to close. The chair calls at this time Giles Kibbe, Kibbe, and representing Houston Astros and PGA Tour. And on deck will be Scott Ward. Now, thank you for being here. And we show you as registered for the bill, correct?
I am, Chairman. Thank you.
And then you represent the Houston Astros and PGA Tour.
Correct.
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, thank you. I am Senior Vice President and General Counsel of the Houston Astros. I'm testifying on behalf of the Houston Astros and the Astros Golf Foundation, which is in partnership with the PGA Tour in running the Houston Open and supporting this legislation on behalf of both of those groups. Sports betting, as you know, is prevalent in Texas and throughout the U.S. Our research indicates that, as Representative Leach stated, nearly $7 billion in illegally wagered sports betting in Texas every year. 36 states have passed legislation regulating sports betting. Every major broadcasting network and every sports franchise, every sports league have fully embraced sports betting. And those major networks are producing programming that is on television for before, during, and after every sports event that is televised in the U.S. and that citizens in the U.S. and in Texas obviously are watching. It is being promoted, and it is something that is going to continue to grow. This is a very big part of sports and entertainment landscape in Texas and the U.S. It will continue to grow. The $7 billion that is being wagered in Texas will significantly increase with or without this legislation. Not regulating this industry pushes Texans to engage with unknown companies based in foreign countries in order to place illegal sports bets. HB 1942 provides controls and safeguards that are responsible. They protect Texans. They protect the integrity of each sporting event by working with the leagues in the security measures, and they generate revenue for the state of Texas. The Houston Astros and the PGA Tour strongly support this legislation, and we ask that you pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For the record, please note Representative Thompson is present. Members, do you have any questions? Thank you. Next, if Mr. Scott Ward will come up, on deck is Bobby Pettis. And thank you for being here. We show you, Mr. Ward, as registered 4, and you represent the Sports Betting Alliance. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Appreciate your time of the committee. My name is Scott Ward. I'm here today on behalf of the Sports Betting Alliance in favor and support of HB 1942. Nationally, the Sports Betting Alliance includes the well-known sports betting brands FanDuel, DraftKings, BetMGM, and Fanatics. We're pleased to be joining with the Texas Sports Betting Alliance here in the state of Texas, which also includes all the professional sports teams, the tracks, and other nationally known mobile sportsbook brands. The mobile sportsbooks that I represent and that are in the Texas Sports Betting Alliance are pleased to offer safe and regulated sports betting options in most of those 35 states you heard that have already legalized sports betting. Most of that legalization has occurred since 2018, when the Supreme Court said that it's the state's individual right to decide for themselves whether you want legalized sports betting in your state. Of course, Texas has not done that yet. And so in Texas, the illegal market continues to flourish. You'll hear testimony after me on this, so I won't go into it in too much detail. But we estimate that there's more than $6 billion, almost $7 billion being bet on sports here in Texas every single year illegally. That amount is more than any of those 35 states that I mentioned that have already legalized it. So we know there's an enormous demand for illegal sports betting in Texas. There's also an enormous demand for legal and safe sports betting in Texas. Many Texans are already downloading these apps, DraftKings, FanDuel, BetMGM, and others, and they are trying to make legal and safe bets on those apps. There's a company called GeoComply, and there's a map in that folder that you got that shows this, that provides geolocation services to the mobile sports books, so we know where these bettors are. That's how we know you're in a legal jurisdiction or not. That's how we know what state to pay taxes to, for instance. But GeoComply blocks those attempts in Texas right now when Texas try to make a legal sports book. During the 2022-2023 NFL season, GeoComply blocked 2.85 million attempts in the state of Texas to make a legal sports bet. During the Super Bowl weekend alone, they blocked more than 84,000 attempts to make a legal sports book in the state of Texas. And just last weekend, during the March Madness college basketball tournament, they blocked 73,000 different attempts to make a legal sports bet in the state of Texas. So we know that Texans are betting billions of dollars in the illegal offshore market, and we know they are trying millions of times over, unsuccessfully right now, to bet in the safe and regulated market in Texas. So that's why we believe that allowing Texans to vote on whether they want legal and regulated sports books in Texas is so critical. It's not a question of if we should have sports betting in Texas. It's here, and here in droves. It's a question of if you want to allow your constituents to decide for themselves if they want the freedom to place bets in a legal and safe marketplace. HB 1942 contains critical consumer protections that are only available in a legal and regulated market. Operators in the legal market, who I represent and others, take integrity of sports, responsible gambling, and the issue of underage gambling very seriously. My time is up. I'd be happy to answer additional questions about those types of things or questions about the experience in other markets.
Any questions, members? Thank you, sir. What is it, the name of the comptroller?
His name is Brad Reynolds.
So we should call him up. Okay. Bobby Pettis come up, and members, I want to bring up in a minute after Mr. Perez, Brad Reynolds from the Comptroller's Office as a resource, because they may have to leave a little later. So, thank you for being here. We show, Mr. Pettis, that you're for the bill and you're representing the San Antonio Spurs. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, thank you for the time today. For your record, Bobby Pettis, I'm Chief Legal Officer and General Counsel for the San Antonio Spurs. And here today, not only on behalf of our company, but on behalf of our 500 full-time employees and our 800 part-time employees. We thank you for considering this bill today. Just from a very high level, and I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman, we're in support of 1942 as laid out and proposed for three general reasons. We think it protects Texans. Two, it generates that new revenue source. And finally, it provides teams like ours and pro sports teams throughout Texas an opportunity to compete fairly across the state. And in a league today, where for us, there's 16 other teams that take advantage of a similar structure that you've just heard about. As has already been laid out, with respects to what's happening in other states, the competitive disadvantage is evident for us. For us, from an operator standpoint, from a pro team operator standpoint, we compete for talent every day, not only talent on the basketball court or on the soccer pitch or on the second division basketball court, which we also have that team. We compete for talent in the front office, in the management side, and from finance to sales teams. We think that this would give us that opportunity to be more competitive, to generate that opportunity to attract more talent back to Texas. I think from the other thing that we'd like to add, just from the financial side, you've heard about the new revenue generation. You'll hear more from the comptroller. But with the proposed guardrails that are in the bill, we think that will also give the state and its citizens and our employees that mechanism to protect others. I'll share with the committee, since 2018, when the Supreme Court authorized this in the United States, our league, and I'm certain other leagues have done it as well, has already instituted training, oversight, and required training. For us, we have been doing it as a company since 2018 for all our employees, all our ownership table, as well as our athletes that come through the company. Just to close, we think this is important for fan engagement, for the future of all fans. We think it's important for the continued growth of not only our club, but clubs like ours and communities like ours. So we would ask for your support, and we continue to support 1942. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
So Brad Reynolds, if you would come to the microphone. And state your name, who you're with.
I'm Brad Reynolds with the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts.
And you're neutral and on this bill.
That is correct, I'm neutral.
Okay, members, do you have any questions? Representative Smithy.
And thank you, Mr. Reynolds, for being here. I think I know the answer to this question, but because we had talked to the Comptroller's office yesterday. My curiosity was whether the Comptroller's office, or if it was where any other state agency had conducted any study to determine the value of not only these charters to do sports betting, but also to do casino gambling, just to see if there had been any preliminary work or study looking at what the fair value of these permits might be. My understanding is there has not been. I'm sure there's not a law asking you or requiring you to do it, but I understand that that job has not been undertaken. Is there?
Yeah, I will confirm that. We have not made an analysis of the market value.
And similar on the tax rate that would be imposed on revenues? No study on that, as far as you know?
Well, we looked at, in developing our estimate, we did look at other states that have already authorized and implemented this, and this 10% is not out of line. Some states are levying higher, and I think I saw one lower, but it's not out of line.
Do you remember whether they were based on a gross gaming revenue or adjusted? And I may be way off base there, I don't know.
My impression is every one of those states permits deductions from what you're describing as gross gaming revenue.
Okay.
They may not have defined it identically to the way it
Okay.
is in this proposed bill.
Okay.
But I don't think any of them are.
That's very helpful. Thank you, sir.
Members, any other questions of the resource witness? Thank you very much. Next, Christopher Grove. Thank you for being here. We show you registered as 4 and representing Eilers, E-I-L-E-R-S, and Krejcik, K-R-E-J-C-I-K Gaming. Is this correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. My name is Chris Grove, and I'm a partner at Eilers and Krejcik Gaming. We're an independent research firm whose work regarding legal gambling in the U.S. is regularly trusted by investors, industry stakeholders, media, and policymakers. I've testified for lawmakers in over a dozen states on issues related to sports betting regulation, and I'm grateful for your time and the opportunity to speak with you today. In 2022, Eilers and Krejcik was commissioned to forecast the likely size of the legal sports betting market in Texas under specific legislative conditions. In 2023, we were asked to update that forecast based on the parameters set by HB 1942. I'll summarize our findings, and then I am happy to take any questions either during this hearing or at the convenience of the committee members. A full version of our research, along with a detailed methodology, should be in your committee packets. In summary, 1, Texans are currently wagering an estimated $6.2 billion a year with illegal online sports books and local bookies, activity that creates no tax revenue and minimal economic activity for the state. 2, a mature online sports betting market in Texas, as authorized in HB 1942, would generate approximately $2.37 billion in gross gaming revenue, or top-line revenue. 3, that $2.37 billion in gross gaming revenue would result in approximately $180 million in direct annual tax revenue to the state. And finally, 4, legal sports betting, according to our economic impact analysis, has the potential to create hundreds of direct jobs and thousands of indirect and induced jobs in the state of Texas. Thank you again for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Any questions by Representative Slauson?
There you go.
Thank you. When you introduced yourself, did you state that you're from Las Vegas, Nevada?
I am from Las Vegas, Nevada.
I just wanted to clarify because I think the record may show Las Vegas, Texas, so we may need to correct that just for.
It does.
Purposes of the record.
So we hope you calculate better than this form shows. So let's make sure we're clear. Las Vegas, where?
Nevada.
All right. What's that? All right. So thank you, Representative. And I'll ask the clerk, with your permission, to correct the Las Vegas, Texas to Las Vegas, Nevada.
Certainly
Correct?
wouldn't be opposed to there being a Las Vegas, Texas, but until that happens, happy for the record to be correct.
But you do agree to correct it?
Yes.
All right. Anything else? Any other questions? Speaker Guerin.
Yes, sir. Would you mind going through the, going through the revenue numbers again, what you estimate?
Sure. So at maturity, year 4, 5 or so of the market, you're looking at about $2.37 billion in gross gaming or top line gaming revenue, and that nets out to about $180 million in direct tax revenue for the state.
180 million annually?
Yes.
Okay. We've just heard a lot of numbers, and especially with some former politicians getting in and on TV commercials, radio commercials, and they're a little bit different than what you're telling. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Our analysis is based primarily on the experience of other states that have authorized online sports betting. We make some adjustments that are specific to Texas, GDP, et cetera, the competitiveness of the market, and ultimately produce the numbers from that comparative analysis.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you speak to what protections and safeguards, if any, that you have to prevent minors from accessing or participating in any of this gaming?
Certainly. So standard in states that have authorized online sports betting are a number of fundamental protections that are meant to restrict to the activity to persons 21 and over. When you register for an account, you go through a Know Your Customer or a KYC process that's relatively similar, if not a degree above, what you would go through if you were applying for a mortgage or opening an online bank account. Your account is meant to be secured by both a password and, in a number of jurisdictions, a second form of authorization. And then finally, there's a number of opportunities for the apps to verify not just where you are, but to reinforce that you are who you say that you are. So there are a number of procedures that are focused around both identifying who the customer is, where the customer is, and how the customer is using the account that are meant to provide those safeguards.
And are you aware of any instances in other states that have implemented this, not only online sports gaming, but also, have adopted some of those protocols and some of those protections where minors have nonetheless been able to access the system and wrongfully participate?
I think it would be disingenuous to suggest that any system is airtight. I'm not aware of any widespread abuse that's been reported by states that have authorized this activity so far.
Okay, thank you.
Note for the record, Representative Metcalf is here. Other questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, Jason Cohen. Thank you for being here. We show you as registered 4 and representing Dallas Cowboys. Is this correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
And it says Frisco, Texas. We okay there?
We're okay there.
All right, go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Vice Chair and members. My name is Jason Cohen. I'm the General Counsel of the Dallas Cowboys, testifying on behalf of myself and the Cowboys in favor of HB 1492. You've heard from Representative Leach and some of our other clubs. Probably should start off by telling Member Smithy to be rest assured the Dallas Cowboys aren't moving out of state, just so we're clear there. We've noticed since 2018 with the Supreme Court decision that 36 states have legalized sports betting in some fashion. We've heard our neighbors, Louisiana, New Mexico, Arkansas, have all legalized sports betting. A statistic that grabbed us was that right now in total, 58% of the U.S. adult population has access to some sort of legalized sports betting, but Texans do not. The Dallas Cowboys organization would love to give our fans an opportunity to engage with our game in a new way by providing fans with a safe and responsible avenue to place wagers. We hope to continue to give fans new ways to interact with our team and the National Football League. The truth is, Texans are already participating in sports betting. You've heard a little bit about this already through illegal offshore platforms and unfortunately through illegal sports bookies. Many Texans don't know that they're placing these illegal bets when they do it on their phone or other mobile device. Their personal and financial information may not be safe. And furthermore, I think it's important to underscore that these types of bets can harm the integrity of the game. We need to bring this illegal betting out of the shadow. We need to provide the regulatory framework and establish the safeguards to stop this illegal gambling in our state. House Bill 1942, we confidently feel, has some of the best provisions from other states' legislation. Ultimately, this bill will protect Texans. It will provide a fair and responsible system of taxation and additional ways for our fans to interact with our ball club. Really, at this point, we feel like we need to give Texans the chance to vote on this themselves. So, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions, Representative Raymond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to see what you did with Cooper Rush. But I want to ask you a serious question. If you wanted to, is there enough cap room to bring in another backup quarterback like, I don't know, Aaron Rodgers?
I'm just a general counsel member. I handle the legal matters. We'd have.
Well, it would be a legal matter to bring in Aaron Rodgers, okay? Trust me. So is there, if you wanted to, that's all I'm asking. If you wanted to, is there enough cap space?
We would probably have to take that offline. We could.
So you could do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions, members? Thank you. Thank you. Next, Eric Shippers. And thank you for being here. We show you as registered 4.
Correct.
And you represent Penn Entertainment.
That's
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Eric Shippers, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Public Affairs and Government Relations for Penn Entertainment, which is North America's largest regional gaming operator with 43 casinos, destination racetracks, resorts, and all different, a broad-based portfolio of assets. We also operate over 20 Barstool sportsbooks across the country and have mobile wagering in 16 states and Canada. We're also the largest operator of horse tracks in the country, including the Sam Houston Race Park in Houston and Retama Park just outside of San Antonio. Appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee today to testify in support of legalized sports betting. As you've heard, if successful, Texas would join 36 other states and Washington, D.C. that have moved to authorize sports betting in the wake of the U.S. Supreme Court overturning the federal ban on sports wagering. According to a study by the American Gaming Association, Americans wager more than $63.5 billion annually with illicit sports books, potentially depriving the states of approximately $700 million in tax proceeds. These findings imply that illegal sportsbooks operators are capturing nearly 40% of the U.S. sports betting market. According to estimates here in Texas, as you've heard, more than $6 billion in wagers are placed illegally through offshore unregulated betting platforms. In short, Texans are already wagering here, but it's the offshore online operators who are benefiting, and not a single tax dollar is being generated for important state programs and services, and not a single dime is going towards responsible gaming programs to protect against addicted gambling. We firmly believe that sports betting could provide a meaningful shot in the arm to the state's struggling racetracks by serving as a complementary amenity for our customers. We've seen this in every other state where sports betting has been introduced. As you know, racing attracts primarily an older demographic. Sports betting is a powerful marketing tool that allows us to engage with a new and predominantly younger 25 to 44-year-old customer demographic and bring them into our ecosystem where we can cross-promote our Barstool Sportsbook with our existing live and simulcast racing. On the subject of public safety, as licensed and heavily regulated sportsbook operators, we're committing to help ensure the public trust and confidence in sports betting. And notably, none of the consumer protections that we operate under are available in the illegal offshore sports betting platforms. Closing, we respectfully ask this committee to allow the voters to decide if Texas should become the 37th state to authorize legal sports wagering. Thanks for having me.
Questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so everybody knows, we have these witnesses and everybody's testifying on HB 1942, just so the record is clear. Next, Jonathan Covey. Jonathan, thank you for being here. We show you registered as against HB 1942, and you're representing Texas Values. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, my name is Jonathan Covey. I'm the Policy Director for Texas Values, and I'm testifying against HB 1942. I was up extremely late last night, so I'm just going to hit some high points here. As a faith and family organization, any expansion or initiation of gambling, whether it be mobile sports betting or destination casino resorts, will be opposed by our organization. We do this for a number of reasons. Chief among those reasons is the overwhelming evidence of the negative impacts gambling has been shown to have on families and communities. We know several things. One, there's consistent evidence of an association between gambling problems and family violence. Two, online gambling has started an epidemic for kids gambling. Number three, gambling advertisements are targeting kids and attempting to normalize gambling, which often results in kids developing gambling problems later in life. Expansion of gambling in any form is addictive and harmful to families and disproportionately affects those who cannot afford to lose anything. Further, of all addictive disorders, gambling has the highest rate of suicide. The typical process goes from denial to stress to exhaustion to helplessness and finally to hopelessness. Just 1 month ago, an extensive article was published in the Chicago Tribune about the huge problems that Illinois is currently experiencing from sports gambling, which is legal in Illinois. They're seeing a huge jump in the number of people seeking help for sports gambling problems, particularly in young men under the age of 35. They're seeing mounting loans, increasing debt, increasing pressure to borrow or steal. I understand the arguments of consumer protection, tax revenue. However, damage to our families could be much, much worse. I'd ask you, and I'd ask you with the greatest respect for the author, the greatest respect, I'd ask you not to pass this bill. Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, Cindy Castilla. Cindy Castilla. Cindy Castilla. Well, we will note that she's not present, but she did register against the bill and indicate she's Texas Eagle Forum and self. Next, Cindy Osmussen. Thank you for being here. We show you registered against the bill, and you're representing Southern Baptist of Texas Convention and self. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Asmussen. I'm the Public Policy Advisor to the Southern Baptist of Texas Convention, which has over 2,700 Texas churches, and we are in opposition to HB 1942. We have spoken to this issue of gambling for the past 25 years in our churches and convention and passed several resolutions on it, one of which is handed out right now, the most recent being in 2022 in Corpus Christi at our annual convention. She's also handing out a Sentinel publication and the Teenage Problems with Sports Betting. While saving leads to wealth creation, 50% of the U.S. has zero or negative net wealth, and more than 60% of citizens don't have enough savings to cover $1,000 in emergency expenses. Asset building is the direct opposite of commercialized gambling. Americans have been losing over $100 billion of their personal wealth on an annual basis on gambling for many years now. It's been projected from 2018 to 2026 that the American people will lose more than $1 trillion of their personal wealth to government-sanctioned gambling. Commercialized sports betting will make these financial losses even worse. Legalization and participation go hand in hand. The more you legalize something, the more you have of it, which is how the gambling industry will make their money. Any gambling that is currently happening in the state illegally will explode once it's legalized. Legalizing vices will harm much more than any promises of glamour and glitter. Jack Meserve, who wrote America's Bad Bet on Expanding Legal Sports Gambling on March 16, 2023, the consequences of the huge growth of sports betting that New Jersey, who brought the 1992 Professional and Amateur Sports Protection Act to the court, has seen sports bet rise from $1.2 billion in 2018 to $10.9 billion in 2022. A forthcoming study by Rutgers estimates that 13% of New Jersey now qualifies for a gambling problem. The director for the Center of Gambling Studies at Rutgers says it's not casual gamblers that will expand these companies' profits, it's the addicts. In New Jersey, about 5% of all sports bettors placed nearly half of all bets and spent nearly 70% of the money. That increase is an indication of how sudden and consequential the legalization of gambling has been and why it's not a policy shift that we should be celebrating. Jack Meserve also says there is the argument that simply being moved from the untaxed, unregulated black market to the revenue-generating legal market, but the entire point of the industry's legalization push is that it massively expands the pool of potential customers. Many casual sports fans aren't going to learn the cumbersome methods that are needed to bet at an offshore sports book, but they will download an app being hawked on TV by Wayne Gretzky or Barry Sanders that's in their phone's app store. The commercialized sports betting industry severely harms children and will radically change the way that children consume sports, no matter what they promise in safeguards. The article that I just handed you actually clearly defines that.
Thank you. And we do note that you have passed some information out to the committee.
Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
Sir, I'm Cindy Castilla. Okay, I was in the other room.
Evan Kirkham. And just so you all know, if you're out of the room and we call you, when you come in, just talk to the assistant clerk, is what it is. All right, so thank you for being here. We show you as registered for HB 1942, and you are on behalf of yourself.
That's correct. I'm here representing my company, Outlier.
Okay, hold on. Let's make sure we're clear on the record. So you're for the bill, and you're representing yourself and your company, Outlier.
That's correct.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Evan Kirkham, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Outlier. Outlier is a sports betting research tool where bettors can browse, analyze, and ultimately execute sports bets on any of the major sports books all in one place. It's kind of like a kayak for sports betting. Ask my friends to describe me, and one of the first things you'll hear them say is how proud I am to be a Texan. I grew up here, I went to school here, I'm a diehard Cowboys fan, and I even named my firstborn son Crockett. I've always wanted to start a business in the state, and in 2020, I did just that. In fact, last May, I was even fortunate enough to raise a round of venture capital led by a group right here in Austin, Next Coast Ventures. We've grown the team to 8, are generating over $500,000 of annual revenue, and feel like we're truly finding our stride. Sadly, however, as we look to consolidate our operations and bring employees back into the office, I'm faced with the hard decision of whether we should actually be locating our employees here in Texas. In the startup world, user feedback is everything. You build great product by listening to your customers and iterating quickly. That's exceedingly difficult in Texas because sports betting is still so hush-hush. Our Texas customers are reticent to tell us about their in-app experience and sports betting preferences. Still, I'm unable to access half the functionality of my own app while in Texas, which is the actual placement of the bet. I'm not sure how many more times I'm willing to conclude a pitch to an investor or a partner by saying, you're gonna have to check out the last part of the app for yourself because I'm in Texas right now and can't actually place the bet. My pitch is hamstrung simply because I live in Austin. Talent is fleeing the state, investment dollars are fleeing the state, major industry conferences aren't interested in hosting conferences in the state, and soon my startup might leave the state too. Texas may have missed the first wave of sports betting innovation, but there's still time to catch an even bigger wave. And we're really well positioned to do it because unlike California, who couldn't pass a similar bill, our state government has a history of supporting emerging industries and innovative entrepreneurs. In the past few months, and even here today, you have heard and will hear a lot of big numbers about big billion-dollar developments and about the big sports books. No doubt this bill could be a boon for Texas's economy, but that's not all this bill is about. It's also about small businesses with big dreams taking big bets and how their state government decides to support them. I'm asking for your support today. Thanks for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions, members? Thank you very much. Cindy Castilla. And Cindy, we thank you for being here. We show you registered against HB 1942, and you're representing Texas Eagle Forum and yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you, committee, for hearing us today. Texas Eagle Forum stands for traditional family values. Nations that don't have these values do not thrive, and they eventually cease to exist. Gambling is not a product. You get a thrill from a win when you get the win, and people are profiting off your loss. There are a lot of addicted people in our country already on gambling. My parents live in Missouri, and they have gambling there in various forms. When I'm there and they're watching regular television, almost every ad is either a warning about addiction or how you can go gamble, how you can sign up, how you can get $100 in free bets to help addict you. The people who are coming to speak for this are not the citizens of Texas. They are people who will make money on this product that is not a product. It's a thrill. And they're going to make money on it. And when somebody gambles away their last dollars that were supposed to feed or house their family, that company that made the money is not going to come to their rescue. It's going to be the Texas taxpayers. So we just have a lot of concerns about why we would bring this to Texas. If you can afford to gamble, you can afford to go somewhere and gamble. In regard to sport betting, part of our concern is if you go back to the 70s, there was fixing of games. That's not sports, that's not fun, and it's not worth doing. A fallacy is that you cannot gamble in Texas. You can make a bet with friends, family, neighbors, coworkers, any day you want on any event. Just nobody profits on it. And the government doesn't seek to claim they're going to make money on it when it's actually going to cost our society more than we want to pay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Rob Kohler. Thank you for being here. Rob, we show you registered against HB 1942, and you're representing the Christian Life Commission of the Baptist General Convention of Texas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Folks, advocates for this sports wagering, not only in this room, but also earlier this year, would have you believe that we've already got wagering in the state. We've already got sports wagering, so what they're bringing before you is really not an expansion of gambling. I'll be frank, the first time I heard that over the interim, I thought for the first time we might have a pretty good chance to kill this bill. That argument, when you hear it, you've got to recognize that what they're talking about is enabling. We've got 30 million people in this state. And if it's hard to find out exactly how many phones there are in the state, but if you look at, you can cautiously estimate that they would be allowing 20 million point-of-sale locations that don't currently exist. in living rooms, in households, college dorm rooms, across this state. So the idea that this isn't an expansion of gambling, we believe simply isn't true. Also, when you listen to their argument, they're concerned about the offshore sports betting sites, that somehow or another, if we legalize this, it'd put them out of business. I think it's ironic, and it's important for these members to know that where they would move this is to the Texas Lottery Commission, which, by the way, as we speak right now, are allowing offshore sports wagering companies to sell their tickets online. And it's not missed on me, several of the folks that are up here owning sports teams, the Cowboys and what have you, are actually investors in one of those companies that's an offshore gambling site. Lastly, and we provided this information to each of you, for us, the big issue is what happens if something like this passed, and how would it affect the Native American tribes in this state? The Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, right now our state is a Class II state. We are one of only 4 left in the country. So if any Class III game was passed, there's a reaction from the tribes. Not only the tribes that are in state, the one Eagle tribe, which is a Kickapoo, as well as the Ushada and the Tiwa, but also with new rules that are pending at the Bureau of Indian Affairs right now that greatly ease the ability for out-of-state tribes to take off-reservation land in trust and to game off of it is very, very real. These rules are sitting up there ripe for adoption, and we provided by committee member just the out-of-state tribes that we know have historical connections into this state, and we broke them down by your legislative district.
First, for the record, Representative Guillen is now present. Thank you. Members, any questions? Representative Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is it your testimony that that this, well, first of all, would you define sports wagering as class 3?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
All right. And can you explain what the ultimate effect, if passed, what that would be as it relates to these tribes that you were talking about, both in Texas and out of Texas?
Well, so right now, it's, like I say, we are one of the few states that remains Class 2. Most of the states that this industry has come into, when you heard that there's 35 of them, the ones that they're not in, ironically, are Class 3 states, and where the battle is of them not getting in is between the federally recognized tribes in those states. In a Class 3 state, the most powerful people in the gaming business are the tribes. And I tell people all the time that the media talks about Sands, I know the most powerful group in this whole discussion, and has been forever, is the one Class 2 Eagle tribe in this state, which that's the Kickapoo. And so my goal in visiting with people is, if you're for it, great, but don't go in not understanding what the ramifications are. Because the ramifications are, if you pierce that Class 3 bubble, the ability of the tribes, especially with these proposed rules that are sitting at the Bureau of Indian Affairs, is to have the ability to come into our state, take land in trust very easily, and then petition for a Class 3 tribal state gaming compact, which, by the way, what comes out of that is not guaranteed of what got us into it. In other words, a lot of folks say, well, Rob, what's the big deal? You pass sports wagering, then the tribes will be able to do sports wagering. It doesn't work that way. The tribes have to have an exclusivity. And so it's very serious.
Okay, and so what you're saying, that by passing this would open the door to a number of other maybe unintended consequences, including a vast number potentially of casinos or other buildings and structures and other sorts of establishments that are not necessarily contemplated by this bill.
100%, and Representative Spiller, I would say, I wouldn't even say open the door or a slippery slope. the tribes, for example, the Kickapoo have a guaranteed right to initiate Class 3 gaming compact based on the state going to Class 3.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Thompson.
It's good to see you.
Yes, ma'am. Good to see you.
I do appreciate your testimony, and I'm going to look for this data that you're providing for us. Thank you very much for that. Am I understanding you saying that if this bill passes, then those persons who are not IGRA will be discriminated against in this legislation?
Well, so you and I have a long history on those tribes, and in fact, maybe 18 years ago, I testified in front of Licensing Administration when Keno was head of it, that we fundamentally thought it was unfair that the Kickapoo could do what the Coushatta and Tewas couldn't. And that has now gone to the Supreme Court. There's been a decision that they can do that now, and they would be better off to tell you where they are in being recognized by IGRA. But as of right now, I don't believe they're a IGRA Class 2 tribe officially. Now, for all practical purposes, with the action of the Supreme Court, they are in our state, but they would be better to tell you where they're in that process. Look, we believe they should be. I mean, in my opinion, I believe they should be recognized as a Class 2 IGRA tribe.
I think they should be too, and I appreciate your position, and I you know I do.
Well,
but I want you to know that I feel like that if I think the Alabama, the Coushatta, and the Tegra ought to be included.
Are being what?
In this bill, if a bill like this passes.
Are they being what?
I think they ought to be included.
Well,
if the Kickapoo, we know they have a right to do it.
Well, there's provisions in the bill that I think try to walk and maybe the gray area that they may be in right now to allow them to do that. But that is completely different than a IGRA Class 2.
Oh, yeah.
Because you could have nothing in this bill addressed in Indian gaming. And if if the state pierces a Class 3 bubble, it really becomes a federal issue.
But those two tribes that are not IGRA can enter into a compact with our governor, right?
Technically not right now because they're not an IGRA tribe. But I believe they could come to some type of agreement. I think it's contemplated in the legislation, Ms. T.
Okay.
For them, I think that's fair. But they could talk to you.
Thank you for the data.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions, members? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Jennifer Hughes. Thank you for being here. Now, we show you are registered against HB 1942, and you're representing the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairman.
However, it lists you as Washington, D.C., Texas. Now, let's get it clear so we're not in Las Vegas, Texas. So are you Washington, D.C., or are you someplace in Texas?
I am in Washington, D.C., Chairman.
All right. So I'll ask that the committee clerk make the correction to take the TX off, and you got the Washington, D.C. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about that. My name is Jennifer Hughes. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas. Thank you for having me. The tribe respectfully opposes HB 1942. HB 1942, as we know, will authorize sports teams, sports organizations, Class 1 racetracks, and their designees, a whole host of people, to offer sports wagering and fantasy sports contests and interactive sports wagering. HB 1942, however, excludes the tribe from offering such games because the bills do not include the necessary language that we need under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act to offer such gaming. We have a right to do it, but we would not be able to do it without this particular IGRA language in the bill. And so that's what we're here to talk to you about. Excluding the tribe would not be only unfair, it would also negatively impact the tribe's ability to raise necessary governmental revenue for the tribe to provide for its members. The tribe unquestionably is subject to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. Under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, which we call IGRA, the tribe currently does operate a gaming facility. It is bingo-based and non-baked poker games. The facility generates much-needed tribal government revenue, which under federal law, the tribe needs to put towards community development and providing for its members. And that's what it's been doing for years now, providing healthcare, law enforcement, education, general welfare for its tribal members. An increased revenue stream from sports wagering and fantasy sports and interactive wagering that this bill would allow would be a great benefit to the tribe. It would help them increase their governmental revenue to provide these services. But since the tribe is under IGRA, we need specific language that has to be in the form of an agreement with the state. And that agreement would go to the Secretary of Interior at the Department of Interior in Washington, D.C., and have to get approved there. That's under federal law. And so what our amendment does is put forth that agreement, and we'd like to see that in the bill. Sports wagering is Class 3 gaming, as the gentleman before me correctly said, and therefore we do need that agreement in the bill. Our amendment, which has been submitted to each of your offices electronically, I understand, has a model sports wagering agreement in it. And it's important to have that in there. It not only shows that what games it would authorize, but it also holds the tribe accountable. The tribe in that would agree to include the consumer protection provisions of HB 1942 for minors and keeping information confidential, to having, problem gambling requirements, provisions in there in the tribe's regulations. So I see my time is done. That came fast. We hope that you'll include our amendment. Otherwise, the tribe opposes this bill. If the amendment is included, that would help the tribe be able to provide for its members. Thank you.
And I would ask you to talk to the bill's author, Chairman Leach, about that amendment.
Chairman, if I might, for 1 second.
No, I'm just asking you to do it.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Representative Raymond.
Well, Chairman, I was gonna ask her whether they had visited with the bill author.
Thank you, Representative. And we have actually. So we reached out. We didn't see this bill until it was filed, which is surprising and to us because we've been before this committee before.
I'm guessing you had a good enough idea, and whatever language you need, you could probably come up with that language even before you saw the bill, is my guess.
Yes.
Right? So yes. All I'm asking is, how far along did you get in terms of showing what you need?
Oh, we did reach out to the bill's author. We had a great conversation with the representative. It was very fruitful, we thought, productive, informative. We shared the language, and we are hopeful that there'll be consideration to include it in the bill.
Well, I can't see the future for sure, but I'm willing to bet that Representative Morales would probably offer an amendment like this on the floor. So that's why I'm asking if you're working with the author of the bill, with Chairman Leach.
Yes, with Chairman Leach, yes, we had a conversation with him.
Okay.
And I think we will continue to talk to our representative as well.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Other questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you. Russ Coleman. And thank you for being here, and we show you registered against HB 1942, and you represent Texans Against Gambling. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of Texans Against Gambling, a statewide nonprofit established in 1988. We are a single-issue nonprofit. We're nonpartisan, and we're unconflicted. We have members on all points of the political spectrum. We are all volunteers. We are the state affiliate of the national nonprofit Stop Predatory Gambling. I had some prepared remarks to include some commentary on IGRA, but in view of the time limitation, I just wanted to say I fully agree with Citizen Kohler's response regarding the potential unintended consequences of the proposed rules that are now pending before the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And a couple of points to make on that. Should there be additional casinos in Texas, it will not be limited to the resort-style entertainment complexes that you've read so much about in the media. And also, there will be a substantial loss of state and local control to federal processes. Today, we'll leave to others the morality of gambling, and instead, I'd like to speak to 2 points. The first point, online sports gambling is an addictive product harmful to public health. It is designed to create a medically recognized mental health disorder. It's designed to be addictive. The business model depends heavily on addiction. Turning every Texan's mobile phone into a 24/7 sports gambling device would be for hundreds of thousands of Texans analogous to tethering a booze bottle to an alcoholic. There would be victims in family and life-destroying ways. We just don't know their names yet. It took a few years after the introduction of OxyContin into the American mass market for its addictive properties and abuses to be recognized as a national deadly epidemic, creating deaths of despair. The same pattern is going to emerge with online gambling. It will take a few years for online sports gambling addictions to develop and burst big time into the headlines. But states that have made the mistake of legalizing sports gambling, mobile sports gambling, since the Supreme Court opened the door 4 years now, going on almost 5 years ago, are just beginning to see major problems. Last year, Illinois estimated that almost 4% of the state's adult population, almost 400,000 people, have a gambling problem, and that an additional 250,000 people were at risk of developing a gambling problem. In February, the Rutgers Center for Gambling Studies estimated that roughly 6% of New Jersey residents had engaged in high-risk problem gambling. The second point, you've heard it said that legalizing online sports gambling isn't an expansion of gambling. We disagree. Implicit in that argument is that the amount of sports gambling is fixed and that legalization would simply move an untaxed, unregulated market to a revenue-generating taxed legal market. The entire point of big gambling businesses' push, though, is that it massively expands the pool of potential gamblers. Many casual sports fans aren't going to learn the cumbersome methods to download, but they will find an app on their app store. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Questions, members? Thank you, sir, very much. Arturo McDowell. Arturo McDowell. Arturo McDowell. We will note that Arturo McDowell registered for and was representing himself. Was that it? I know, but I have to call for any other. All right, members, those are all the registered. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against this bill? I haven't called you. Check with the lady right here, please, sir. Okay, so for the record, you're Arturo McDowell.
Yes.
And you're just outside the room. And just so you know, we have to have you check in with the assistant when you come back. And we will note on the record that you're for the bill.
Yes.
And you're representing yourself.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Go right ahead.
All right. Thank you for the citizens for the opportunity to testify and speak on behalf of Texans across the great state of Texas. The Texas Destination Resort, I have met with them. I want to thank Senator Carol Alvarado, District 6, and Texas legislator Charlie Green from Texas District 99 for supporting this bill. As a project manager coming from Maryland, I worked on the Horseshoe Casino and the MGM Casino. I've seen the economic benefit of the casinos in the immediate area. They do increase
Arturo,
Yes.
This is HB 1942. Is this your bill? Is this the bill
For sports.
sports betting?
Yes.
This is not the casino bill.
Oh. Must have registered for the wrong one. I apologize.
So for the record, you've signed up for HB 1942.
Yeah.
That's the sports betting bill by Representative Leach.
Yes.
And I'm sure he would love to have your 4, but you are wanting to testify on the other bill dealing with the casinos?
Correct.
Okay, hold on one second.
Use the restroom.
So we just need to do this procedurally. So would you like us to remove your registration on this, and then you can talk to the assistant clerk about registering on the other bill?
Sure, but I still want to be for sports betting.
Well, then
Testify.
let's just keep you going. If you're for Representative Leach's bill, I think what the member was saying is you were going off that into the casino.
Yeah.
So let me make sure the whole record's okay. So you're Arturo McDowell, representing yourself.
Yeah.
You're for HB 1942. We've clarified on the record, this is sports betting bill by Representative Leach. And you are for it, so if you will just talk generally about sports betting.
Okay, well, if we stick with just sports betting, also coming from another state and being a migrant here in Texas, I've noticed that many times where we want to go out, have entertainment, want to have fun, a good means for that is I'm losing because I was running around. It's sports betting. Sports betting, fantasy football, if you look at it on the low end, brings in about $7 billion to the United States generally. In the state of Maryland, around 80 to 170 million dollars. This brings in jobs for tech. It brings in jobs for IT. It brings in jobs for sports betting management companies, and money generated for sports betting could help the local economy, help police, fund police, help generate just more jobs. And so for that, and I know I'm really speaking also for the casinos, I am fully support for sports betting.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the members? And check with the assistant clerk on if you're interested on the registration of the other bill.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on for or against this bill? Again, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against this bill? Seeing none, if not, the chair recognizes Chairman Leach to close on his bill.
Thank you, Chairman and members, for allowing me the opportunity to lay this bill out in front of you today for your consideration, and to all of the witnesses, both those who testified for the bill and those who testified against. I appreciate your engagement. When I hear the testimony of my good friend Jonathan Covey with Texas Values, or Cindy from Eagle Forum, I think this is the first bill in my 6 terms in the Texas House that I've been adverse to my good friends on, and that's okay. I welcome that disagreement and appreciate their conviction on this issue. I myself am a lifelong Baptist, born and raised in the Southern Baptist Church. I was saved when I was 8, baptized by my pastor, who then became the president of the Southern Baptist Convention. I served 2 terms as student body president at the world's largest Baptist university. I currently sit on the board of Houston Christian University, which just until a few months ago was Houston Baptist University. Taught Sunday school, tried my best to get my family to church every week. And, you know, I appreciate their testimony, but I would remind my friends that I would remind them of the words of Donald Trump, who many of them supported on this issue when asked about sports betting. President Trump said, when it comes to sports betting, whether you have it or you don't have it, you have it. And he's right. He's right. And in Texas, we have mobile sports betting. There are hundreds of thousands of our constituents, of citizens of all ages, including minors, who right now, today, especially with March Madness, are placing unsafe, unsecure, illegal, criminal bets very easily. And I don't know how long it's been since we started public testimony, maybe an hour or so, but the first few minutes I sat down over here, I had never understood how easy it is to place an online illegal bet, even here at the Texas Capitol. And I went online, downloaded an app sitting right here, downloaded an app, put in my information, and got to the very point where I could place a $10 bet on one of the games tomorrow, the March Madness games. Right here. Took me no more than 5 minutes. It's that easy. I didn't do it, by the way. Didn't do it. But that's how easy it is. It's happening here in the state of Texas. And right now, our minors, our kids, college students, high schoolers, even younger, can grab a cell phone, can download an app, can put in a debit card information or bank account information if they have it, and can place an illegal bet. And they're putting their own data at risk via these offshore platforms. They're putting their own security at risk. They're putting their money at risk. If you place a $500 bet and you win $1,000 on one of these offshore platforms and that money is not then deposited into your account, who do you sue? What recourse do you have? None. You have none. And in fact, you wouldn't sue because you'd be admitting that you're a criminal under state law. So whether you have it or you don't have it, you have it. And in Texas right now, we have it. And we have an obligation and an opportunity right now to put a regulatory framework in place that can allow these hundreds of thousands of Texans to, like I said earlier, come out of the shadows, to provide the right framework that protects them, that makes this safe and secure, that will devote millions of dollars every year to problem gaming efforts and education across the state, which we don't currently have in Texas when it relates to sports betting. And so I believe that this bill, while this is new for many people, I believe that this bill is timely, and yes, I would say it's necessary right now for this legislature to join the 37 other states and to pass a framework and legislation to do this safely and securely in the state of Texas. And I believe this bill, although maybe not perfect right now and certainly still subject to change, is the avenue and the vehicle to do just that. Mr. Chairman, I close. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Any questions, members? Thank you, Chairman Leach. The chair will move to leave HB 1942 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 1942 is left pending.
Mr. Chairman, that's one more thing real quick.
It's off.
It's off? Can I make a problem?
You can ask him there. He's gonna, it's the SJR now. So. Okay, which one is it? All right, at this time, the chair lays out HJR 102 and recognizes Chairman Leach to explain his resolution.
Thank you, Chairman and members, and Speaker Garin. This bill in front of you now, this House Joint Resolution, is a follow-up to the bill that you just heard. This is, of course, the constitutional amendment to go with that enabling legislation, House Bill 1942. I won't belabor the point any further. I believe very strongly that that now is the time to do this, to do it right. And after everything we've just heard, all the disagreement on this issue, which is okay. At the very end of the day, can we not agree that the people of Texas deserve the right to vote on this? And this HJR, if passed with 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate, will go in front of the voters of Texas in November, and they will have the final say as to whether this should continue to be criminal activity in the state of Texas, or on the other hand, if if it's high time for Texas to join the other 37 states and to finally do this. So my hope is that this HJR and its enabling legislation will pass, and I believe the people of Texas will resoundingly support this amendment to the Texas Constitution in November. I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Representative Raymond.
Yep.
Thanks, Chairman. And Chairman, I'm sorry I wasn't here when you laid out the bill because I was doing a bill in another committee, so I missed what you probably said when you first laid out the other bill. How many states have it now?
Legal sports wagering?
Yes.
35 states plus DC and Puerto Rico.
Okay. This is probably a dumb question, but I'm going to ask anyway. I don't ask dumb questions very often, but when I see Charlie, he gets me to ask. Anyway, so you're sure that we need an HJR for this? I guess I was thinking that somehow, because it's online, that maybe is it really clear that we need an HJR for this?
Yes, I believe it is. My own analysis believes that it is, and all.
I mean, has the Supreme Court here or even the AG?
Well, right now it's constitutionally barred in the state of Texas. I don't think there's at least no reasonable disagreement that right now the Constitution prohibits.
Yeah, I guess I thought that somehow there would be some legal distinction because pretty much, I guess most of the rulings we've had in courts have been, really weren't dealing with online issues, right? But that's fine.
Correct.
It would be easier for you if you didn't, and so I'm assuming you really checked that hard. Okay.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Any questions?
Thank you for the
author. I want to note you reserve your right.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, the chair calls Mary Smith. And thank you for being here, and we show you registered against HJR 102, and you represent Concerned Women for America. Is this correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I am Mary Smith, and I'm Area Director for Concerned Women for America, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this committee today. I am speaking in opposition, as the representative mentioned. Dr. Jean Siegel, a therapist, an author, an editor of Help Guide organization, states this about gambling. Gambling problems can happen to anyone in any walk of life. Gambling goes from a fun, harmless diversion to an unhealthy obsession with serious consequences. Whether you bet on sports, scratch cards, roulette, poker, or slots, in a casino, at the track, or online gambling, gambling problem can strain your relationships, interfere with work, and lead to financial disaster. You may even do things you never thought you would, like running up huge debts or even stealing money to gamble. Gambling hurts women. According to the National Council on Problem Gambling, among problem gamblers ages 45 to 64, women outnumber men. Women typically are considered escape gamblers, trying to find ways to distract themselves from personal or family problems. Gambling hurts our children. Typically, children of gambling parents have lower grades, higher substance abuse rates, and more than likely become gamblers themselves. Gambling hurts adolescents, teens, and our young adults. The gambling industry aggressively targets millennials. Gambling wrecks our communities. From the Georgia State University Problem Gambling Research and Intervention Project, 20 to 30% of gambling addicts declare bankruptcy. 90% of gambling addicts gamble with their paychecks or family savings. The estimated cost to employers from gambling-related absences is $45 million. Texans have strong feelings about gambling. It is important to children, teens, young adults, and women to keep Texans protected from the harms of gambling. I urge you to stop this bill from progressing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Jonathan Covey. Thank you for being here. We show you registered against HJR 102, representing Texas values. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I'm not going to belabor my comments from 1942. I have some written testimony to give all of you, so I'll give that to the clerk, and we're opposed to this bill based on public health issues as well as morality issues.
Thank you, and give that to the assistant clerk. Any questions, members? Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Cindy Castilla. Cindy, thank you for being here, and we show you as registered against HJR 102, and you're representing Texas, Eagle Forum, and yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
All right, and I already introduced, that we're standing for traditional family values and gave a lot of points on the last bill. Part of the reason we're against an HJR is that, first of all, it's very rare that you should mess with your Constitution, but this one just doesn't belong in our Constitution. When we go to the ballot box, we're going to have giant percentages of spending by the people who will profit off of people's weakness versus what citizens will be able to put into fighting this. In Colorado, the lobby for gambling outspent the citizens 1,734 times to 1. That's what people who want to profit off of this are willing to put into this. In Ohio, gambling interests spent $50 million to get this passed. In Maryland, they spent $40 million to get this passed. People want this badly because they want to profit off of Texans, and we would like to protect Texans from that, and we hope you will join us in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you. Okay, now you're going to have to help me, Mr. Cheng. It's Zen Gang Cheng. That's Zhengang. Come right up. We show you registered against HJR 102, and you're here representing yourself.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Chairman, for the opportunity to speak against the sports gambling. I was here.
And state your name in the record.
Yeah. My name is Zhengang Chen from Dallas area. I was here to for testify for another bill, but I think this bill is too important for me to say some words. Gambling is bad. It's addictive. And people, when they get money, they may bet against, spend that in sports gambling. And it will make the family and the kids suffer if they use their money to spend in sports gambling. And as we all know, in gambling, most people loses. Only the operators can profit from those proceeds. And gambling is addictive. So if someone gets a thrill from there in winning, and then he wants to win again. So he's addicting to that. And when he loses, he can want to win back. So he tries again. And with all the resources, they may borrow or steal or whatever they can against it. And if we follow similar logic that the bill proposes, then we can legalize any of those drug use because you can get tax revenue from those. So to me, it's bad. We should don't make illegal things become legal again, just because of the tax revenue it generates. We need to keep people, reduce the gambling if possible. Thank you. That's my.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Cindy Asmussen. Cindy, thank you for being here. We show you registered as against HJR 102, and you represent Southern Baptist of Texas Convention and Self, correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
My name is Cindy Asmussen. I'm the Public Policy Advisor to the Southern Baptist of Texas Convention. With over 2,700 Texas churches, we are in opposition to HJR 102. We could justify any vice as a means for additional tax revenue, which I know Texas has a $33 billion surplus right now. But whether we have it or don't have it, we have it. We could say that about prostitution. We could say that about drugs. We could say that about legalizing marijuana. That's why we have to have a constitutional amendment. This is not a normal business. When it goes to the ballot, not only are the opponents outspent by the gambling interest by tens of millions of dollars, but people have the perception that if the legislature is fine with it being on the ballot, that they must be fine with the legalization of it. Although the legal age for gambling ranges from 18 to 21, depending on the state, between 60% and 80% of high school students reported having gambled for money in the past year, and the National Council on Problem Gambling is also reporting that easy access to online gambling has heightened risk for young adults. 46% of high schoolers are considered addicted to gambling. Risk for gambling addiction overall has grown 30% from 2018 to 2021, concentrated among young males 18 to 24 who are sports bettors. And it's interesting to note that in Virginia, where they passed sports betting in 2020, that the legislature had to come back and actually sponsor the first state and pass the first state law in the country requiring that all public schools now have additional curriculum to teach students about the risk of gambling. Sports betting has been legal in the UK for decades, and it's had a devastating impact on children there, ranging from the ages of 11 to 16, some as young as the age of 8. The high frequency of marketing by gambling operators has normalized gambling for kids, leading them to believe that gambling was central to playing and watching sports. 2 in 3 UK teenagers feel deluged by advertisements for online gambling firms on TV. We just believe this is the wrong direction for Texas, and it's the wrong direction for our families.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Rob Kohler. Thank you for being here. We show you registered as against HJR 102, representing Christian Life Commission of the Baptist General Convention of Texas. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I have nothing to add. We're against the bill and previous remarks.
Thank you, Rob. Any questions, members? Thank you, sir. And Jerry Del Prate. Now, thank you for being here. We show you registered for HJR 102, and representing Fertitta Entertainment. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow committee members. You've heard a lot of this, so I'll keep it brief. Since the Supreme Court overturned the federal legislation outlawing sports betting in 2018, 36 states plus Washington, D.C. have some form of gambling, whether it be retail or online. And this leaves the Texas teams at a significant competitive disadvantage. Every major sports league has embraced and implemented high standards and regulations regarding sports betting. This legislation will preserve the integrity of sports and protect consumers. We need to protect Texans from illegal offshore books while safely knowing that the tax revenue is going back to Texas for vital programs. This legislation would allow the Rockets to become competitive with the sports teams around the nation, whose states have already passed similar legislation that is being proposed in Texas. We need to support our Texas professional sports teams that work and live in Texas. Speaking on behalf of Mr. Fertitta and the entire organization, the Houston Rockets support this legislation.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Jennifer Hughes. Who's next? Scott Ward. Scott, thank you for being here. We show you registered as for HJR 102 and representing Sports Betting Alliance. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott Ward with the Sports Betting Alliance. I won't repeat my testimony. Would urge you to allow the citizens of Texas to vote as to whether they want legalized sports betting or not, as the citizens of 35 other states are able to do now. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions, members? Thank you, sir. Jennifer Hughes. And Jennifer, thanks for being here. And we show you registered as against HJR 102 and representing the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas. And we're gonna, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And you're from Washington, D.C.
Correct.
And it says Washington, D.C., Texas. So we have your permission to put just Washington, D.C., correct?
Yes, please. Yes.
And if you'll do that as the clerk. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and Committee. My testimony, in the interest of time, my testimony on HB 1942 also applies to this HJR. So the bottom line is, again, the Kickapoo tribe is subject to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. Sports wagering is defined as Class 3 gaming, and it's not only me saying that, that's the National Indian Gaming Commission that says that. And so therefore, for the tribe to be able to participate in sports wagering, like all these other entities will be able to do throughout Texas, we need an agreement with the state under IGRA that is approved by the Secretary of the Interior. And so what we put forth to you and to the author is an amendment that would go into the HJR that would spell out essentially a legislative compact agreement and all the elements that would be contained in it. And so, again, I know I talked previous about IGRA and the uses of the tribal government revenue. It is really important to the tribe. That money that the tribe uses now, that it gains from its gaming facility, is for the health, safety, education, housing, general welfare of tribal members. We do fear that if others are able to do sports wagering under HB 1942, and HJR 102, and the tribe is left out, that the tribe will lose customers, that people aren't going to come down to Eagle Pass facility and engage in their gaming as they do today. The tribe does have many needs. It's been very good about using its governmental money for the needs of its members, but the needs remain. This is an area in Texas that's one of the poorest in the state, and the tribe's government revenues not only go to the members, their facility has about 1,100 employees, 90% of which are non-tribal members. The tribe is generous in its infrastructure investments in the area, and we just want to make sure that the tribe can continue and maintain its level of provision to its members, but also to help be an economic engine for the region. So we look forward to hearing positive thoughts about our amendment, and we hope that the tribe can be included in this legislation. Otherwise, we just maintain our opposition.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eric Shippers.
No further testimony. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm in support of the bill, but no further testimony.
Okay, hold on. Let's make it real clear.
Okay.
So, Eric, we thank you for being here. We show you registered for HJR 102.
Correct.
You're representing Penn Entertainment, correct?
Correct.
Do you want to tell us anything?
I just want to say that I am in support of the bill, but my remarks earlier on 1942 apply to the same subject. So
thank you.
I'll give you back your time. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions? Thank you, sir. All right, now members, that is all we have registered. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the resolution? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Leach to close on his resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, and Speaker Garrett. I look forward to working with you on this. If you know me, which all of you do, you know that I'm happy and eager to work with you, whether it's Representative Smithy on the license fee or the tax rate or the Kickapoo amendment. Any of these things, I'm happy and eager to have conversations. I welcome those conversations with you. I would ask for your favorable support of this joint resolution and just to allow the people of Texas to vote on this in November. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take questions. If there are none, I'll close.
Any other questions? Oh, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not a question, but just to say to the bill author, I'm sorry I missed your extensive layout and testimony on the HB.
It was really good. You missed it.
I know. I'm planning. I'm going to try to watch it later.
Thank you.
But I understand Mr. Smithy asked some questions on the tax rate. I have some similar questions, but I'd like to just be able to follow up with you later.
Sure.
Not spending more of the committee's time today, but I'd like to be part of that conversation.
All right. Thank you, Representative. Happy to.
Any other questions for Chairman Leach? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sir.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, Chairman Leach. The chair moves to leave HJR 102 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HJR 102 is left pending. The chair lays out HB 96 and recognizes Representative Gonzalez to explain her bill.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, this bill will literally take 30 seconds. All this bill does is allow for Customs and Border Patrol agents to have their personal identifying information on tax appraisal records confidential. There are over 18,000 Border Patrol agents, a lot of them in my district. They are working on investigating human traffickers and the cartels, and as the cartels become more sophisticated, we don't want our Border Patrol agents to be targets, so we just want their information to be confidential, and that's the bill. I reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions for Representative Gonzalez?
Chairman.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you very much for doing this. As you might imagine, I have a lot of these folks in my district. Do you still have room for joint authors on this bill?
I think we might. I would need to defer to my staff.
If you do, I would be honored to do that. And if not, if you could open up for others, because I think this is a really important bill.
Thank you. There is a co-author form, just FYI, in the.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members? And we'll let you have the right to close. We do not have anyone registered. So is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Gonzalez to close on her bill.
Thank you, Chairman. I would love favorable consideration of the bill and hopefully to local and consent. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gonzalez. The chair moves to leave HB 96 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 96 is left pending. This time, the chair lays out HB 712 and recognizes Representative Shaheen to explain his bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 712. Members, are there any questions for Representative Shaheen? Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members. HB 712 requires local government entities to report cybersecurity incidents to DIR and also expands the definition of a security incident to include ransomware. So currently, state agencies are required to report a cyber attack to the Department of Information Resources within 48 hours of a breach. However, local governments do not have such a requirement. This is problematic given the growing number of attacks on local governments, and additionally, they can often affect other local governments or state agencies since many of their applications are now networked together. So members, HB 712, it expands the definition of security breach to include ransomware, and this requires local governments to report cyber attacks. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Any questions, members? We'll give you the right to close. We don't show any witness registration. Members, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Shaheen to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
Questions, members? Thank you, Representative Shaheen. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 712 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 712 is left pending.
Thank you, members.
The chair lays out HB 2060 and recognizes Chairman Capriglione to explain his bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 2060.
Great. Dear Chair and members of the State Affairs Committee, I would like to speak to you today in support of House Bill 2060. The bill aims to establish an artificial intelligence advisory council to evaluate AI products and services used by state government agencies. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge that this speech was entirely written by ChatGPT, a language model trained by OpenAI. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is transforming our lives in many ways. AI has the potential to solve problems that were previously unsolvable and create new opportunities for growth and innovation. AI can help us analyze vast amounts of data, detect patterns, and make decisions in a fraction of the time it would take a human to do so. However, we must also acknowledge that AI has potential risks. It can perpetuate biases and lead to unintended consequences that can harm society if not properly evaluated. That's why we need HB 2060. The bill aims to establish an advisory council to monitor the use of AI by state agencies. This council will assess the need for a state code of ethics for AI systems, review inventory reports submitted by state agencies, and recommend policies to protect the privacy and interests of the residents of this state. One of the main reasons why we need to evaluate AI products and services is to ensure that they're designed and used ethically. The council will help us understand the potential risks and benefits of AI and recommend policies to protect our civil liberties. At the same time, AI can also bring enormous benefits. By using AI in state agencies, we can increase efficiency, reduce costs, and improve outcomes for our citizens. House Bill 2060 requires that state agencies provide inventory reports detailing their automated decision systems being developed, employed, or procured by the agency. The council will review these reports to assess the impact of AI on the constitutional and legal rights of our citizens and recommend policies to ensure that these rights are protected. In conclusion, AI has enormous potential to improve our lives, but we must also be aware of the potential risks and take steps to mitigate them. House Bill 2060 is a necessary step in ensuring that AI is used ethically and responsibly in our state. And on a lighter note, I'd like to end with a joke. Why did the robot cross the road? To get to the other motherboard. Thank you for your time. I thought of the joke, I didn't. Obviously,
Speaker Guerin.
Mr. Chairman, since you've exposed us to that joke, does that mean there'll be no second or third reading amendments on this bill if it makes the floor?
I think ChatGPT would love for me to do a second amendment, possibly an amendment to that amendment, but we'll defer to the body on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Any other questions for Chairman Capriglione? All right, we know you want to reserve your right to close.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr.
All right, at this time, we call Ming Yi, Y-I.
That's my name, but I wasn't registered for this bill. I was registered for 2206.
Okay, would you go with our assistant clerk? So, Ming Yi, we have a registration for 2060, and she has stated, let me do this. Ming, would you come to the microphone? Let's make sure we're clear. So, for the record, your name is Ming Yi.
Yes.
And you have an affirmation that says self.
Yes.
We have you at HB 2060 against, and you're telling us in the testimony that this is not the bill you were registering.
No.
Correct.
I was registered
So-
for 2206.
So you will get with the assistant clerk about the other bill, and we can withdraw your affirmation against on HB 2060?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Is that all right?
Yes, she's.
Okay. Any other? Is there anyone else who wants to testify for, against, or on HB 2060? Seeing none, Chairman Capriglione to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, obviously, there's a lot of benefits to using artificial intelligence. I think we, the legislative body, should look at creating a framework. I mean, if you just look, AI controls a lot of the things that we do. It just tried to put a point of order on this bill by registering someone incorrectly. I think we have an opportunity here to do a lot of good for the state by working on this. If there are no other questions, respectfully, I close. Oh, I do. Oh, you'd like to?
Representative Thompson would like to visit with you.
Okay, very good.
Any other questions of the chair? Thank you, Chairman Capriglione. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 2060. Leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 2060 is left pending. All right, at this time, the chair, do they want to do this first? Yes. Okay. The chair lays out HJR 155 and recognizes Speaker Guerin to explain his resolution. The chair offers a committee substitute to HJR 155. Go right ahead, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. I'll do my layout and then I'll go through the changes, the difference between the committee substitute and what was originally filed, if that's okay. I filed HJR 155 to let our constituents decide whether they want to allow destination resort gambling in the state of Texas. And the polls show whether they're for them or against them. They'd like to vote on them, and either let's do it or let's quit talking about it. And we're not just talking about any type of casinos like the ones you may be familiar with in some of our neighboring states where there's a slot machine in every convenience store. That's not what we're talking about here. If we're being honest with ourselves, we already have gambling in Texas, as Chairman Leach told us, and more often than not, the type of gambling we have here is illegal or it preys on the poor or both. It's time we get serious about cracking down on the type of existing illicit activity, and the only way to do that is to establish the Texas Gaming Commission. Not to say that the Lottery Commission or the Racing Commission do a bad job, but gambling needs more oversight than it currently is getting. For those Texans who choose to gamble legally, they're doing it and all around us. Every year, millions of Texans go to Oklahoma, New Mexico, Louisiana, and Arkansas. And they spend billions of entertainment dollars in those states. Just last week, Louisiana gaming officials were quoted in the Houston media saying Texans make up an estimated 85% of the business in Lake Charles. Our constituents who make the personal choice to, and let me emphasize that, the personal choice to gamble, go to our neighboring states to do it. HJR 155 will add over 100,000 construction jobs and an estimated 70,000 permanent jobs once the resorts are fully developed. It will guarantee billions of dollars in new development investment and will assist the state and local communities with a new stream of continuing revenue. The added economic benefit to small businesses will also be considerable, from creating opportunities for suppliers and service providers to increase disposable income for employees. For example, one destination resort I'm aware of consumes as much as 4 tons of beef a day. That's 4 tons of beef a day. That could be Texas beef. Some of that could be coming through my restaurant, maybe. The joint resolution would not only keep Texas tourism dollars at home, it'll also bring massive out-of-state businesses and leisure tourism here to our state, because of extremely large investment minimums are designed to ensure that the developments which are built will be world-class, iconic structures. This will allow our entire hospitality industry to compete on a global scale. The required new investment in this state, if this HJR is adopted, is over $10.5 billion. The state dollars, as outlined in this resolution, are a 15% tax on gross gaming. That's 15% tax on gross, not adjusted gross, not net. That's 15% on gross. That may be spent in any key areas of our budget, from tax relief, law enforcement, education, even to fund a new PUF fund for the universities that are not under the current PUF fund. This HJR is a compromise which brings together gaming stakeholders who have long, actually they blocked this from happening before. Some people that are in the gaming business outside the state and others have, and some in the state, have blocked this. This approach not only keeps a lid on the number of licenses, it also serves to allow for the immediate development of destination resorts to quickly realize the related job creation, while also fully revitalizing the Texas horse racing industry. It will help Texas be the #1 horse breeding state in the nation, while benefiting the Texas agricultural businesses with greater economic activity because of vibrant racing industry. It's extremely important to note, while the pari-mutuel license does allow the holder of gaming to apply for a gaming license. In other words, if you've got a track license, it allows you to apply. It does not guarantee you'll get one. All applicants will be required to clear a rigorous vetting process and be deemed seatable by the Gaming Commission to pass the application process and be granted a final gaming license. This process and related specifics are matters for the legislature to address in the enabling bill that will also come before this committee today. The language of the committee substitute also envisions a fully open bid opportunity in the state with an additional $1 billion minimum investment requirement. And this resort could be located in a county, only in a county which votes in favor of the constitutional amendment. So if your county votes no on it, you're not going to have a casino there. So if your citizens don't want a casino, you're not going to get one if you vote it down. The limited number of destination resorts would include state-of-the-art entertainment complexes, 4 to 5-star hotel accommodation, convention and meeting spaces, casino gaming, sports betting, live performance entertainment venues, destination retail, shopping, nightlife, world-class spas, and the best restaurant and dining options. All of these amenity requirements are specifically intended to help Texas compete with other states who already attract millions of visitors and conventions each year. The constitutional amendment would further create the basic structure of a gaming industry related to licensing, requiring the imposition of casino gaming and sports wagering taxes, license fee application, and authorize tribal state compacts related to gaming. If approved, relating enabling legislation could fully establish the regulatory structure necessary to implement the goals of the constitutional amendment. I know the naysayers are going to argue that casino gaming will bring negative social impacts to Texas. To that I say we already have the negative social impacts. Go no further than our borders where there's an addiction, where an addict can drive less than 20 miles and then return home to our state with no resources in place for them to go to than a smartphone where illegal bettings are being placed anyway, or to their bookie. What I'm proposing is a highly regulated option, an option with extremely limited gaming footprint, and an option which includes real resources to combat negative effects. The Texas Gaming Commission can finally have state-mandated expertise and the ability to get serious about shutting down the criminal activity that has been going on for Texas for years. We can and we must start cracking down on underground gambling operations. With this legislation, we'll finally have the resources and educational programs to address any gaming-related issues people might have, and it will be a requirement for anyone applying for a license. At the end of the day, if we remain true to the larger vision of destination resorts that we are presenting in this HJR, and if voters approve it, the positive will far outweigh any negatives. When I think about the travel and entertainment dollars that have been spent over the past 20 years and that Texans have spent in other states, it's clear to me that money could have come to Texas, our schools, our roads, our security. We have watched that parade of money leave our state long enough. Polling shows that when Texans learn what a destination resort really is and that the legislation would ensure a very limited footprint, it would not mean a casino on every corner, every convenience store. 2/3 of Texans are in favor of that. At this time, it's come for Texans to have the right to vote on this, as Mr. Leach said about his. Let's let our constituents decide. Thank you for your time, and I'd like to explain the differences now between the committee substitute and the bill as originally filed. It differs from the original in minor and non-substantive ways. The following summarizes. The original defined term casino to mean licensed facilities located at a destination resort. The substitute defines the term casino to mean licensed casino gaming facilities within a destination resort. The original used both the terms bet and wager. The substitute uses the term wager. The original stated that the legislature by general law shall regulate casino gaming and sports wagering in the state by prescribing definitions of terms necessary or useful to implement the proposed constitutional amendment. The substitute clarifies that those general law definition terms must be consistent with the proposed section of the Constitution. And the original stated that the legislature by general law shall regulate casino gaming and sports wagering in this state by prescribing qualifications for the issuance of a new casino license. This one, the substitute also adds an 8th resort destination that would be open bid. It could not be located in any of the areas. No casino or no license holder could hold more than 2 licenses. And the original required the legislature by general law to impose tax on gross sports wagering revenue. The substitute clarifies that the requirement is for the legislature by general law to impose a tax in the amount provided by general law on gross sports wagering revenue. And I'll be happy to try to answer any questions. There's some people coming behind me and on Chairman Kemple's bill that can answer the more technical ones.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Smithy.
Charlie, just a couple of questions. One is, as I read your resolution and Chairman Leach's legislation, it looks like the two of those are incompatible in terms, the committee or the House legislature as a whole couldn't adopt both because they seem to kind of conflict with each other.
I'm not sure if we could adopt both. I know that under the legislation I'm proposing, the legislature could allow the type of gaming that Chairman Leach proposed.
Okay.
But that would be up to the legislature.
But your legislation would also include sports wagering on site, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
As it is currently written, it would allow only sports wagering on site, but the legislature could authorize the mobile sports betting if the legislature chose to do that.
Okay, and let me get back to a question I asked Chairman Leach, and it concerns me is, I spoke of this fiduciary duty we have to the state to maximize, the revenue. If we say we're going to do this for revenue, then we probably ought to be careful that we're maximizing our revenue for the state. And I'm not comfortable in knowing what the tax rate should be or the initial license fee should be. I don't have any idea. And it seems to me that we probably, as a legislature, need more information going into this to make sure, because if this was my business venture, if I had something valuable that somebody else wanted to buy, I would do the proper research to make sure I was getting every possible dollar I could for myself. I think that's due diligence.
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman.
And I don't know how we, as a legislature, you made the comment that the people have a right to deserve the right to decide this issue, but the fact is, we're going to be prescribing the terms that they describe it on, that they decided on, and I'm not sure that I feel comfortable in telling them what terms we're either going to have gambling or not have gambling on. And I don't know how to resolve that. I always assumed, I've mentioned this to you, that what we would do maybe is just pass or propose a constitutional amendment to legalize gambling at some point. And then if it passes, come back 2 years later, have time to kind of study the issues and actually start the gambling 2 years later if we ever went to that. And so I don't know how we as a legislature know that this is the best deal for the state of Texas.
John, the first thing is, if this were to pass, these resort destinations would be several years in construction. But we've studied what the fees are in other states, and that's why we're proposing a 15% tax on gross, not after any expenses, just on, if there's $10 bet, we're going to get 15% of it. And so I think that this is thought out well enough by using using information that we've arrived from other states. And later today, when Chairman Kemple lays out his bill, there's an expert witness that's going to testify who was the former head of the Nevada Gaming Commission, who I think can answer some of those questions for you. The initial licensing fees are compatible with other states. We've put in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, if this passes, there'll be a possibility of 2 resort destinations with the requirement that $2 billion be spent on the facility, each facility, down to, I believe it's $500 million, $500 million at the one in Laredo, or in the Laredo area. And so, and we've limited the number so there's enough population to support the facilities. I don't want us to jump out there and build some casinos that are going to go under because there's no support for them, and that's why the numbers are limited at this point. We did, and we have taken into account in the substitute some of the Indian tribes' concerns. They still would have to visit with the governor and work out their differences on a compact. But I do believe this has been well thought out and hashed out. There are some people that think that because you have a racetrack license doesn't mean you should get this. And as I said, it gives you the opportunity to apply for one. It doesn't give you the opportunity to get one. And we've also added an addition at large that can be bid on, excuse me, and placed in a location that's more than 100 miles from one of the other ones. And so we don't overload any one specific area with a casino.
Well, and that's another question I've heard people raise is why don't we open all of these licenses up to open bidding? so to maximize revenue for the state. Because when we just say basically there's only one bidder that can actually bid on this license and then say they will pay X amount. That's my question, is how we know that's a fair value for what we're, I mean, I don't have that.
We're not putting a price on the license. If you get a license, you can sell your license to Will if you want to, and Will could be the person, the designee. But the reason that we went with this is, number one, to speed the process up. None of these areas are in counties where gambling has not been approved previously. When the pari-mutuel betting was approved on the horse tracks and the greyhound tracks, these areas have already voted in support of pari-mutuel and therefore gambling, the casino type gambling. And these people are gonna, if you'll read, and especially when you get into Chairman Kemple's bill, it's not just anybody off the street. Even if you're a cajillionaire, can operate a casino. It's and resort with the retail, the hotel, and the gambling operations. And these operators, or the operators that I envision coming to the state of Texas, also have casino operations in other areas. And if you screw up in Dubai, you're going to lose your license in Nevada. If you screw up in Dubai, you're going to lose your license in Texas. And that was why we're putting in a structure, and we believe that the creation of a gaming commission is necessary. As I said in my opening remarks, I'm not saying that the Racing Commission or the Lottery Commission are not doing a good job, but the people on the Gaming Commission need to be more specialized and better trained than the ones that we have currently in those positions.
Okay. The other thing that bothers me about the resolution is, and I mean, I've got, in full disclosure, I'm probably going to oppose any gambling measure anyway. So
I understand that, and I appreciate that.
I don't want to, but if we do pass this, I would like to make sure we do something that actually works for the state of Texas. And so the question I've got, and this is more of a legal question, and so it's more of an observation than a question, but the resolution goes into explicit detail on a number of aspects of casino gambling and then doesn't touch other aspects. And so the question that I think we're going to have to resolve at some point is, to the extent that the Constitution is very specific, what is the legislature's latitude at a later date to come back in? I don't think we can change anything by statute that's in the Constitution, but I think we're going to have to look at how much room we've got to actually do any further regulation in these areas that are so explicitly dealt with in the resolution itself. And for example,
I think some of those are addressed in the constitutional amendment.
They are, yeah. There are some that are, and there's several provisions that say the legislature shall do this, and some that say the legislature shall not do this. But my issue is going to be where it doesn't say one way or the other, that the legislature can get into a certain area. And that's.
I'd be happy to work with you on that if you can provide more specific.
I'm going to have to find somebody that knows a lot more about it than I do.
Well, I'm hoping some of those people will be coming up behind me.
And so the other question, well, let's see. The other thing that I had a problem with, Charlie, and I'll visit with you more about this, is the ballot language. I mean, to me, it sounded like an infomercial for gaming, but I don't know. I'd probably like to see something a little bit more objective. Of course, it does describe the bill, so I'll visit with you about that afterwards. I think that's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Representative Wright.
Thank you, John.
Okay, Chairman, thank you. Speaker, does your, and maybe that I need to wait for the Kemple bill, but do you know if you contemplate, for example, in Corpus Christi, let's say, well, it says there would be a destination there. So let's say whoever gets the license, or they get it. As you mentioned, it's going to take a while to construct stuff, right? So do you contemplate whether in that interim time they could have like a vessel like they do in Louisiana?
They have a what?
Vessel, offshore vessel?
No, I don't contemplate that in this.
So they might be able to, or maybe it's clear that it has to be, something that's on land.
You need to have your money spent, your building built before you roll your first die.
Okay, then that probably answers it. Other thing is, I'm looking at the substitute, so on page 5, have you have that?
Yes, sir, I do have it in front of me.
All right, in line 10, I don't know if it's a typo or intentional omission. If it is an omission on line 10,
Line 10 says Metropolitan Statistics.
Yeah, well, line 9 says, one destination resort in the Corpus Christi metropolitan statistical area. And then whether you'd be open to an amendment, friendly amendment says, comma, Texas House District 32.
I think that was overlooked intentionally. So it's not.
So it was a typo.
So as not to encumber the chairman with it just being in his, it could be in a neighboring area. I would encourage him to be in 32.
One other question, a little bit further up on line 3 and 4, where it says the Dallas-Fort Worth, Arlington Metropolitan Statistical Area. Does that statistical area include Lubbock?
It does not, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I was told to ask that question. Don't ask me why I was told to ask that question.
There was intention to put one in the middle of the tech campus, but we decided to delete that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Speaker Guerin, and we'll let you close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for committee members, including you, Mr. Raymond.
All right, at this time, remember the time is 3 minutes. You have the clock right up here, and I'll be monitoring the time. First, we are going to call Chris Hughes. And thank you for being here. We show you registered for HJR 155, and you represent Las Vegas Sands. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members. As Chairman said, my name is Chris Hughes. I'm an attorney for Las Vegas Sands. We've worked closely with Speaker Guerin and Chairman Kemple on HJR 155 and HB 2843, and I'm here in support of both. Over the last 18 months, long-term stakeholders in the Texas gaming and racing industry have worked to craft an HJR that would ensure a limited casino gaming footprint with maximum economic impact in locations where pari-mutuel wagering has already been approved. To do this, HJR 155 utilizes some of the existing racing licenses in Texas to expedite the development process and get destination resorts up and running sooner rather than later, so that the state can realize the economic benefits and revenue as soon as possible. Some of the key provisions of the resolution include, and Speaker Guerin has already gone through a lot of these, but I do want to point out that at the large destination resorts, a majority of the revenue at these resorts is actually generated by non-gaming activities. Up to 70% is non-gaming. As he said, it assigns existing racing licenses to specific metropolitan areas for the opportunity to apply for a casino license with no guarantee of receiving one. It provides an at-large bid, as he said, for a license outside of selected metro areas and in a county that has approved the constitutional amendment. As the speaker said, it requires minimum investments of between $250 million and $2 billion. No person may own equity interest in more than 2 casinos. It prohibits the use of public money or tax incentives of any kind for the development or operation of a destination resort. It authorizes sports wagering in a place and manner prescribed by the legislature, so that would leave it up to you guys. It does provide support to the horse racing and breeding industry with increased racing purses. As Speaker Guerin pointed out, it's got a 15% tax on gross casino gaming revenue for use by the legislature for tax relief, public safety programs, and education. Public safety programs would include programs to combat money laundering and human trafficking. Education, as the speaker pointed out, would also include adult education on responsible gaming, and a permanent fund to support universities not covered by the PUF. It includes provisions to direct the governor to negotiate in good faith tribal state gaming compacts for gaming on Indian lands, and it includes application fees from $500,000 to $2.5 million to help fund the creation of the Gaming Commission. This joint resolution is intended as a compromise based on input from a variety of stakeholders with an eye toward an implementation timeline and maximizes investment, job creation, and state and local revenue as quickly as possible. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I will also say that I'm registered as for the enabling bill. Oh, okay.
So Chris, we're only on HJR 155.
Got it.
So your testimony is for HJR 155, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And the other bills will be brought up or have already been brought up.
Okay.
Just want to clarify for the record. Members, any questions for Chris?
Could I ask one?
Yeah, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, okay, so we've defined in this resolution who is eligible to apply or their designee. It's my understanding that Las Vegas Sands is not a racetrack operator in any of the areas that are designated in the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so your interest of your company is that in being a designee of one of those one of those racetrack owners. Is that accurate?
Yes, we have an internal member of Las Vegas Sands here who could probably more directly address what their intentions would be. But if you'll notice, there are certain racing license holders in the state that have more than one, more than two. Some of them have 4 of these licenses. They can only use 2 of them for a casino if they chose to do so. So we anticipate that there will be an opportunity to negotiate with other entities in order to, perhaps gain the opportunity to apply for that application.
So you would gain their opportunity, that being of the racetrack.
That's correct.
Okay. So I assume you would pay money to acquire that opportunity.
Well, it's a bilateral transaction, so that would be left between the parties. But
so would the money that the casino operator paid to the racetrack owner, would that belong to the racetrack owner or to the state of Texas?
Well, this bill doesn't contemplate how it would be dealt with, but I would assume it would be the Racetrack Association.
Okay. Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a few questions on the HJR that maybe you could help me understand. So one, on the geographic areas that are defined in the bill, so just using DFW area as an example, I think it's defined as Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, metropolitan statistical area. So are we using, is that Census Bureau definition?
Yes.
Okay.
The Office of Management and Budget.
Okay. All right. So whatever their definition is of the geography of those areas is what's.
And it contemplates a date so that we know when that is. But I think that the DFW area would probably, I think it's 12 counties. So, yes, but it's the Census Bureau's.
Okay. So if this is adopted, most likely 2 casinos would be somewhere in Dallas and or Tarrant counties, but it could conceivably be in Denton, Collin, Johnson, Ellis.
It certainly could.
Okay. All right. And so to the question on the sort of the eligible, who would be eligible to hold a license. So I know Mr. Smithy and Speaker Guerin talked a little bit about the at-large license, but so apart from that at-large license, though, the rest of it it's pretty prescriptive. It is. Who would be eligible? Is that correct?
It is, and that was a stakeholder process in order to, gain some consensus. It's also the reasoning is that we want to speed it up and move up the process for actually getting these on the ground, and so to recognize the benefits. An open bid process for all of the licenses could add another 18 to 36 months to the process, depending on how quickly the commission were set up, rules were promulgated, and the commission was able to conduct those bid processes. So,
Okay. And so how many total licenses are contemplated?
8.
8 total?
8 total
statewide?
licenses.
Okay.
And that's in the Constitution to make sure that there is a limited footprint that would require significant action.
And that includes the one at large? Is
Yes,
right?
that
Okay.
includes the one at large.
So for the other 7, are there more than 7 potential license holders, or are there exactly 7?
Oh, well, there are more than 7 potential license holders because some of the folks that have these racetrack association licenses won't be able to utilize all of them for a casino. So you could potentially have several other players who come in and, decide to be part of that. If I were one of the large casino operators in the United States, I would probably be here, talking to folks about, how to get into this market.
Right, so you're talking about a casino operator potentially coming in and offering to buy a license, is that right?
Correct.
Or the rights to a license, however that would work. Okay. But before that process happens, just in terms of who's envisioned in the language of the HJR to be eligible.
Who owns the current racing licenses?
Yeah, I mean, is it 7 or is it more than? I'm just wondering, is there
Well, control over the current racing licenses would be 3.
3?
I believe.
Okay. So 3 entities would be at the onset eligible to apply for those 7 licenses.
They wouldn't be able to apply for all 7.
Right, but no one else could.
Unless they designate someone else to do so.
Okay, all right. So 3. And then, so designate someone else to do so, then that would presumably be a sale or I know it's a private business transaction.
Private
for
business
them, but
transaction.
presumably they would sell those to an interested party. Is that?
Yeah, I would presume that.
Okay. What would such a license be worth?
I don't know that. I don't know that at all.
Do you have an estimate? I mean, we're talking
No.
$1 million, $1 billion,
Not
trillion?
really. I mean, not really. I don't have
We don't know what the fair market value of a license to build a $2 billion casino destination.
Well, the ability to get a casino license doesn't exist today, so it's hard to
Well,
calculate.
not in Texas, but it exists elsewhere in the world.
I don't, since I don't participate in the gaming market in other states, I don't have an understanding of that. I don't have any knowledge of what the fair market value of that license would be.
Okay. And I'm just kind of agreeing in part, at least, with what Mr. Smithy was talking about a minute ago. Just, we want to understand the value if we're going to do this to make sure we maximize.
Well, part of the value in this proposal is recognized in the minimum investment requirements. So if a company is going to be required to put up $2 billion to build one, and I would proffer that in the largest metropolitan areas, these types of facilities could end up, an operator could end up investing $3, $4, maybe $5 billion because of the scale and the type of facility they want to build. I mean, the convention center sizes are 1 million to 1.5 million square feet, 2,000 rooms. It's hard to understand how big they are until you see one.
Okay. Moving on to the 15% tax. So that's on gross revenue.
Gross gaming revenue.
Okay, gross gaming revenue. So revenue from lodging, food, alcohol, other non-gaming, that's not subject to that 15%?
No, those are you will still have sales tax, alcohol tax, hotel occupancy tax, property taxes. Those will all still be paid, but this is a tax specifically on the gaming revenue.
Okay, so you earlier said that 70% of the total economic impact is non-gaming.
70% of the revenue.
Total revenue.
Well, it's not 70%. 70 is kind of a high end, but in the numbers I've seen, it's a majority and has been as high as 70% as non-gaming.
Okay, so that 70% or thereabouts will not be subject to the 15% tax, then
Not
only
be
the-
subject to the game, unless it's a gaming-related activity, it won't be subject to it. But we have estimates as to what the gaming revenue would be, and we have estimates as to what the gaming tax revenue would be.
Okay, and what are those estimates?
Estimates on gaming revenue for a fully built-out program, and these are by Innovation Group. They're conservative, and they're obviously rough because it doesn't exist yet, but I think the estimates that some of you have seen is $9 billion in gross revenue, and a 15% tax would put it at about $1.35 billion a year in tax revenue, gaming tax revenue. That doesn't include the other taxes.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
2.7 billion a biennium.
Okay. And then something I've read about in other states, I think this is more of an issue in online sports betting, but I think it also, from my understanding, and I'm not an expert in casino operations, may also apply.
I'm not either.
But in sports betting, it's like a free bet, sort of, sign up and you get a free bet. And then in casinos, I understand there's something called a no deposit free bet. So basically, you get a amount of money, I guess, to wager starting out. Is that something you're?
I can't speak to that. Perhaps one of the speakers coming behind me, who's actually in the operations, who actually works for some of the operators, could answer that question, but I'm not.
Okay, I'll reserve that question then for someone else. And then lastly, we heard some testimony earlier on the other bill, and I'm thinking we're probably going to hear it again on this bill, but relating to the Kickapoo tribe and their role in this. And I understand they've got some concerns that because of federally recognized tribe, that they are not, taken care of in this bill, for lack of a better phrase.
Their concern,
If you could just address that, yes.
their concern on the previous bill, I think, was the fact that there was nothing in the bill or joint resolution that contemplated the tribal state compacts for them to participate in something that was authorized by the state in the Constitution. This JR does contemplate the negotiation of tribal state compacts for gaming on Indian lands. It also references federal law, because it's our belief that if this passes, that the tribes will be entitled to negotiate a tribal state compact, and jurisdiction of any disputes over those compacts would be in federal court, consistent with federal law. So this JR does have that language. Now, I can't speak to whether that's adequate for the Kickapoo tribe, but that language is in here. And there's also tribal gaming language in the enabling bill as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you for addressing that.
Sure.
Representative Metcalf.
Chairman. Good afternoon. You mentioned this language is built upon a consensus of stakeholders. Is that correct?
Yes, it's primarily the stakeholders who have been involved in the promotion of gaming or in the racing industry over the last couple of decades.
Who are those stakeholders?
The ones that are in the Destination Resort Coalition are the Kickapoo, not the Kickapoo, sorry, the Chickasaw Nation, the Penn National Gaming or Penn Entertainment, the Fertitta Entertainment Company or Landry's, my client Sands, the La Mantilla family. Those are the ones who have been primarily involved in this effort over a number of years.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Chairman Thompson.
I just want to ask you, I noticed you was mentioning something about the law has included, the way you read the law, the Indians are included, the tribes are?
In this joint resolution, it contemplates, we assume that if this joint resolution passes, that the federally recognized tribes in Texas would be entitled to seek a tribal state compact to conduct Class 3 Indian gaming. So we contemplate that in the joint resolution and in the enabling bill. And we also recognize the fact that the federal courts will have jurisdiction over those compacts. So we've exchanged language back and forth with the tribes over the last couple of years. And we'll continue to work on it, any concerns they have. But the intent has always been to make sure it was clear that if it passes, we assume that federal law is going to govern and that they're going to be entitled to negotiate that tribal state compact.
Thank you.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So real quick on the Indian tribes, I'm glad you brought that up, and I'm glad you said that. So for example, where could you see that they could end up if they wanted to try to get one of these sites? Like anywhere?
Federally recognized.
Or just in terms of their
On their
land?
Indian lands, yes.
Because more than 100 miles away on that one, is that what you mean, or what?
No, Indian lands there's a definition of what Indian lands are. It's their existing Indian lands.
Yes, but, so you were saying that, again, tell me how you envision that they could end up for them if they wanted to. If they wanted to have casinos.
They could negotiate a tribal state compact to do Class 3 Indian gaming on their existing Indian lands.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Any other questions, members? Thank you, sir. Eric Shippers. Thank you for being here. We show you registered for HJR 155, and you're representing Penn Entertainment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Eric Shippers, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Public Affairs and Government Relations for Penn Entertainment, which is North America's largest regional gaming operator with 43 casinos, destination resorts, and racetracks in 20 states. Here in Texas, we operate the Sam Houston Race Park in Houston, Retama Park just outside of San Antonio, and we also hold a racing license for Valley Greyhound Park in Harlingen and a Class 2 racing license in Austin. Appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee today to testify in support of HJR 155. As you've heard, Texans spend more than $5 billion annually at casinos across the border, and we believe utilizing the existing licensed and regulated racetracks where gambling is already occurring to facilitate the creation of multi-billion-dollar destination resorts would be the fastest and most efficient way to close the gap on that tax leakage. As the nation's largest regional gaming operator, we've experienced firsthand the power of this economic engine. We helped support the passage of a constitutional amendment in Ohio that allowed for new casinos in 4 regions of the state. We've invested more than $1 billion in the development of our casinos there and are proud to employ more than 2,000 team members and an average annual wage that can climb as high as $64,000 per year when tips from table games are included. Importantly, we've also seen how gaming can help truly revitalize the struggling racing industry in this country. In West Virginia, for example, following the passage of casino gaming, the average daily purses went from $20,000 a day to nearly $200,000 per day. And in Pennsylvania, following the passage of their Gaming Act, we were able to tear down our old grandstand at Penn National Racecourse that had stood there since 1972 and erect an integrated new racing and gaming facility that serves as a regional entertainment destination. These facilities I mentioned employ thousands of employees and generate hundreds of millions of annual tax revenues for their states. We hope for the same level of success and rejuvenation for our racetracks here. And it's not just the tracks that benefit. All the agricultural businesses that support the racing industry, including the family farmers, breeders, veterinarians, and trainers, will all see the direct benefit of a healthy racing industry. Thank you.
Questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jerry Delaprete. Jerry, again, we have you for HJR 155, and you're representing Fertitta Entertainment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow committee members. My name is Jerry Delpret. I'm CEO of Gaming for Fertitta Entertainment. Just a real quick summary of Landry's and Fertitta Entertainment. We have approximately 50,000 employees. We operate 655 locations in 39 states, Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico. We have 42 international units in 17 countries and over 60 brands. Some of you might be familiar with Saltgrass or Mastro's or Morton's or Oceanair or Chart House. We also operate 10 hotels, of which 2 of those are 5-star hotels, the Post Oak in Houston and the Montage in Laguna Beach. We also operate 6 casinos in 5 states, 4 aquariums, 2 amusement parks, and we approximately have $5 billion in revenue for the final fiscal year of 2022. We are headquartered in Houston, Texas. We have nearly 14,000 employees in the state of Texas, of which 550 work at the corporate office. We run 7 hotels in Texas, again, one of them being the Post Oak Hotel, the only 5-star spa and hotel in Texas. We also own the Houston Rockets. We operate Go Rio in San Antonio and the Towers of America. We have 139 full-service locations in Texas, which means we're operating in 50 cities in Texas. And then again, 2 amusement parks in Kemah and in Galveston, and an annual revenue of $1.5 billion. We've consistently been in support of destination resort casinos. We have seen firsthand the economic impact they have on a community, by providing tax revenue and bringing employment opportunities. It's no longer just about gaming. I think we've heard that earlier. Most of our casinos include hotels, restaurants, bars, convention space, spa, pools, showrooms, and retail outlets. In our Vegas property, 50%, over 50%, it's like 52% of our revenue comes from non-gaming. We attract millions of visitors each year to our casinos, which helps boost the local tourism. In Lake Charles alone, 80% of our customers come from Texas. We know how to operate and build first-class destination resort casinos that attract tourism all over. Our polling shows strong support for destination resort casinos, and I urge this committee to pass this legislation.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Thompson.
You have all those persons going over to your resort in Louisiana? Did you say?
I'm sorry.
How many people from Texas are going over there?
80%.
And that's Lake Charles?
Lake Charles, yes, ma'am.
So you're interested in investing in Texas?
Absolutely.
What is that going to do to your business if people in Texas stay over on this side?
Certainly going to go down.
Pardon me?
It's certainly going to go down. The revenues are going to go down. We obviously realize that, but I think that it's a competitive market, and we've just had to deal with other jurisdictions opening up, and it's just, capitalism at work. So I think the loss that we experience in Louisiana, they're not happy about it. I will say that. I get asked a lot while I'm there if it's going to happen in Texas. But there'll be a greater upside here in Texas if you allow resort destination casinos to come.
Everybody's excited, when a new facility comes in, everybody want to participate. They want to, go out and kind of enjoy the entertainment and the opportunity to gamble. What is the life of productivity in terms of the strong revenue stream over a period of time?
Well, it seems to be evolving. I think to answer your question on it, that we see continued growth in non-gaming, which there's a lot of energy in these casinos. If you go in there, there's, for us, for example, we have entertainment every weekend in Lake Charles. There's a golf course. There's a 2-acre pool. There are a lot of activities to bring families and other reasons to come to the casinos just in gaming. And I see that profit center continue to grow in that direction. So I would say over time, you'll see less gaming and more non-gaming revenue.
In other words, the game is going to start waning, and the other activities picks up,
Yeah, I would just say it wouldn't necessarily doesn't wane, just the others grow more.
Well, it looked like to me the other activity is going to be bringing you more money, because you're going to be losing on the gaming.
We certainly don't have the high tax rate on the non-gaming revenue. So, but
how much revenue that you say may inure to the benefit of Texas?
I think when I looked at it last, just purely gaming revenue tax in Lake Charles was $50 million annually.
How much?
$50 million.
50 million, that's not much money.
It's just one casino, and it's not a $2 billion casino in a major metropolitan area.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for testimony, and appreciate you talking about your Louisiana properties. It sounds like they're pretty successful. My question is about the tax rate contemplated in the HJR of 15% on gaming revenue. I'm looking at a report from the AGA survey of the commercial casino industry. I assume that's the American Gaming Association. I think that's what it stands for. Yeah. And this is from 2020, but I presume these numbers hold true or not too different. But in Louisiana, it looks like for land-based casinos, which is what we'd be talking about here, the tax is 21.5% on gaming revenue, or an annual fee of $60 million, whichever is greater. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I noticed, that plus other payments to local authorities, or additional taxes and fees applied by local governments. Do in Louisiana or in other states, do local governments also, do they have the ability to assess a tax on gaming revenue?
Some do with legislation. It's not consistent everywhere, but
Just Louisiana?
In Louisiana, in the case, it is. Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you know roughly what those tax
We're
rates
just
are?
right over with the local piece. I think we're at 25.5%.
Okay, so they get to assess about 4% or so on top of the state take. Okay. So I guess one question I have is, we're talking about nearly 25% tax in Louisiana, and right next door we'd have a 15% tax in Texas. And I recognize these tax rates vary all over the country. Some of the Northeast are as high as 50%, it looks like. But since we're in the same geographic region as Louisiana, I mean, are we coming in too low at 15% in terms of making sure we get a good deal for the state? Should we, be up at 25% and still be an appealing business proposition for your company?
I would say one thing, just to put it in perspective, the largest gaming market in Las Vegas, Nevada is just over 7%. So
I saw
manage
yes.
it. I think when you add the caveat of building a $2 billion casino, there's got to be some return on the investment for the folks that are willing to spend that kind of money. And I agree with the gentleman earlier that I think is a very low number today with construction costs and labor costs. And that it's more probably closer to $3.5 billion, what someone's going to need to build in these major markets. You did not have that obligation in Louisiana, so we were able to build a much smaller casino, a much smaller footprint, and so therefore it made economic sense from the tax standpoint to do that. And it's also a limited license market as well. So I do think that if you're going to maximize your revenue opportunities of selling these licenses and getting folks to spend this kind of commitment, it can't be unlimited.
Sure, I agree it can't be unlimited, but I guess it's just maybe a rhetorical question, but if the tax rate were changed from 15% to 20%, would people still want to get these licenses? And I would assume that's probably the case.
Sure, that's in the negotiation. As I heard earlier, that seems like people are willing to work through this, but yeah, I don't think it's a showstopper by any means if you wanted to take the taxes up.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Smithy.
Mr. Turner asked a question to a previous witness of what the fair market value of one of these limited licenses in Texas would be. For instance, one of the licenses in the Houston market. Do you have an opinion as to approximately what the value would be?
I wouldn't, sir. I would say, again, part of the consideration would be for you to recognize the investment that it's going to take to build one of these. And if you're putting minimum investment standards as part of the license requirement, I think that would bring somewhat the fee down. But I wouldn't have really any inclination as to what you could charge for a license.
Well, I think the point is, that we've had two witnesses involved in the gaming industry. We're not involved in the gaming industry. If you don't know, I don't know how we can know what the fair market value of those licenses is. And my concern is that the state basically put a fee on that license of, let's say, $1 million, $2 million, whatever number, and then the racetrack operator sells that right to own that license for maybe 10 million or 20 million. I think we've been remiss from the standpoint that we permit the racetrack owner to pocket that money instead of the taxpayers of the state of Texas. I think our duty is to the taxpayers, not to the racetrack owners. So my question is, how can we know what that fair market value is?
Well, I think there's a lot of information out there on what other states are charging, and you have to look at it because this is sort of a unique piece. I don't know that I've seen in our jurisdiction where there's a minimum investment commitment that you have to make. So I think that adds that dynamic. I assume if you didn't make a minimum investment criteria that you could probably sell the license for a lot more, but someone's going to have to come up with the billions of dollars to erect this. And there's obviously payroll taxes that get paid, sales tax, so you'll generate from that. So it's not just, you look at it that you're only getting the license fee, and then you get this in perpetuity, gaming tax revenue from there as well.
Sure, but once we authorize these permits to be issued, and when they are resold on what I would call the secondary market, the people that are engaging in that market are going to be very sophisticated in this area. And they're going to be able to come to some terms, understanding of what a fair market value is, because they know how to do that. The business depends on that. And so that's the information and the skill that we lack as legislators. We have no business in trying to determine a market value of this license. And like I said, if this were my asset instead of the state of, this limited license is an asset that belongs to the people of Texas. We're getting ready to sell this asset. If it were my personal asset, I would want to maximize what I received in return for it. And I think I've got the obligation to do the exact same thing with the state's property as well. So that's the dilemma that I would be in trying to pass a bill. If we were going to pass it, is what amount do we put in there as the value of this license?
I agree with you. I think there's some experts out there that could help you get there.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Dean.
Yeah, just a couple things. Chairman Turner was talking earlier about Louisiana. Louisiana's sales tax rate is what?
I believe
10.
Yeah, it's up 10 and 3/4 or something like that.
8 1/4.
Yeah.
After the cities. So you got some delta there. Also, does Louisiana charge a property tax?
They do.
They do. And compared to the state of Texas property tax, very minimal from my memory serves me correct.
There's also a state tax.
Yeah, very small.
Yeah, 6%,
Small,
I think.
small. I'm just saying that the direct taxes on a facility like that as compared to us is probably why they have a higher number, if you will, when they're charging 25% because of where they're starting from. Okay. The other thing, from what I understand is, and you mentioned this as Chairman Thompson was visiting with you, that a lot of your square footage in these facilities are actually used for entertainment and also for various types of conferences. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's an integral part.
My understanding is that one facility out in Las Vegas has 17 million square feet, and a very small portion of that is used for the gaming. That's
accurate.
Understood. Okay. And that on any given weekend, the majority of people that are in Las Vegas attending, whether it's the concrete convention or this or that convention, the majority of those people are from the state of Texas.
I would say a fair amount of that.
California, what I understand
and
is the majority are. And as when Speaker Guerin laid out the HJR, talked about what percent of people are going to the Louisiana facilities, et cetera, that are actually from Texas. So, there's a lot of different working parts, and I surely understand Mr. Smithy's concerns with, some of these questions regard the license fees and whatnot. But I'm sure that, once we get the detail of that and get further into that, there's things that we could do in order to make sure that a license to be sold would go through a process, so that, someone's not basically ripping off the state. I'm not sure how that would work, but those types of things could be done as far as reselling a license.
Sure. I would think you have ultimate approval with this gaming commission, right? I mean, you can't just go resell a license. You can't do it in Louisiana. You have
No.
to get approval and you get vetted and there's a process. And so all that's disclosed. So you
I
ultimately.
think that's very important because we know from Louisiana what's taken place over the years with people getting a little greedy on those licenses and doing a little time in the jailhouse. So we want to make sure that we make sure that doesn't happen as we would go into that process. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Other questions, members? Thank you. Thank you very much. J.T. Foley. And thank you for being here. And we show you registered for HJR 155 representing Las Vegas Sands.
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hunter. Thank you, Vice Chair Hernandez and members of the committee. My name is J.T. Foley. I'm Vice President of Government Relations for Las Vegas Sands. I'm here to testify in support of HJR 155. As we told you last session, we have stayed committed to this effort in the great state of Texas, and we feel as though we've made good progress. We realize that bringing a new industry to the state that requires constitutional amendment is a monumental task. But like other industries that are coming here, we see great opportunity. We are respectfully asking you to give constituents the opportunity to vote on this measure this fall. We are confident with all the polling that we have done that Texans are comfortable with gaming and destination resorts and excited on the economic benefits that come with them. We realize that there are many questions to be answered about what this will mean for the state and the residents. We have tried to be transparent during this process and of the proposed legislation, and we want all legislators to be comfortable with the proposed legislation and ask any and all questions, which is the main reason we obtained such a large and wonderful lobby team. Texas is one of the last great markets for a destination resort. Las Vegas Sands has been fortunate enough to build fantastic and iconic resorts around the world. This was all made possible by our late and great founder, Sheldon Adelson. Mr. Adelson originally went to Las Vegas as a customer of the convention and trade show market. He was not a gaming operator. He had owned a show named Comdex, which was the largest computer trade show at the time. He bought the Sands Hotel because of a large lot that was behind it, and he had a dream to build a convention and trade show expo of his own. At the time, he was not interested in the casino model. He was focused on growing the convention business. As time evolved, the Sands aged. Mr. Adelson had a vision and decided it was time for Las Vegas to move from a casino-centric model and focus on multiple sources of income and within one resort. Mr. Adelson decided to create a large resort that appealed to both business and leisure travelers. He wanted an all-encompassing property that would make all customers' experiences more enjoyable. At the time, many people in Las Vegas, the gaming industry, thought Mr. Adelson's model was not going to work and maybe even thought he was a little crazy. This is the time in Vegas when cheap buffets, small hotel rooms, and a casino-centric model were the norm. Mr. Adelson's vision of an all-suite property, a world-class spa, fabulous entertainment, five-star dining, high-end shopping, and all sorts of other revenues that would allow entrepreneurs like himself to operate underneath one room was the birth of the destination resort. Destination resorts are not regional casinos like you have in your neighboring states. Destination resorts are large developments that will not require tax assistance. These iconic structures are destinations within destination markets. They drive visitation and tourism, and they are not focused on the local market. Texas destination resorts, let me wrap up here just by saying that we have polled this extensively. About 85% of your constituents want to vote on this issue this fall.
Thank you. Questions, members?
I just want to ask a question.
Representative Thompson.
I know you all have been around for some time, and I remember last time we were anticipating on casinos. You all were here several years ago.
Yep.
And I think what you're telling us is you believe that our constituents are ready for this kind of activity to be a part of our culture.
Correct.
And your organization is willing to spend the money
Yes,
to make those things happen.
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Other questions, Representative Turner?
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for being here, and I'll just re-ask my question I asked earlier that previous witness wasn't able to answer. But, I mean, for the record, Las Vegas Sands does not currently hold one of the licenses that's detailed in this HJR, right?
That's correct.
Racetrack in Texas.
That's correct.
Currently, okay. But obviously, Las Vegas Sands and other companies are interested in, the potential of this market in Texas, which we appreciate. So I'd ask the question again, like what's a range of what one of these licenses would be worth to a Las Vegas Sands or one of your competitors if y'all are competing to purchase one of these licenses in order to have the ability to then apply for a casino license?
I think that, I'll answer that in two parts. One, I think that really depends on the market you're looking at. But also at the same time, I think there was a question asked earlier. We are in active negotiations for a license with us to obtain one currently, so I can't comment on that.
Okay, well,
I assume that
I was going to narrow it for you on the first question, the market you're looking at. I was going to say, let's talk about Dallas-Fort Worth, since that's where I'm from.
Well, unfortunately, I can't talk about that right now because it's an active negotiation, and I'm assuming that other companies are doing the same.
Okay, so you can't give us a range or a ballpark?
Not right now. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much. George Zadro. Thank you for being here. We show you registered 4 HJR 155, and you're representing yourself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. So, Chair Hunter, Vice Chair Hernandez, members of the committee, thank you very much for allowing me to testify with you today. My name is George Zodro, and I'm acting as a consultant for the Las Vegas Sands Corporation with respect to the destination resort casinos that are being discussed. I am a professor of economics at Rice, but I want to stress that my opinion here is just my personal opinion on these issues. My assignment was fairly straightforward. Las Vegas Sands has provided me with very detailed data regarding the operation and the expenditures associated with construction of the 7 resort casinos that are being discussed. And what they asked me to do was take those numbers and estimate the overall economic impact of that on the state. So the way that I do that is fairly straightforward. I use what's referred to as regional multiplier analysis. I use data that is compiled by the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis in a model they call their regional input-output modeling system. And then I take the multipliers that they estimate there on to generate estimates of the economic effects in terms of earnings, employment, and value added or state GDP as a result of basically 3 things: the direct expenditures that first occur, the spillover effects on other businesses from subsequent rounds of expenditures, and then finally the effects of purchases of regional goods and services that are associated with the increased earnings of residents in the area from the projects. I should stress that the estimates I present today are preliminary. We're still trying to refine them in a number of dimensions. But more generally, sort of any economic impact study like this is based on a wide variety of assumptions and a lot of qualifications. So the results I present today should be viewed as only suggestive of the impacts of the projects. Table 1 shows the inputs that were provided to me by LVS at the state level. Total annual revenues were projected to be $7.5 billion, employment of 37,000 jobs, and labor income broadly defined to include all compensation of $2.8 billion. The Dallas and Houston resort casinos would each account for about 40% of these amounts. San Antonio, 15%, and about 3 to 4% each for Corpus Christi and McAllen, Edinburgh, Mission. Total construction expenditures about $9.2 billion. The estimated economic impacts are shown in Table 2. the benefits of the casinos once everything filters out through the economy. 48,000 full-time equivalent jobs, labor income of $4.5 billion, an increase in state value added or GDP of $8.3 billion. As far as construction, the initial expenditures and subsequent effects would be about 125,000 person years, about 25,000 jobs per year, and value added of nearly $10 billion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we've got your report here, so.
Yes,
we've got that. Representative Thompson.
Those jobs that you mentioned, would that be a cumulative number from all of the casinos? Or, okay.
Yes, and the construction jobs, of course, are short-term. They would just last for the term of the construction period.
It seems from your testimony, you have quite a bit of knowledge about this. What would be, how long do you think that would be before we seeing a decline in the revenue from gaming?
To be honest, I don't know that. I'm not an expert on gaming at all. Really, all I've done is just taken these inputs and generated outputs using the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis figures.
Well, we got a bill on what is it, by Caprioni on intelligence? Yeah, AI. So maybe we're going to, when that bill get passed, we'll be able to find an answer to that.
Just ask ChatGPT, it'll tell you.
And I think you said you was at Wright University in Houston. Thank you so kindly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Nita Batiste. And thank you for being here, and we show you registered as neutral on HJR 155 and representing the Alabama Coshada Tribe of Texas. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead.
Chikma, Hajikano. My name is Nita Batiste. I serve my people, the Alabama Coshada Tribe of Texas, as Vice Chair on Tribal Council. And it is indeed an honor to speak before you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairwoman, and distinct and, I would say, respected members of this committee. I want to remind you, the Alabama Coshada, I would refer and say, our roots in East Texas are as deep as those long-leaf pine trees are tall. And these same roots do extend east to our original homelands of what was Alabama, Louisiana. So we are truly native Texans. I am here to testify on HJR 155. The Alabama Coshada Tribe, along with the Isleta del Sur Pueblo and the traditional Kickapoo Tribe of Texas, are the only three federally recognized Indian tribes legally operating electronic bingo facilities on our tribal lands. Regarding HJR 155, it is our tribe's position that any expansion of gaming in Texas must include all three federally recognized Indian tribes. We do not believe HJR 155 clearly spells out that all three federally recognized Indian tribes are covered under the proposed constitutional amendment. Pursuant to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, the federal law that controls Indian gaming across the country, tribes that want to offer Las Vegas-style gaming can only offer such gaming pursuant to a tribal state gaming compact. IGRA's applicability to our tribe is an open question. For that reason, we appreciate that when Representative Guerin reintroduced HJR 155, that the joint resolution now contains a waiver of sovereignty, providing the federally recognized Indian tribes a remedy under federal law if the governor fails to negotiate in good faith to enter such a compact. The same provision is found in the HJR filed by Representative Gonzalez, HJR 156. This is a key provision because, to date, no Texas governor has ever agreed to negotiate a gaming compact with a Texas tribe, even though the Kickapoo tribe have been seeking a compact for well over a decade. As for our tribe, the governor and attorney general have steadfastly fought our tribe's efforts to offer electronic bingo until our tribe won our case in Beaumont Federal Court. For the opportunity presented to me today, Elila Molon, thank you.
Any questions, members?
I just want to.
Yeah, Representative Thompson.
I just want to see that, thank you for seeing your testimony, and it's good to see that you've made your recovery. I'm sorry for your fall when you were here last time.
Thank you, Ms. T. I'd like to say that I literally drew first blood, but I'm well and recovered, and I'm here.
Now, did I understand you said that the governor has not entered into any compact with any of the Native American tribes in Texas?
It has to be the federally recognized Indian tribes.
Federally recognized
Yes.
Indian tribes. And I'm not being funny when I ask you this question, but does Native American mean that you were here first, maybe, before we got here?
As I stated, our roots are, it's so deep.
Yeah.
I would say that.
Okay.
We were really the stewards of this beautiful country.
Well,
this beautiful land.
Well, let me say that you are the stewards of this country. Thank you for letting us be here too.
Thank you, Mr.
Bye-bye.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
can I make a clarifying statement on that?
Representative.
In the committee substitute, it recognizes the fact that the tribes claim that the governor is not negotiating in good faith as required by, it is required in this, but it also, if they decide he is not, it gives the tribes the ability to go to District Court of the United States with jurisdiction over the county. And if a federal court lacks jurisdiction is District Court in Travis County, and sovereign immunity of the state is waived in this, if this constitutional amendment is passed.
Okay, thank you. And I would suggest that you go by Speaker Guerin's office since there was a committee substitute.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you so much. Mary Smith. Now, thank you, and we show you registered against HJR 155, and you're representing Concerned Women for America. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. My name is Mary Smith, and I'm the Area Director for Concerned Women for America in Texas, and I'm speaking in opposition to HJR 155. I also live in the Fort Worth, Dallas area, and that we market that area as family-friendly, but I'm told that should this bill pass, we could expect 1 to 2 casinos in our area. I have some questions about that. According to this bill, casinos would provide job growth, provide tax relief, and provide funding for education and public safety. However, that's not historically accurate. Number one, if you will remember, we were promised that passing the lottery would bring money for education. However, the annual proceeds from the Texas lottery pay about 3 days of the state's yearly primary and secondary education cost, although advocates promised Texans that education would be significantly funded. Number two, and this has not been discussed, although we've talked about $1 gazillion coming into the state and this happening and that happening, we did not talk about the crime rate that occurs around these casinos. Primarily, if you do any research, you're going to find that there is a huge number of sex trafficking and drug trafficking around these casinos. It is touted that this bill would be constructed. With if this bill passed, it would construct destination resorts. It's an interesting way or a twist of words to try to get around the actual intent of casinos. The casino advocates are notorious for spending great wealth to entice and influence, and yet Where there are casinos today, we are told that's not enough. We need more, and you need one in your community. I suggest to you, committee, we do not need one in our committee, and I ask you to please not move this bill forward.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Carlton Schwab. Thank you for being here, and we show you registered for HJR 155, and you're representing the Texas Economic Development Council. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Hunter, members. Texas Economic Development Council is a statewide nonprofit professional association dedicated to the development of economic and employment opportunities in Texas. With nearly 1,000 members, representing 500 public and private economic development organizations in 350 cities, we are the largest state association of economic development professionals, volunteers, and elected officials. Our diverse members share a common goal, bringing new jobs and investment to Texas and to develop strategies that support a positive business climate in our state. I'm going to focus my testimony on the potential job creation and resulting multiplier effects by the destination casinos. When considered in aggregate and including the construction and ongoing operation phases of the 7 resorts, we're looking at least in job creation terms, the largest economic development project in the history of the state. By creating our own destination resort economy, we bring back untold billions of dollars currently leaking out of our economy to New Mexico, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Louisiana, and not to mention Nevada. These resorts will include state-of-the-art meeting and convention spaces, 4- and 5-star hotel accommodations, live performance and entertainment venues, destination shopping, nightclubs, and restaurants. Dr. Zodro's study points to some staggering economic benefits: $7.5 billion in annual revenues from the resort operations, direct employment projected to be more than 44,000 jobs, 58,000 when including multiplier effects. Those 58,000 jobs would add $4.5 billion annually in income. That is not currently a part of the state's economy, and an increase in the state's GDP by $8.3 billion. Economic development is all about either producing a good or service that brings new dollars into an area that supports that creation of the creation of that good or service, or keeping the resulting churn of the economic activity from leaking outside of the region. This project has the potential to do both, and our state's economy and tax base will benefit dramatically. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Rob Worsler. Thank you for being here. We show you registered as neutral on HJR 155, and you're representing the Texas Quarter Horse Association and yourself. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Chairman Hunter, members, my name is Rob Worsler. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Quarter Horse Association. We are the largest state affiliate of the American Quarter Horse Association. We are also the state affiliate, affiliate for racing quarter horses in Texas. I'm here to testify on bill today because the concept we certainly support anything furthers the Texas horse industry. We appreciate some of the interested parties reaching out to us to work on the legislation. We've provided some language and will continue to work through the issues as the process moves forward. We have some areas of concern when it comes to the legislation like this as we have seen it in other states. One is decoupling. In some states, once the racetrack license holders obtain casino licenses, they put forth little to no effort when it comes to continuing to support racing or simply shutter the racetracks. In other states, you have some form of casino at a track or racinos. However, the proposed legislation does not make that a requirement, and it's not likely that these resorts will be built at the tracks, making it ever more important to address the decoupling issue in the legislation. We have provided some language to hopefully address this issue. Another concern is filed is while part of the premise of the legislation is to enhance the horse industry in Texas, the bill does not focus on Texas horses. The way it is filed simply places a sum of money in Texas purses without addressing horses that were bred and raised in Texas. We have provided some language to address that issue related to Texas-bred horses to try and put us on par with other states. In addition, while we don't know the exact amount of money that will be dedicated to the industry, we would like to make sure that it is an amount that will put Texas on par, or hopefully ahead of, other states that have dedicated casino dollars to the horse racing and breeding industry. Another issue is the number of minimum race dates available for competition. We would like to see that increased and have provided those numbers. We also think that it is important to continue to have a standalone racing commission that governs horse racing. I thank you for my time. I look forward to continuing to work and provide our input on this legislation as it moves through the process. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
I could say some really shitty things.
Jonathan Covey.
That's why I quit.
Jonathan, thanks for being here. We show you registered against HJR 155, and you're representing Texas values. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead.
Just to reiterating my previous testimony, family environments of people with gambling problems are characterized by high levels of anger and conflict, as well as low levels of clear and effective communication, less independence, less engagement in intellectual and cultural activities, a lack of commitment and support, little direct expression of feelings, and less participation in social and recreational activities. So, Speaker Guerin, that we're not saying that there's no negative social impact already. That what we're saying is that this would greatly multiply the negative social impact. And we've seen that in evidence from other states, New Jersey, Louisiana, Illinois. We're opposed to the bill, and I would encourage you to take a look at some written testimony I handed out earlier from Roger Ellswick, who is from Houston, successful businessman, as well as a board member of Texas Values Action. Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Cindy Castillo. And Cindy, thanks again for being here. We show you registered against HJR 155, and you're representing Texas Eagle Forum and yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Hunter and committee. I am concerned, as I have been. Texas is not a state that wants to be like every other state. And I keep hearing, other states are doing it, let's go do it. And I'm noticing and assuming that most of the people that are testifying this are not Texans. So they're not speaking for us. We don't do things because other people do them. We do things because they're right for our state. This is not right for our state for so many reasons. American consumers experience over $1 billion a year in gambling losses. The American people are on course to expand that, and it'll be 1 trillion in the next 8 years if the trend continues. Why do we want to be part of this? We are thriving. We have money we don't know what to do with in our state. You know, why are we grabbing for money that's mostly based on addiction? If you look at stats, the money that comes from that ends up being the profits for the gambling industry, 67 to 90% of that comes from people who have a problem with gambling. So if the state's going to take 15% of that, my state is going to take, in order to spend, even if you take it down to 70% of the money coming from addicted people, then 10.5 cents of every dollar that we get of that. No, that's not even right. I'm not doing it right. We're going to be spending money that came from encouraging people's addictions, encouraging no food on the table, encouraging less savings, encouraging there's less clothes buying. Around a casino or a large gambling facility, people spend 37% less money on clothing. That's children's clothing. We're concerned, and I'm not going to go over all of it again, but I will say that this law on page 7, this HJR, says that a qualified applicant must be of good moral character, be honest, and have integrity. And I don't see how preying on people's weaknesses and making money from gambling, taking money away from families, which encourages divorce, abuse, I don't see how that is a thing that shows good integrity, moral character. Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Garrett Coppage. Garrett, thanks for being here. We show you registered for HJR 155, and you're representing the Texas Hotel and Lodging Association. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Garrett Coppage, and I'm the Associate General Counsel at the Texas Hotel and Lodging Association. I'm here in support of HJR 155. Passage of this resolution and its authorization by voters would create an economic boom that would be felt across the commercial sectors within these affected areas. This includes hotels, yes, but also restaurants, retail, and service industries, and the like. As for our industry, the hotel industry, it would not just be the authorized casino resorts that would benefit from this resolution. The increased demand for lodging that would be created by these casino resorts would result in higher occupancy rates throughout the local hotel market for virtually all different types of lodging properties, many of which are small businesses. The impacts of this measure would also make Texas more competitive in attracting major events and conventions to our state, which is crucial for the hotel industry's thriving in Texas. Many event and convention organizers give strong preference to, and sometimes even require, that the destinations that they choose offer casino gaming to its attendees. So we do see a lot of business going out the door to other states that could be kept here in Texas. If this resolution passes and is approved, Texas would become unmatched in its ability to compete for these types of large events. The Texas Hotel and Lodging Association strongly supports this resolution and asks for your favorable consideration. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Cindy Asmussen. Cindy, thanks again for being here. We show you registered against HJR 155, and you're representing Southern Baptist of Texas Convention in Self. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. My name is Cindy Asmussen. I'm the Public Policy Advisor to the Southern Baptist of Texas Convention, and we are opposed to HJR 155. Once again, if we use some of the same rationale to raise tax revenue, we could justify any vice as a means for creating jobs and raising funds for education. Money cannot be the driving force behind the legalization of vices for our state. Once Texas opens the door for Class 3 gaming, the lobbying power and influence will be monumental. Texas has been very successful without state-sanctioned predatory gambling, and not only because of our current surplus of $32 billion, but that comes from a healthy economy, from saving more, reducing our debt, strengthening our families, inventing more products and services to export. But the current casino model is a something-for-nothing business model. If it's true that 70% of business at destination resorts and casinos is non-gaming, then why not just come to our state, invest in businesses and families, build the destination resorts minus the casinos, so kids don't have to live with mom or dad throwing away needed money in their bank accounts for food and necessities, and all the socio and economic problems that have been well documented for decades that come with that. We've mentioned it already: crime, the business and unemployment costs, the bankruptcy, suicide, illness related to pathological gambling, social services costs, the direct regulatory costs, the family costs, the abused dollars. Earl Grenalls, in his book, Gambling in America, Cost and Benefits, who also testified under oath before Congress and many legislatures, he said that for every $1 in new revenue, the cost to taxpayers, DHS agencies, and governments is at least $3 to $5, and it doesn't create, we know that gambling does not create any new product. We pay even if we don't play. A government-sanctioned gambling incurs major social economic costs that end up being footed by all the taxpayers. All of us will end up paying. And going to Las Vegas or a neighboring state to gamble is a lot different than a casino being opened up near our home. That's when the real problems are going to begin. Gambling has been called legalized fraud. That's why you have to have a constitutional amendment. It's not a normal business. And when it goes to the ballot, not only are the opponents outspent by the gambling interest by tens of millions of dollars, but people have the perception that the legislature is fine with it being on the ballot. They must be fine with the legalization of it. Once this genie gets out of the bottle, it's hard to get back in it. You just create more government programs to deal with all of the problems that come with it that, once again, have been well documented for decades. Our churches are very familiar with people suffering from all kinds of addictions, whether it be pornography, substance abuse, gaming, or gambling, and we don't want this for Texas.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Thank you very much, Cindy. Steve Bresnan.
He told me he's just gonna drop a card.
Steve Bresnan.
He told me he was just gonna drop a card.
Steve Bresnan. We will note that we have a registration from Steve Bresnan, and we'll note that he's not here, but that he registered against HJR 155 and represents Bingo Interest Group. Tom Giovanetti. Thank you for being here. We show you registered against HJR 155, and you're representing the Institute for Policy Innovation. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. As the chairman said, my name is Tom Giovanetti. I'm the president of the Institute for Policy Innovation. We are a 35-year-old free market, conservative public policy think tank based in Dallas, Texas. We don't lobby. We don't have clients. We don't have members. What we have is principles, and what we have are public policy principles for analyzing issues that come before state and federal legislature. The fact that we don't have clients or members, the fact that we don't lobby, may be the reason why you're going to hear testimony from me that is unlike any testimony that you've heard from any witness thus far today on this issue. Because we are very much in favor of lifting the state prohibition on casino gambling. But this scheme outlined in this joint resolution and in the legislation is insalvageably flawed. And many of the very perceptive questions that have been asked earlier in the hearing by Mr. Smithy, by Mr. Turner in particular, you can tell from the questions that there's a sense that, why are we doing it this way? Why are we doing it that way? And that's really what I'd like to get into with my testimony. Because we believe in individual liberty, because we believe in unlimited government, because we believe in individual responsibility, there's no compelling reason for the state of Texas to bar casino gambling. It's not the job of the state of Texas to protect us from ourselves and from our choices. It's not the job of the state of Texas to protect us from vices. I would argue it's not even the job of the state of Texas to define what a vice is or what a vice is not. Most members of this legislature in their campaign literature say that they believe in limited government, free markets, individual responsibility. Well, if those are your principles, then it's not the job of government to protect free people from engaging in recreational activities like casino gambling. So we very much support the high-level goal of this scheme. It is ridiculous for Texas to be not only infringing individual liberty in this way, but foregoing all of the tax and economic benefits which have been outlined for you thus far. If anything, I think some of the numbers that you've heard are lowball estimates of the kind of tax revenue that will come from allowing people to engage in an activity that they already engage in, just not here. So sadly, I have to testify in opposition to this resolution because it is insalvageably flawed. I was very amused at the questions about what is the market value of a license, right? It's a really good perceptive question because how do we determine the market value of anything? Through markets. But this legislation doesn't create a market. And sadly, that's one of its only many, many flaws.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you. William Busby. William Busby. William Busby. We will note that there was a registration that he's not here, but William Busby was going to testify for himself in favor for HJR 155. Rob Kohler.
Same chart.
And we show, Rob, that you have registered against HJR 155 and you're representing the Christian Life Commission of the Baptist General Convention of Texas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. First thing I'd like to talk about real quick that Representative Guerin mentioned is let the people decide. We've had this discussion over several sessions, and it's a powerful one. Horse guys tried to use it back in the early 2000s. Let the people decide. What we tell you is that the people did decide. They decided when they elected you. And if you didn't go to your Rotary clubs around your district and tell everybody if they send you to Austin, you're going to vote for this, don't be tricked by this. I'll tell you, that's one of the oldest tricks here in Austin is saying, you don't got to be for it. I'm not even for it, but let the people decide. I'd also point out that this ain't the first time that an issue like this has come up with some grand promises, whether it be the pari-mutuel wagering, whether it be the lottery was going to solve education problems. None of them worked. So when you're evaluating this thing, recognize this ain't the first time this type of enterprise has been brought to the state. Luckily, what we're able to do is paint some models. You hear a lot of tax rate, a lot of questions. Representative Turner, who was asking a question about, well, why is it 15%? You know, where'd they come up with that? Well, luckily on this particular chart, this is a chart that I've used several sessions over and over, and I'm able to show mathematically what the tax rate is and how a dollar put in a slot machine, what comes out the bottom of it for the state of Texas. So under this particular bill, it's a 15% tax rate. So we're able to show that the casino business, no matter whether it's resort style or Benny Binion's trying to turn one into three, their golden goose is slot machines. So you're able to look at a good slot machine will pay about 93 cents on the dollar. So you're able to do math and tell mathematically how much money has to go in there. And so when they talk about taxing, what they're talking about is a 7% that's left over at a 93% price payout. At a 15% tax rate, it's a penny. One thing else we can show you that once you know that math is we can compare it. Well, we already got the Texas Lottery. In 2022, Texas Lottery did $8 million. I already told you we've got a problem that they're selling over the internet, but they did $8 billion. They generated $1.9 billion for the state. To generate that same amount of money mathematically at a 15% tax rate, run through slot machines at 93%, you got to put $190.3 billion in those slot machines. It's math. Lastly, what we would talk about is the Indian Game Regulatory Act. Can't have just a little.
Thank you, Rob. Representative Raymond.
I know you're not for this, but I guess I want to ask you, would you, if you thought it was going to pass? And by the way, I've gone to a lot of different meetings in my district, right?
Sure.
I had a primary opponent last year and a general election opponent. And I didn't have anybody come up to me and ask me not to vote for this stuff. It was quite the opposite. So, just so you know, but so you don't have to comment on that. What I want to ask you is with your testimony. So, are you sort of inadvertently or indirectly or directly suggesting that we should the legislation should be taking a bigger percentage for the state?
No, what I'm telling you is quantifying that at 15%, if you want to generate, that was mentioned earlier, what's the revenue? What's in it for?
Well, so I'm asking you,
so $2 billion, Representative?
Do you think that the legislation should be amended so that the state gets a bigger percentage?
No, I think what should happen is that recognizing that to generate $2 billion, $190 billion would have to be wagered. And our position is there's not $190 billion sitting around doing nothing. And also keep in mind, when you say billions are leaving the state, let's say if it is $2 billion going to Louisiana, if you build a fence up and you keep that $2 billion in the state and run it through slot machines at 93% price payout, 15% tax rate, that's going to generate just a few $million.
So you're wanting to testify that the revenue estimates to the state are low, in part.
I'm willing to I'm testifying that the juice ain't worth the squeeze. That.
Well, do you think we should be getting more juice?
No, I don't think we should be squeezing the juice, squeezing the lemon, Representative.
No,
I think you ought to go.
I know you're against it, but I wanted to see if part of what you were arguing seriously is whether, hey, if you're going to do it, you know, the state should be getting.
No, that's not at all what I was saying.
So you'd be against the state getting more?
Well, you wouldn't have to put more money in the slot machines?
No, I'm just asking you.
Rate,
would you be for this? Would you be in favor of the state getting a bigger percentage? Yes.
No, I wouldn't.
So you want the state to get less?
No, I'm just telling you.
So you're okay with what the proposal has now?
15% on it, sir. That's what you're going to get. But I wouldn't be for it whether you had state getting 80 or 90.
I understand. I know that. It just, in case it were to pass, whether there's some things that you would sort of suggest would be better.
Yeah.
Like Chairman Smith has been doing over here, to his credit. I mean, he's been arguing about, look, if it's going to, It's like, you remember Phil Graham, right? Phil Graham?
Uh-huh.
He used to say, they passed a bill to go mine blue cheese and, on the moon. I'd vote against that bill, but if it passed, I don't want those jobs to come to Texas, So along those lines, you're not doing that.
No, because quite frankly, we're nowhere near close to passing a bill like this, in my opinion. Okay, so.
Well, I think in the House, you're probably wrong, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, that's fine.
Other questions, members? Thank you, sir. Jennifer Hughes. Jennifer, thanks for being here. And again, we show that you are against HJR 155 and you're representing the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
And then we have to do your agreement on the correction because it says Washington, D.C., Texas. It's okay to correct to say Washington, D.C.
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and Committee. My name is Jennifer Hughes. I'm here on behalf of the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas. The tribe respectfully opposes HJR 155. This would be an unprecedented expansion of gambling in Texas. And the tribe has unique circumstances that we would like this committee and the author to consider for the Kickapoo tribe to be treated equitably under this legislation. The first is the IGRA. Others talked about it earlier. And I just want to put out that we really do appreciate the effort on the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act in this bill. We like the fact that it's referenced. We like the fact that federal law is, referenced because that's what governs the tribe. However, the language does not get there for the Kickapoo tribe. And we also agree that with Alabama Coushatta, that all three tribes should be included. I can only speak about Kickapoo. We are unquestionably subject to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. So what that means is that we need a Class 3 gaming compact to do these casino-style games that this HJR would authorize. And while, again, there is IGRA language in the bill, what that would do is send us to negotiation, send us to litigation. It basically just says what IGRA says. We do appreciate the waiver of sovereign immunity, but the bottom line is this legislature can do it right now. If you want to include the Kickapoo in this bill, you can put in our model agreement language, which is a legislative compact that would pass muster under IGRA. And so you would not need to send us down the potentially very long path of negotiating with the governor, going to litigation, dealing with litigation, spending resources. You can put our amendment in right now, and that would be an IGRA amendment so that the tribe could do gaming on its Indian lands. But there's a big other issue that the Kickapoo tribe wants to make sure this committee realizes, and that's that the Kickapoo tribe is a very inferior location, geographic location. If this bill passes, it's going to wreak economic disaster for the tribe, frankly. The tribe gets about 75% of its customers from San Antonio. This bill will have, HDR would have a casino in San Antonio. People are not going to drive 2.5 hours down to Eagle Pass to play the same games that they can play closer to home. And so what Kickapoo is proposing, and it's proposed in several legislative sessions before, is that an amendment that would provide the Kickapoo with a different site to offer casino-style gamings closer to the San Antonio area. And that is our amendment that we put forth to the committee. We look forward to talking with the author about these amendments.
Thank you very much. Questions, members? Thank you very much. Evan Kirkham. Evan Kirkham. Evan Kirkham. We will note that he registered in favor of HJR 155, representing Outlier and Self, but he chose not to testify personally. So we'll note that in the record. Arturo McDowell. Thank you for being here, and we show you registered for HJR 155.
Yes.
Representing yourself.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
All right, I want to first thank Texas Destination Resort Alliance, Senator Carol Alvarado, and Legislator Charlie Green, a host Sands, and a host of other legislators who support the casinos. Coming from as a migrant coming in from Maryland, I can attest that.
You're gonna have to talk into the mic.
I'm sorry. Can
There
you hear me
you
now?
go.
All right. Coming from Maryland, I can attest that casinos bring a great deal of value to the immediate area with businesses, attractions, and venues. Texans spend, as you've heard, $5 billion, according to a report from Clyde Burrow, the political science professor at University of Texas, Gran Rio, over in Louisiana and adjacent states. And there was a question mentioned, well, how do we compare to other casinos? Well, an MGM Grand Casino, which is $1.4 billion casino, it's about $134,000 in gaming floor. Just last year set a record for the largest casino outside of Las Vegas with $884 million in revenue. For comparison's sake, the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area, the GDP is about $607 billion. DFW is about $600 billion. HTX is about $540. So it gives us a little bit of a comparison's sake. And the population of the DMV is about 6.3 million. However, DFW is 7.8 million. Houston is about 7.2 million. 7.2 million. There's been a lot about crime, but there's the University of Massachusetts Gaming Commission concluded that casinos built in Springfield and Everett, Massachusetts, didn't result in any higher violent crimes in either area. Christopher Bruce, a crime analysis consultant and assistant professor over at the University of Bangor in Maine, also concluded this, also stating that with the additional skilled jobs that, with the skilled jobs that are in the community, that crime rate goes lower because more people have jobs, and those with skilled jobs will enhance their skills by getting other certificates. Whether you support the HJR 155 because it does enhances our personal freedoms, encourages economic development, job growth, gives Texas another economic sector, which Texas is ninth in GDP in the world. We can actually increase that number. We can enhance the living experience here in Texas. Economic models throughout the United States show that a lot of people love to live, work, and play, and we like to bring that to Texas where we live, work, and play. Continue bringing in the casinos. Right now, Texas has about 30 million residents with a population that will surpass about 40 million people here in the next couple of decades from all different backgrounds, including domestic migrants such as myself, and we just want to have the amenities that the world has, that we can bring all to Texas to keep our money here in Texas. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Arturo. Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Jill Glover. Thank you for being here. We show you're registered against HJR 155, and you're representing Republican Party of Texas and Self. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm a member of the State Republican Executive Committee, which, as you know, represents millions of Republican voters across the state. And it's our job to promote our values and our platform, what it means to be a
Would you pull, there you go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
There we go. Is that better? So it's our job to promote what it means to be a Republican in the state of Texas. Casino gambling and other forms are opposed in our party platform. 2 weeks ago at our quarterly meeting, we overwhelmingly passed a resolution opposing casino gambling in Texas. And I would like to read you just some of that resolution. Whereas the gambling bills now mask the negative connotations of casino gambling by referring to casinos euphemistically as destination resorts with fabulous hotels, restaurants, showrooms, and retail to attract families. And whereas the usual arguments for opening the state to gambling continue to be this will create jobs and create revenue to fund schools and provide tax relief. And whereas these reasons fail to overcome the substantial economic and social cost to individuals, families, and communities, including mental health cost, crime cost, business and employment cost, family breakdown, bankruptcy, suicide, and direct regulatory cost. And whereas the state of Texas has a $33 billion budget surplus, and whereas the proposed legislation to establish the gambling industry in Texas would violate the free market principles, and I'm sorry, I lost my place, of the Republican Party of Texas by awarding a limited number of licenses to resort casinos who have lobbied and generously contributed to the campaigns of Texas legislators while instituting a political protected industry. And whereas once the gaming industry is allowed to operate legally, and its influence will grow over legislators and local community officials will increase. Whereas Plank 79 of the 2022 Republican Party of Texas platform states that we oppose any expansion of gambling, including legalized casino gambling. We oppose and call for a veto of any budget that relies on expansion of legalized gambling as a method of finance. Be it resolved that the Republican Party of Texas calls on all Republican Texas legislators to cease and desist with any efforts to open the state of Texas to casino gambling. And that resolution is on our website at texasgop.org. So in close, I would just like to say to the Republican members of our committee respectfully, please uphold your Republican values. Do not chase dollar signs for our state at the expense of harm to our culture and to our citizens. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members?
Thank you.
Thank you. Paul James. And thanks for being here, Paul. And we show you registered for HJR 155, and you're representing yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Chairman.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon again, everyone here. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the panel, honorable members. And thank you to everyone who took time out of their day to come here and testify for or against. My name is Paul James. I am a private citizen, and I'm also a conservative activist in San Antonio, Texas, Bexar County. I am here today in support of House Joint Resolution 155. I could mention that I do have affiliations with the Republican Party, and I disagree with the statement previous to me where the entire party has made this decision. It has not been decided at the lower levels, at the grassroots level, and so I think that comment was inappropriate. However, many people have spoken about the economic benefits, the religious outcomes of this, and I will not belabor those points. As a conservative, I believe in the right to vote, and I believe that we, the people, have the right to vote. House Joint Resolution 155 states, be it resolved by the legislature of the state of Texas, the legislature finds that qualified voters of this state should have the opportunity to decide whether to authorize casino gaming at destination casino resorts. I think the most important thing for us to do, if we do believe in conservative values, is to allow us to decide this matter at the grassroots level, which is we the people. In addition, there's a lot of conversation about crime, which is already taking place due to lawlessness being allowed by certain district attorneys and certain public officials. There's a discussion about human trafficking and drugs, which is being rampant in our communities due to the open border policies of a current administration someplace in the United States. However, none of these matters are being affected currently by casino gaming in Texas. So in closing, I ask you all to consider voting in favor of this House Joint Resolution, which would allow us the constitutional allowance to vote on this measure at We the People. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, members, that's all the registered witnesses I have. So is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against this resolution? If not, the chair recognizes Speaker Guerin to close on his resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, and thanks for the input from the public. It's greatly appreciated. As was stated, 90% of the resort destination revenue comes from other than gaming. This is restaurants, retail outlets, showrooms, bars, parking, and all these are subject to local taxes, sales taxes, property taxes, and the hotel taxes. These are going to the local governments as well as the state. No public money is allowed in these developments. No TIF, no tax abatements, no state money, no sales tax abatements. This can be included in the $1 billion to $500 million to $2 billion investment. None of that can be credited towards that money. This HJR requires the governor to negotiate with the Indian tribes. If he does not negotiate in good faith, allows them to go to the United States District Courts, and if that has no jurisdiction, then it goes to the district courts here in Austin. And over this minimum investment that's required, we receive a long-term return, not only from the taxes generated from the day-to-day operations, but property tax on a $1 billion investment is pretty good money. I hope that we can get favorable consideration from this committee, and I look forward to working with you. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to try to answer those. And other than that, I would close if there are no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for Speaker Guerin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Thank you, Speaker Guerin. And the chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HJR 155 and leave the resolution pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HJR 155 is left pending. The chair lays out HB 2843 and recognizes Chairman Kemple to explain his bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 2843. Go right ahead, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to lay out 2843 as substituted. And most of all, thank you for keeping me away from certain injury in the member football game, as this 20-year-old football mentality and this 52-year-old body don't go together anymore. The file 2843 is enabling legislation to implement provisions by HJR 155 by Speaker Guerin. When the legislature finally gives Texans the freedom they want to decide the issue of gaming, I'm confident they will overwhelmingly approve the constitutional amendment. His proposal of 8 large-scale destination resorts with integrated hotel, entertainment, shopping, retail attractions, casino gaming, sports wagering is precisely what the voters of Texas would approve. It is not the creation of a new Las Vegas Strip, and it is not slot machines and gas stations and convenience stores. When the voters approve limited gaming at these resorts, we will need a robust regulatory regime and statute to effectively realize the benefits of this proposal and strictly regulate the conduct of gaming in Texas. It will also provide the legal structure and resources to finally assist law enforcement in cracking down on illegal gaming and gambling enterprises, including illicit casino rooms and 8-liners. While we have modeled much of the bill after the strong regulatory system in the state of Nevada, it is important to note that the casino gaming footprint in Texas will be nothing like Nevada. All the casino license work including applicant suitability investigations, applicant selections for open bids will be done up front in the first 3 years. Ongoing oversight will primarily be limited to the oversight and enforcement of gaming and casino owners and operators and licensing for casino services and casino gaming manufacturers for those who work in and around casino gaming activities at Destination Resort. The vast majority of employees at the Texas Destination Resort will not be gaming employees. With that in mind, the enabling bill would create the necessary regulatory regime by establishing the Gaming Commission, qualifications for the members of the Gaming Commission, the powers and duties of the commission, the public participation process, licensing requirement processes, the Texas Casino Gaming Fund, casino gaming and sports wagering taxes, the allocation of tax revenue, the regulation of gaming, enforcement of statute and commission rules, penalties and offenses, programs for problem gaming, and the process of negotiating tribal compacts related to gaming. Several other key components of the bill include the definition of casino gaming. Texas Gaming Commission will be 5 members appointed by the governor with staggered terms of 6 years. The commission will be vested by the board authority strictly to regulate gaming, sports wagering in the state. A person or entity may not own equity interests in more than 2 casino licenses. A casino license will be strictly limited to locations specified in the Constitution. Casino licenses subject to an open bid will be governed by considerations established by statute and commission rule. Sports wagering in this bill is authorized to be conducted by casino license holder at the licensed casino. Any other form of sports wagering is left to the legislature. And investigators, security officers, enforcement officers will be sworn peace officers who meet strict qualifications and statute and commission rules. The bill will also establish Texas Gaming Oversight Committee immediately upon its effective date to facilitate the creation of Gaming Commission and develop a work plan to implement the bill. The bill will include public comment by June 1st, 2024, must be submitted to the governor and legislature budget LBB by September 1st, 2024. The goal is to have the Texas Gaming Commission adopt rules for implementing Chapter 2022 in time to begin receiving license applications by September 1 of 2025. Members, there are several key placeholders in the bill, and I will say placeholders again, that sets aside money for the gaming tax revenue. 3% goes to fund the Gaming Commission, 2% to bolster the horse racing and breeding industry through racing purses, and 0.5% estimated at $6.5 million a year to establish a program for problem gambling. The remainder of the gaming revenue is to be allocated evenly to property tax relief, public safety programs, and education. But again, to be clear, these are just placeholders, and this legislature has the discretion to allocate this revenue differently. To provide some perspective on money that will be available for these placeholders, according to the economic forecast, a fully developed destination resort plan as proposed by Speaker Guerin's joint resolution could produce up to $1.3 billion in gaming tax revenue annually, or $2.7 billion per biennium. This number does not include sales tax, alcohol tax, hotel, hot taxes, or local property taxes. With tens of thousands of new jobs, we can only imagine or quantify what the economic multiplier would be with these destinations. So whether you want to see, if you'd like to see property tax relief, permanent revenue source for Texas University Fund or something else, the potential revenue from this bill is significant. This is a work in progress, and I'll repeat that. This bill is a work in progress, and I encourage all members and stakeholders to actively engage in the process by providing feedback and suggestions. We've heard many today. Legislation like this will continue to evolve. Our goal is to create a structure that provides a massive economic benefit. Destination resorts can bring and provides resources to eliminate illicit gaming and addresses issues important to Texas. Mr. Chairman and members, we have several witnesses here who can provide, most specifically we have Chris Hughes here representing the Sands, And I think an expert witness, I know an expert witness after talking to him yesterday, Mr. Brent Gibson, who is the former chair and executive director of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, who, after, like I said, visiting with him yesterday, is an expert and would likely defer more of the technical questions to him, as this is a template or footprint of what Nevada has used, is what we would likely put into place. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I'll ask for the right to close.
Any questions, members?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Ms. Kimball, you know, I've been in the legislature for a little while,
Yes, ma'am. I do understand that.
and I was here when the lottery was passed.
Yes, ma'am.
And we did make a commitment to the people of Texas that we thought that the lottery was going to be the golden egg that was going to solve the funding for public education. And it didn't happen. And you're not in this legislation, in this piece of legislation, proposing to anyone in Texas,
No, ma'am.
not even your colleagues, that this is going to solve some kind of economic
No,
problem
ma'am.
down the road.
No, ma'am. We're just trying to capture lost revenue, and
We do have conferences and people come here from time to time in our state to, not only for tourism, but book conferences and things like that for various reasons. Is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
And in your opinion, would this just be an added attraction for those persons who would be coming, who may want to go to have some sort of entertainment as a show, or maybe try to hand it blackjack or something like that?
Most certainly would be an added attraction. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Thank you. We'll give you your right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bryn Gibson. Thank you for being here. We show you are registered for HB 2843 and that you're representing Las Vegas Sands. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Then go forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having me. It's a privilege. Just quickly, I'm here on behalf of HB 2843 in support. My background, I was chief of the gaming division in the Nevada Attorney General's office for 4 years. During the last year and a half of my time there, I was the first assistant attorney general and the chief of the gaming division both. Went on to serve as the general counsel to the governor, and I did that during 2 different periods, came back during COVID to assist. After that, I was appointed chairman and executive director of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. I resigned from that position in November of 2022. I'm here because HB 2843, it is a distillation of Nevada's long set of statutes that govern regulation of gaming. And I want to talk to you for just a moment about the importance of having a robust regulatory regime, what it can do for you, and how your system is set up in a way that I think is akin to the way that we've done it in Nevada. So I have some practical experience in that context. First of all, there is an extensive backgrounding experience, or backgrounding that occurs for any applicant. You have a personal background, which is, we can call that just a background in the context of criminality, and we're trying to get at the person's suitability, their honesty, integrity, their business experience, their probity, whether or not we believe that they pose a risk to the state, that they're going to, whether or not they're going to, there's a risk that they might be involved in illicit activities. If there's any hint of that, they will be disqualified ultimately. There's also an important financial background that traces sources of funds for any development or proposed development all the way back to their source. And the goal there is to ensure that there's no illicit funding, to ensure that we understand all of the associations that might be contributing to the funding of a casino. We have history, as you all know, that goes all the way back to the 30s. 1931, we had wide open gaming in Nevada. In 1955, we enacted our modern, robust gaming regulatory structure, which we call the Gaming Control Act. The multi-jurisdictional personal history form, which is a form used across many jurisdictions, it's a robust and substantial look into one's background. It considers things like familial backgrounds, education, marital status, civil litigation involvement, criminal charges, residence data, employment history, licensing background, and character references, which we check, of course. The financial portion, which is about 20 pages, so in total it's about a 70-page document, it requires that the applicant disclose sources of funds that will be used in the gaming establishment, and tax information, bankruptcies, and so on. In sum, what I'd say is that this is an extremely difficult process to get through, and only those who are upright and should be involved are involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, members?
I have one.
Chairman Thompson.
I think what you're trying to, I think what I'm hearing you saying is that this is a mechanism, you have had a mechanism in place, and you see that this being one as well, in which you are looking at all aspects of whether or not a person is capable of entering into this market if they want to, whether or not the money that they use is clean money.
Yes.
And you also have guardrails that help to protect this kind of activity so that it won't get out of hand as far as illegality is concerned.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. So what I'd say is it's primarily a front-loaded system in Nevada. We have many more licensees than you will have here. We have 3,000 total licenses. We have about 470 or so Group 1 and 2 brick-and-mortar casinos. You're talking about a substantially lesser number.
3,000, what is the starting cost of some of those licenses?
Well, the license application fee is not overly significant. It's the tax collection where we try to, benefit the citizens of the state. And our rate is 6.75% at its highest tier. And gaming is a major contributor to our general fund revenue. But yes, there's really no limit to what investigators can look at.
Okay. I noticed that you were kind enough to give us a kind of a overview of your experience.
Yes.
That you've had in this particular area and those persons that you've been able to serve in various capacities. Do you have any experience with tribal gaming? Yes,
Absolutely. Problem gambling or problem gaming, although some might argue that it's a small percentage of the population, to me was an extremely important problem. It's something that I put a lot of time and effort into trying to strengthen and reform. What I would say is that ultimately your gaming commission will have authority to require problem gaming programs and gambling programs of the licensees. It can go back and forth. It can require changes if they're not sufficient. Because you're starting from whole cloth and it's the very beginning, it can be as strong a requirement as you need. Now, if there are violations going forward, say someone puts him or herself on a self-exclusion list because there's a problem, and then the casino allows that individual to game. That individual very likely, especially if there's loss, will report that to the Gaming Commission, Texas Gaming Commission. The Texas Gaming Commission, if it were me, would bring an action, a disciplinary action against the licensee for an unsuitable method of operation. Now, what I would say is that these licenses ultimately, we're not talking about the right to apply, but the ultimate license is a extraordinarily valuable asset. I mean, it's worth billions of dollars over time. And the license is always a privilege. And losing the license is something that is tantamount to the death penalty to these applicants. They can't do business if you lose a license in Texas, you're never going to come to Nevada. You're not going to go anywhere else where there's gaming. So they can't run the risk of doing anything substantially bad enough that they risk losing a license. So, I mean, those are the guardrails that you're talking about, is the license in the balance.
Ms. Gibson, we keep hearing that the sky is going to fall in Texas if this bill passes, and that it would open up the entire state to new Native American tribal casinos. Is that true?
In my experience, that is not true. I have, in the Attorney General's office and as the Governor's General Counsel, I've negotiated compacts with federally recognized tribes. Now, under IGRA, federally recognized tribes, if there's Class 3 gaming allowed in the state, have the right to negotiate through compact with the governor an agreement to offer Class 3 gaming and lesser types of gaming. Now, the regulatory structure needs to be similar to the regulatory structure that exists in the state, and ultimately the compact is subject to BIA approval. And so what you're looking at here are three, my understanding is three federally recognized tribes. There could be three potential compacts, and the governor could limit the extent to which there's gambling on those tribes, meaning that you may have three different casinos in three different places. They could have more if the governor decided to amend to go further with a compact, but the degree of regulation and so on is governed by that compact.
Well, let me ask you my very last question. In your opinion, do you think it would be helpful for Texas to have this model compact language or an agency with this type of expertise? Or would it not matter because of all of those issues are federally regulated?
Well, so what happens sometimes, there are different iterations of regulatory structures within the Native American gaming space. We have tribes with casino operations that don't have regulatory bodies sufficient to regulate to the standards that we have in Nevada. And what will happen is that they will enter into compact with us, and our Gaming Control Board with our 400-person agency will do the investigations on their behalf. So there's that kind of arrangement. There are also tribes that have full-scale gaming regulatory structures, and they have the absolute capacity and ability to make decisions about their own operations. So it's a good thing that you're doing this. I mean, even for the tribes, it'll set a standard for them. It will provide guidance for them. It will give the governor a baseline upon which to, or from which to negotiate compacts, and it will set a standard within this state that all tribal jurisdictions must adhere to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
So, in your expertise from Nevada is really beneficial, I think, to the committee as we consider this. You said there's 3,000 plus license holders in?
Yes, of lots of different types. I mean, there's slot route operators, restricted licenses, but what we're talking about here, you're talking about casino resorts, major casino resorts.
Yeah, so for casino resorts, and is there any ceiling on how many licenses there can be in the state of Nevada?
We do not have a ceiling. We have what we call wide open gaming. Okay. The result is that it's an extraordinarily competitive market, probably the most competitive in the world. Our very best operators do make a good amount of money, but they have to understand how to price. They have to understand how to attract visitors. And with that knowledge and that expertise, they succeed. But many do fall out, sir.
Okay. So I assume since there's not a ceiling, then you don't have this dynamic where someone would sell an existing license to someone else. If someone wanted to start a gaming operation, they could just apply for their own license, not have to buy one. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, sir. And when I hear the term sale of license, it causes me to step back just a bit, because what I would say is that there can't be an absolute sale. A sale is always contingent upon the buyer. And I mean, before there can be any transfer of assets, any transfer of cash for the license or for the property, let's just say the property, there has to be a licensing event. So that the entity, individual, must go through a full vetting process and satisfy all the requirements that the original applicant did in order to then transfer money. So the funds will go into escrow until such time as we find that they're suitable. That makes sense.
We find as in the Gaming Commission?
Yes.
Okay. So if there is, and I think you were probably in the room earlier when I asked a previous witness about, the structure as envisioned in this bill and the HJR, we heard testimony that there are negotiations ongoing right now, so we don't have visibility into what that conversation is. But if this bill and the HJR pass and the voters approve it, and then a transaction is completed, then at that point would the Texas Gaming Commission then be vetting the details of that transaction as part of the approval process for the eventual license holder?
What I would say, sir, is that they have the absolute right to do so. So although we're looking in Nevada, we're looking primarily at the applicant and the property. We also have the right to call forward for licensing the lenders, the landlords, people associated with the applicants. If the Texas Gaming Commission decides it wants to look into the underlying transaction, that is the right to submit an application, which I think is an important distinction, I think that they have full capacity to do that.
And this bill would give them that power if they wish to do that?
It gives them very broad powers, and there's no prohibition.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then lastly, and I think you're well suited to address this since you're chair of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. There was a colleague of ours who, not on this committee, but who tweeted something in the last few days about purportedly linking or quoting a Department of Justice study saying that casinos are well established to have a link to organized crime. Can you address that or tell us if that's the case or not?
I can address it, absolutely. I've been the chair of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. We have a long history.
Am I saying it wrong? I know there's a big
No, I say
Nevada
that,
or Nevada.
what I mean by that is that we have a long history, as everyone knows.
You say Nevada, though.
Well, Nevada. I mean, it's, apples and oranges.
Just want to make sure we have it right.
We have a long history. Depending on the strength of the regulatory regime in different parts of the world, there are lesser and even no involvement of organized crime. Now, if you have a weak regime, then you'll see organized crime tend to infiltrate. Why? Because they have the opportunity to potentially skim. They can launder money from their other criminal activities. If you have a strict regulatory regime, then there is I'd say, in my experience, if I ever saw in a confidential background report that there was even an allegation of a connection to, say, the Triads, which is an Asian organized criminal group, or with the cartel, that would be sufficient for me to disqualify and say no to the application. That's all it would take.
So
we work with DOJ, by the way, all the time. FBI is one of our closest partners. IRS is one of our closest partners. We have cross-deputized agents who work on task forces, including organized crime task forces. So DEA, we have Homeland Security agents. We have IRS agents. We are very closely tied together with the federal government in their law enforcement capacities. FinCEN, which is an umbrella group, a financial intelligence umbrella group that is housed within Treasury, but it includes CIA, IRS, FBI. They are constantly monitoring cash transaction reports and suspicious activity reports that are filed by casinos. They know who these people are. They run them against their names against lists. They're looking for anomalous activity using very complex algorithms. And there's a working together of the security services, the Gaming Control Board, law enforcement agencies, and the federal government on a constant basis to ensure that we keep organized crime out of gambling.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Smithy.
I think Mr. Turner asked a good question about organized crime. And I didn't see anything in the legislation that mentions organized crime and how in Texas we make sure that organized crime doesn't have any influence over the industry. Do you have any suggestion for language that could go in the bill to keep organized crime out?
Well, candidly, sir, your bill is strong. It will come down to the Texas Gaming Commission will have very broad authority to pass regulations. And in the course of their regulations, if they want to be a top-tier regulatory body, they will ensure that any connection with funds from organized crime is a disqualifying event.
But shouldn't we place that in the legislation?
Sir, that's a policy question, and you're more than free to do that.
Okay.
But it's something that we don't. It's something we're well aware of as regulators. It's something we're always on the lookout for.
Well, what bothers me is we list the qualifications, basic qualifications for approval or denial of a license, and we don't mention anything in there about either ties or reputed ties to organized crime, which I think I can't speak for the whole legislature, but it would give me some added degree of comfort to know that that's a factor that is to be. That the Gaming Commission does not ignore in those situations.
I understand, sir.
I got one other question.
Yes, sir.
And it's kind of a technical question on the legislation. Frankly, it's a long bill, 131 pages.
It's very long. Yeah.
I tried to get through it. I didn't make it all the way through it, but the term person is used throughout. And do you know, I couldn't find the term person defined in the legislation. Do you know whether, I mean, first of all, whether it's, and if you don't, that's fine, whether the term is defined, and if it's not, what it would mean, whether it would include both an individual and an entity?
Sir, I don't want to read in my own experience. I know that in Nevada, and I believe in this statute, it also defines person as an entity, organization, or real person. Am I?
It may. I
Let me ask Mr. Hughes. I think he's the better person.
Okay, well, that's okay. I mean,
okay?
we can get to that in a minute. That's fine.
Thank you.
Now, my understanding is the permit itself or the license is can be issued to an entity as well as to an individual.
That's right.
Okay. All right, that's all.
Now, there are qualifiers who in an entity would also need to be licensed.
Okay.
Right? So the bigger the entity, the more individuals necessarily. Right?
Okay.
Anybody who exercises control is a person that we would look at in the context of an entity.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to just take a couple minutes to, over here, take a couple minutes to get a little bit of a understanding of gambling and, what y'all have set up in your state. Because I really don't know, and I've heard different things. So when you have like a slot machine, right? Do you all set, or the Gaming Commission set, what we've heard from different witnesses, that there's a certain percent is going to be paid out,
Yes.
So
there's a minimum hold percentage.
So there's a minimum what?
Well, it's a hold percentage.
A hold percentage.
But
hold is what the house keeps, or what they give?
Yes, it's what the house may keep.
So
beyond that, it's random, or should be relatively random. I mean, it's random. So
well, on average. So then does it become sort of on average? People who are betting win overall what out of every dollar? Like
I don't know the total payout for a machine. I don't know the number.
Well, I mean, but again, by law, what are the owners of the casinos or the gambling apparatuses and so, the casinos, I guess, what are they allowed to? Maybe the question is, what are they allowed to win? Like keep rather. Out of a dollar that's bet, by law, you all say you can keep at least this much, right? Is that what you do?
The hold percentage is set in regulation and within our minimum internal controls. If, say, it's at 15%, for example, and there's competition among the different operators to ensure that they talk about looser slots and tighter slots and so on. And while I haven't gone to the effort of trying to verify that, that is a question of.
So that's what I'm at. So you're saying that if the people who are betting are getting 85% back? Is that what you're saying?
They could be. It depends on what the hold percentage is. And each individual licensee will make that determination on his or her own. There's a minimum
right
within statute, or within regulation.
A minimum that they.
It's a maximum.
Yeah, maximum that they can keep, right?
Hold percentage.
Sort of, so the other side is a minimum they have to give back.
Right, and so if you look at it, a good slot in a major casino might make you $300 a day, right?
I don't care about that.
I'm just saying that 10% of that is whatever it is. I'm just trying to get you to your number.
30.
Yeah.
$30. All right, so they get, at maximum, they get to keep 30.
That's right.
Okay. And is that sort of true no matter what the kind of, well, I guess that can't be true for like cards, because that's really, that's another deal, right?
It's different.
But I'm sorry, man, I don't really gamble very much.
No, I'm not a gambler either, candidly. I don't gamble at all.
But you're familiar with the laws and all that. So the other things that are chance, slot machines are sort of chance, and then the wheel, what do you call it?
The roulette?
Roulette, there you go,
yes.
Roulette. The same thing? Do they have to
Yes.
sort of, they can't win, they can't keep more than 50%? That's a 15?
When I said 15, I don't know what the hold percentage is on that kind of table game. I don't, I'm sorry.
Well, but I guess what I'm trying to get to is because I have in the past said that we should look to Las Vegas and bring in the people who were there that have been doing this, and if we're going to do something, let's do it right. And whether or not you like it, that's our perception, that you all are the ones that are the experts, and you're the one that have the longest history and experience, et cetera, et cetera. So it made sense to me that we turned to you all, and so I'm glad you're here. And that's why I'm asking, because I've never really gotten, I guess I've never really dug into, but you all do set up laws on some of these things that say, hey, you can keep, this is the max you can keep on this, so.
We do. And again, very often they'll do less than that. Just a function of competition.
And so are we doing that in this, I guess I should ask the chairman over there, but is that what, are we doing that here, that we're basically going to look at the model that is in Vegas and say, you know, on these kinds of, on the kinds of games where you can set maximums, I guess? Is that what this bill contemplates?
There's full authority for the Gaming Commission your Texas Gaming Commission to set those kinds of standards. So in addition to regulation, you have minimum internal control standards, security standards. There are various layers of rules that your commission will have the ability to enact.
And again, maybe I should ask John over there, but are we, because I've just skimmed the bill, I haven't read it, I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's long.
All of it, and if I did, I wouldn't understand all of it anyway, but that's why we have these hearings. But whether the bill gets into, hey, commission, we expect you to do this. There are certain things we expect you to do. You're saying it's set up as a very strong commission where they're gonna be able to do a lot.
Yes.
And so does this bill, because I'm assuming you have looked at it closely.
I have, yes.
Does it mirror a lot of what you guys already have?
It does, yes, sir. Okay. It's what I call a distillation, meaning we have, in our Nevada Revised Statute 462, 3, 4, 5, and 6, our Gaming Control Act, it's 70 years old. So there have been many, many iterations of it, many amendments to it. You've gone through this bill, it takes the top lines of our most important pieces of statute, and it includes those.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Other questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Randall Bryant. Randall, thank you for being here. We show you registered as 4HB 2843, and you're representing the Dallas Black Chamber of Commerce. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hunter and members of the committee. My name is Randall Bryant, and I serve as the chairman of the board for the Dallas Black Chamber of Commerce, our nation's first and oldest black chamber, founded in 1926. I'm here today to speak in support of House Bill 2843 and placing the future of our state and economy in the hands of the Texas voters. I'm a proud born and raised Texas native, and if you're like me, you know of a famous quote that we like to say here: everything is bigger in Texas. This quote is almost always associated with a positive connotation as it relates to the success of some specific parts or our entire state. However, today I would offer this committee that the biggest thing that we lose in Texas is direct and indirect revenues we send to every bordering state that touches our great state through the loss of gaming and resort revenues. As a chamber leader, we acknowledge and support the 100,000 plus temporary constructing and contracting opportunities that will be afforded to our 800 plus members, the tens of thousands of permanent jobs that will be available to our community, and the $9.5 billion economic impact to our state should this bill and ballot measure be approved. Michael Moore once said, democracy is not a spectator sport. It is a participatory sport. If we don't participate, it ceases to be a democracy. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I urge you to support this bill and accompanying resolution to give our Texas voters the ability to participate and direct our future, and provide our voters the opportunity to stop being a spectator and watching our dollars leave this great state each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Randall. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. John Litzler. John, thank you for being here, and we show you registered against HB 2843, and you're representing Texas Baptist Christian Life Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, committee.
Good afternoon. My name is John Litzler. I'm testifying on behalf of the Texas Baptist Christian Life Commission in opposition to HB 2843. We're a convention of more than 5,300 Baptist churches all across the state of Texas. We oppose this bill because of the negative effect it would have on Texas families and communities, and also, frankly, on the Texas economy. Texas would not be the first state to allow casinos or online sports wagering. We can look at other jurisdictions that have legalized Class 3 gambling and see the statistics that have come with increased instances of bankruptcy, divorce, petty theft, domestic violence. This legislative body is working hard to address a mental health crisis that we are battling in our state. I've seen more mental health bills and proposals for mental health funding this session than at any time previous. We all admit that we're facing a mental health crisis. And at the same time, this body is considering legalizing gambling and creating a whole new mental health issue of problem gambling. The National Council on Problem Gambling estimates that if gambling is expanded in Texas, as many as 600,000 Texans will develop a gambling addiction. A study in the Journal of Emergency Medicine found that among women seeking treatment in an emergency room, women who reported having a partner who had a gambling problem were 10.5 times more likely to have experienced intimate partner violence than those who did not have a partner with a gambling problem. And in the United Kingdom, they found that since they passed their 2005 Gambling Act, 8% of all suicides are associated with problem gambling. Kansas legalized gambling last year. 2.7% of their population is estimated to have or believed to have a gambling addiction or problem. They estimated that $187 million in tax revenue. That's what they estimated for the state of Kansas, which pales in comparison to the $829 million that the National Council on Problem Gambling estimated that it would cost the state related to increased bankruptcy, crime, divorce, and also jobs loss. So I know that all sounds negative, but beyond those negative consequences, why are Baptist churches speaking to you about this issue? You've heard from our convention. You heard from the Southern Baptists of Texas Convention, which is a separate Baptist convention in Texas. Why are we involved in this? Because our churches are on the front lines of trying to deal with the fallout on all of these issues, and they will be if you legalize gambling in our state. Our churches will be the ones setting up benevolence funds to help the families that are struggling financially after gambling addiction. They'll be the ones with the Celebrate Recovering classes that help those struggling with addiction. They'll be the ones operating the shelters for victims of domestic violence. Texas is sitting on a historic surplus. We do not need the tax revenue that would come from expanding gambling in our state, and frankly, given the negative consequences, we can't afford it. Please vote against this bill and the resolution as well.
Thank you, John. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Nita Batiste. Nita, again, thank you for being here, and we show you registered as neutral on HB 2843, and that you're representing the Alabama Coshada Tribe of Texas. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr.
Go right
Chairman.
ahead.
Thank you. Once again, a committee. Chairman Hunter, Vice Chair Hernandez, respected committee members. Our same position applies to HB 2843 that applied to HJR 155. We appreciate Speaker Guerin's remarks regarding the compact language to work with the 3 federally recognized tribes. We have met with Representative Campbell's staff and look forward to continuing to work with both members to address our concerns, because a tribal state compact is an essential and important component for the tribes to maintain equal and fair opportunity accorded the competition. Thank you for this opportunity to offer my comments.
Thank you, Nita. Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chris Hughes. Chris, we show that you've registered for HB 2843, and you're representing the Las Vegas Sands. Is that correct?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
And I don't have any additional testimony. I just was going to be available to answer questions, and I would have been able to answer Representative Smithy's question as well, had he
And you're for the bill, right?
I'm for the bill.
Any questions, member? Yeah, Representative Raymond.
Hey, buddy, real quick, and I probably should have asked the Commissioner, but again, I don't know if Chairman Kemple said this, but in Nevada, I don't know what.
I say Nevada, they get mad at me.
How do they say it? Like
It is a Spanish word, by the way, so.
Nevada?
Nevada.
Okay, I'll start saying Nevada.
I'm probably gonna get
And they'll
fired.
say what? But what are they, on the revenue, the tax revenue part, are you familiar with whatever the state gets there and local and all, and how that compares to what's being proposed here?
In Nevada, I think it's 6.87 is what, or 6.78 is the tax rate.
So we'd be
Tax rate
doing-
here would be 15%.
Right, so, okay, so I wanted to see how it compared, so
Yeah.
we're like twice as much.
Twice as much as Nevada.
That's why Sands likes it, because they figure then people won't come over here, they're gonna keep going to Las Vegas over there because, well, no, I guess it doesn't affect them.
I'm not going to opine on
I guess it doesn't affect the gambler, right?
No, it's just.
Never mind, I take that back.
Okay.
Right. But I didn't know what it was, so it's less than half of what we're doing here.
Yes.
Okay.
Other questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jonathan Covey. Jonathan Covey. Jonathan Covey. We have him registered. We'll note that he isn't here to testify, but that he registered against HB 284 and is representing Texas values. Cindy Castilla. Cindy Castilla. Cindy Castilla. We'll note that Cindy is not here but registered against HB 2843 and is representing the Texas Eagle Forum in Self. Rob Wursler. Rob, thanks for being here. We show you are neutral on HB 2843, and you're representing the Texas Quarter Horse Association in Self. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you again, Chairman Hunter, members. In the interest of time, instead of going through my testimony again that I did on H.R. 155, basically, we just hope that we can find language in HB 2843 that will address our concerns on accredited Texas spread awards, increased race dates, and protections against decoupling. I'd also like to thank Chairman Kemple and Speaker Guerin. They've always been great friends of the horse industry, and we appreciate them including us in the bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cindy Asmussen. Cindy Asmussen. Cindy Asmussen. We'll note that she registered, but not here. She registered against HB 2843 and represents Southern Baptist of Texas Convention in Self. Harrison Blair. Now, Harrison, we show that you have registered for HB 2843 and you're representing the Dallas Black Chamber of Commerce. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr.
Go
Chair.
right ahead. Thank you.
Thank y'all for having me this afternoon. I serve as president and CEO of the Dallas Black Chamber of Commerce, which is the nation's first Black Chamber of Commerce, founded in 1926, just 96 years ago. We represent 800 member businesses across the North Texas region who are across all industries and strata. And our mission is to serve as advocates for the creation, growth, and general welfare of our member businesses and our communities that we support across North Texas. I am here in support of House Bill 2843 and the Joint Resolution 155 that we discussed earlier. I strongly urge your support of this House bill and joint resolution, which would bring considerable economic development opportunities to the state of Texas. Currently, millions of Texans are already going to casinos in Oklahoma, New Mexico, Louisiana, and Arkansas and spending billions of dollars in those states. This legislation would bring those billions of dollars back to Texas, boost our economy, and help fund vital services like schools and public safety. This legislation will provide well over 100,000 needed construction jobs and build the hotels, convention centers, restaurants, retail, and offices to be located in each of these destination resorts. And it will create tens of thousands of new permanent jobs once it's completed. And this is of material interest to our members in the North Texas region and the communities that we serve. This measure will also result in reform and revitalization of the horse racing industry and the industry's benefits to agricultural business in Texas, and generate state and local revenue based on used revenue for relief, education, public safety programs, and regulation to support horse racing. Help us keep tourism and gambling dollars in Texas, generate hundreds of thousands of jobs, use the tax relief for some of the state's most important priorities by allowing Texans the right to choose. I urge your support for this bill, 2843, and for the Joint Resolution 155. Thank you, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? We appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Tom Giovanetti. And Tom, we have you shown registering against HB 2843 and representing Institute for Policy Innovation. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. In my earlier testimony, well, first of all, my name is Tom Giovanetti. I'm the president of the Institute for Policy Innovation. We're a 35-year-old conservative free market think tank based in Dallas. In my earlier testimony, I described how we were very much in favor on an individual liberty limited government basis for removing the state prohibition against casino gambling, but that we had huge problems with the details of this scheme for doing so. As usual, the devil is in the details. And what I would like to do is go through some of those concerns that we have. It's very clear from the design of this scheme for introducing casino gambling in Texas that it's designed to favor a small number of extremely large providers of gaming services and to exclude other kinds of competition. And it doesn't do this overtly, but it does it through many of the conditions and many of the prescriptions in the law. First of all, the limitation on the number of licenses, which has been discussed quite a bit here, creates artificial scarcity. And it doesn't create a market for licenses. So no one knows how much a license is actually worth. We actually had someone here in testimony state that the value of a license could literally be worth billions of dollars over its lifetime. But we don't know that because there's no market, because there's an artificial limitation on licenses. Isn't it possible that a license in one part of the state might actually be more valuable than a license in another part of the state? Isn't it possible that a license for a smaller, more modest-sized facility would be less valuable than the license for a gigantic destination resort? We won't know that, and we don't know that because all of those options are prohibited by this approach. Why the tie to the horse racing industry? What does casino gambling have to do with horse racing? There's no logical tie there, but yet those two industries are tied at the hips in this legislation. And besides, why are we bailing out or assisting the horse racing industry? It's our job as government to allow things, but that's different than subsidizing things and bailing things out. This bill centralizes everything in Austin. It eliminates Local community involvement, local community option. What if a local community doesn't want a gigantic destination resort? What if they want something smaller and more elegant and more modest? They can't do it under this scheme because this scheme prescribes only a limited number of enormous, gigantic destination resorts. As I said, the language in this is too prescriptive. What kind of a constitutional amendment has this much detail in it? Wouldn't it be a better approach to do what Mr. Smithy was suggesting earlier today? Why not just pass a constitutional amendment that removes the prohibition on casino gambling and then come along and take our time and do it the right way? This bill doesn't do it. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions? Oh, Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. If you can be brief.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask, so I have to ask you, did you say the first time you came up here, do you consider yourself sort of libertarian in your political ideology?
We believe in limited government and individual freedom.
Were you the ones that we're not this, we're not that, we're people?
Yeah, I said we don't have alliance.
So who's the we, you and who?
The Institute for Policy Innovation. We're a nonprofit 501c3 think tank.
So then you don't want to say you're sort of libertarian and all because you're a 501c3, is that?
No, libertarian is prejudicial, means different things to
That's
different
not prejudicial. I mean, they've
We
defined
favor
it.
radically limited government. It's not the government's job to prescribe what people are or not allowed to do.
Okay, I was just curious. And so did you sort of state another state that you feel like this state should be modeled on when it comes to this issue?
No, I didn't, because I think the real opportunity here for us is to create a unique Texas model. I don't think we like the way any other state does this. I don't think we like the way Louisiana does it.
Your institute, you mean?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
So I was just curious. But are there other states that you think are closer to your ideal than what is being proposed here?
No, I don't think so. Again, I think we actually
So
have
is so then what is being proposed here closer to your ideal than other states? There's an answer there. It's like you've looked at it, right? So either you think this is better than what is being done in other states. I know it's not what you want.
Right.
But either you think this model is better than what you've seen in other states, or you think there's another state that has a better model. That's what I'm asking you.
Okay, and I'm going to give you a straight answer. I think that this model is probably better than what we have seen in other states.
Thank you.
But two things can be
No, I
true
said,
at the same
I said
time.
you do it quick.
Sure.
No, I know you're not for it.
Okay.
But I knew you had an opinion.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you got an opinion. And you have an opinion. See, John, your bill's the best one.
Any other questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Rob Kohler. And Rob, we have you shown registering against HB 2843 and representing Christian Life Commission of the Baptist General Convention of Texas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I don't have anything to add from my previous testimony.
But you're opposed to HB 2843?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jennifer Hughes. And Jennifer, thanks for being here again, and we've shown you against HB 2843, representing Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have your authority to correct to show Washington, D.C., not Texas.
Correct. Yes,
Thank you.
thank
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. And the reason Washington, D.C., just for 1 second background, our law firm, all we do is represent tribal governments. That's what we do. That's what we've done for 40 years. But we're based out of Washington, D.C. We have the privilege of working for the Kickapoo Tribe of Texas. So the Kickapoo Tribe respectfully opposes HB 2348. We do want to thank Representative Kemple for the meeting we had over the phone. It was a conference call. We really appreciated the time for us to express our concerns to him. So again, I won't repeat. All my testimony on HJR 155 applies to this bill as well. We do want to get the IGRA piece straight. We do appreciate the effort there. But again, what we're looking for is certainty. And I guess on that part, I will repeat. The legislature can do the compact in the bill. There's no need for it to send us over to the governor to go down the path of negotiation and litigation. The last time we did that, the state fought us at every step. And, you know, you can do it. You have the power to do it. IGRA actually does not say governor, it says state. So our amendment is a legislative compact, and we ask that you include it in this bill. That would take care of the on-reservation piece. But I will say, and I guess I am repeating a little bit, so I apologize, but I did want to emphasize the second piece of our unique circumstances, the geographic location. Earlier, I was saying that Kickapoo Tribe has the most inferior site, and it is, especially when you're going to put a casino in San Antonio like this bill would do. I did say earlier, and I just want to emphasize it, that that's where most of the Kickapoo customers come from, about 75% of them. They're not going to come down to the reservation to do casino gaming if they can do it closer to home. That's just truth. Convenience is everything. And so what the tribe has put forth, as I mentioned before, is a proposed amendment that would be for the tribe to have a different site. Now, you might ask, so they get 2 sites? And I guess technically, yes. But in reality, no, because the site on the reservation is going to be so dramatically reduced by this bill that it's not going to allow the tribe to have the governmental governmental revenue to provide the services to its people. That would come from the different site that's necessary to do that, and the different site would be 300 miles from the tribe's reservation. And so we ask that you take a close look. All the tribe is trying to do is be treated equitably, to be included, and really what it's really trying to do is just maintain its ability to raise revenue to provide for its members in education, housing, public safety, healthcare. That's all it's really trying to do here. And it's also trying not to be decimated if this bill goes forward as drafted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Representative Thompson?
The land that you alluded to, do they own that land now?
Excuse me?
Is this property that the Kickapoo owns now?
No, so the amendment would just state that it would have to own or lease the land, but it does not, no.
Okay, nope. But you believe that if there was another person in that position other than them, they would have that privilege to do that? And you asked for the same privilege?
Yes, yes, that's true, yep. We were just, so our amendment is just to really, what we've come up with, and frankly, over a series of legislative sessions, as a way to address the Kickapoo's inferior geographic location when you're talking about these casino sites in the metropolitan areas.
Let me ask you this final question. Do you believe that the IGRA let them have that latitude and not just restrict them just to the reservation?
Yes, indeed. And I'm glad you asked that because I was trying not to repeat things and I was running too fast. The important part about the different site in our amendment, that would not be under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. So that would be under state law. And what that means is there are benefits to that. You're not restricted by IGRA. The tribe's not, the state's not, and there could be revenue share, such as there would be with the other casinos. So, thanks.
Other questions, members? Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, committee.
George Zodrow again. George, Zodrow. George Zodrow. He had registered members for HB 2843, representing himself. We'll note he's not here, but we'll note how he registered. Steve Bresnan. Steve Bresnan. Steve Bresnan. We'll note he's not here, but he registered against HB 2843, representing the Bingo Interest Group. Glenn Hammer. And Glenn, we have you and we thank you for being here, registering for HB 2843, and you're representing the Texas Association of Business. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for the chance to testify in support of HB 2843. I'll echo a number of the comments that my colleague from the Dallas Black Chamber of Commerce made just a few moments ago. This bill would make Texas even more economically competitive, particularly in the tourism industry. We know that neighboring states like New Mexico, Louisiana, and Oklahoma generate billions of dollars of economic activity from Texans who go to those states for tourist activities and gaming. And we want that activity in Texas. And we believe that 2843 is designed in a way that will have great benefit across the state. And we represent chambers and businesses of every type and every size across the state of Texas. And, here we are in the world's arguably most functional economy, and we have a chance to make it even stronger. And we have a chance to make it even more diversified. And we have a chance to have even more tax revenue generated in our state. So we believe that this is a very important and timely proposal, and we would urge for the legislature to pass 2843. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chang. So, Mr. Chang, we have you registered against HB 2843, and you're representing yourself, correct?
Yes.
And then state your name again on the record.
Yeah. My name is Zenggan Chen.
Go right ahead.
Thanks, Chairman. I'm testifying against HB 2834. I'm from Dallas area.
Let me correct it. You mean 2843.
Oh, yeah, 43, sorry.
Sure, go right ahead.
Yeah. First of all, this bill promotes gambling and casinos around the communities. It will become more available if the bill passes. So I think the overall effect on the society will be negative for the whole state. The profits of the gambling will be reaped by the big casino companies, but there are about 10% of people still living in poverty. We know that they are more inclined to get rich schemes and they are more prone to gambling. And even though the state can get a certain tax revenue from the gambling business, but the burden will eventually bear by the community because more people will go bankrupt because of addiction to bankruptcy and more family violence can occur. The casino companies don't care about those. Those will be taken care of by the state of Texas. And they can be in the form of state assistance through healthcare, through housing, through child support or whatever other services. So to me, the negative of this bill will be negative by quite a margin to me for this bill. So that's why I'm against it. Second, the tax revenue coming from the gambling business will be negligible if we compare to the overall Texas economy. The state GDP is about 2.4 trillion and has a revenue about 370 billion when I look up the wiki. I'm not sure how much the gambling business is projected to generate the tax revenue, but a number I hear is about 180 million. It's so small, but the impact to the society will be very noticeable and visible because it will promote a culture of gambling. The casino company will do it via promotion and all those, and it will be a bad influence for the young kids and adults. So overall, I think the legislature should put more emphasis on growing the economy pie. Thank you. That's what I want to say.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, members, that's all the registrations I have on this particular bill. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Kemple to close on his bill.
Mr. Chairman and members, thank you very much for your patience. And again, thank you for the opportunity. In the spirit of how Texas is growing, we're here to, as an economic development tool to capture the money that we're losing to the tune of billions of dollars. Along with that, the tens of thousands of jobs that we would create in the state of Texas. So I'd obviously ask for your favorable votes. With that, I'll close, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for Chairman Kemple? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 2843 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 2843 is left pending. The chair lays out HB 3033 and recognizes Chairman Landgraf to explain his bill.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter and members. House Bill 3033 is an opportunity for us in the legislature to further increase transparency when it comes to the Public Information Act. Before I get started, I want to let you know that we are working on a committee substitute. It's not ready now, but I'm going to focus on the provisions of the filed bill that's before you that will remain in the that we expect will remain in the committee substitute. But really, I just want to highlight two key points in this bill, and that is that when a governing entity requests an attorney general's opinion to determine whether or not something is subject to disclosure under the act, there's no set time frame for when the opinion is received by the governing entity and the time when the information that's subject to disclosure must be disclosed. And so we want to establish a deadline for that process. And I can see that maybe some of you have encountered similar issues. The other thing, and I think this is what's most important, is we also want to work with the Attorney General's office to establish an online searchable database for previously issued rulings and opinions from the OAG when it comes to Public Information Act requests. That way, some of the precedents that have already been set can be researched by the public without, and that could, with the idea being that could cut down on the number of Attorney General's opinions that are needed before information is disclosed subject to the act. So anyway, I think this is an opportunity for more transparency. I know this has been a long day, so I'll save some of the other commentary, but just want to let you know what's in the bill and what we expect may also be included in the substitute. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, members? Thank you. I will give you your right to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have any witnesses?
But you need to ask them.
No, I know that, but I mean, do we have any? Okay, we don't have any registered witness forms. So is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? Okay, if not, the chair recognizes Chairman Landgraf to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
Any questions, members? Thank you, Chairman Landgraf. The chair moves to leave HB 3033 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 3033 is left pending. At this time, the chair lays out HB 2374 and recognizes Chairman Landgraf to explain his bill.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out HB 2374. I filed this bill because recently a Texas municipality announced its plan to phase out the use of gas-powered tools by the year 2027. And unfortunately, this is a trend that we've seen in other jurisdictions. As many of you have probably heard, the state of California has a plan to ban all small gas-powered engines by the year 2024, with some communities in the state outlawing gas stations altogether. Now, in my view, and I think many of you share this is an assault on consumer freedom and on individual liberty that also threatens statewide transportation funding. In fiscal years 2022 and 23, the Comptroller's Office estimates that the state tax on gasoline and diesel fuel will generate more than $2 billion in deposits to the state highway fund. We can't allow local governments to take actions that not only limit consumer choice, but also undermine state transportation revenue. House Bill 2374 would protect energy choice by preempting political subdivisions from adopting or enforcing ordinances, orders, regulations, or similar measures which would limit access to specific fuel sources or prohibit the sale of engines based on their fuel source. But to be clear, this isn't just about gasoline or diesel engines. This bill is agnostic when it comes to the type of engine, fuel, or energy source. HB 2374 also preempts gas stations from being banned, as well as any other related wholesaler, retailer, energy producer, or infrastructure necessary to provide access to a specific energy source. Importantly, this bill does not prevent reasonable regulations that do not effectively prohibit or restrict the use, sale, or lease of the engine, such as noise ordinances and the like. So I just wanted to run down what the bill does and also what it doesn't do. And Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, members? If not, we'll let you have the right to close.
Thank you.
First witness, the chair calls Todd Staples. Todd, we show you are for 2374. You're representing the Texas Oil and Gas Association, and you're going to be brief.
Precise, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. At this hour of the day, I understand what you've been through, and I certainly will be. I'm Todd Staples, president of the Texas Oil and Gas Association, here in support of House Bill 2374. I appreciate your attention to this very important matter. The only thing I will point out is that if local governments are allowed to ban internal combustion engines, backup generators for hospitals and nursing homes often have internal combustion engine generators in time of need. So it's just smart policy. We'd appreciate your favorable support, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions, members?
We know somebody named Todd Staples in the station.
Now we know his son.
It's Speaker's Reunion Day. Okay. Any questions, members?
We're in.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. very much,
Thank you,
Tom.
members.
Matt Coday, C-O-D-A-Y. Matt Coday, C-O-D-A-Y. Matt Coday, C-O-D-A-Y. We'll show that he did a registration in favor of 2374, and he represents the Oil and Gas Workers Association and self. But note he didn't testify, but registered. Gregory Porter. Gregory Porter. Gregory Porter. Well, note that Gregory's not here, but did register for HB 2374 and is representing Texas Liberty Counsel and self. Tom Glass. Tom Glass. Tom Glass. We'll note that Tom is not here but registered for HB 2374 and is representing the Texas Constitutional Enforcement and Self. Ivan Geraldo. Ivan, we're glad you're here. We show you've registered for HB 2374 and you're representing Cleanscapes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Hunter and committee members. My name is Ivan Giraldo on behalf of Cleanscapes, and I'm here to testify on favor of the House Bill 2374. I am the co-founder of Cleanscapes, a commercial landscape company that is now an ESOP, employee-owned company. We provide landscape service across Texas, including a branch in the city of Dallas. I have been in the green industry for over 30 years, and our company employs 790 employees. As a business owners in the landscape industry, I must make sure that our crews can operate at peak efficiency by giving them the tools to get the job done that each job requires. Based on today's technology, this means having access to gas-powered landscape equipment. Texas cities like the city of Dallas have begun work to ban the use of all gas-powered equipment and force our industry to arbitrarily transition to battery-powered equipment only. Everything from mowers, blowers, chainsaw, trimmers, and weed eaters. Landscape professionals are stewards of the environment who work daily to take care of our nation's green space, which sequesters carbon, produces oxygen, and cools our cities and towns. Our industry is much more technologically advanced than people realize. We are using technology like smart irrigation controllers, robotic mowers, autonomous technology, and lower emissions equipment to ensure that we have an even greater positive impact on the environment. We just need a little time to make that transition widespread. Our industry is making the transition to battery-powered equipment, even though the commercial-grade battery-powered equipment currently on the market has performance issues, cost issues, and create infrastructure issues. HB 2374 preserves the ability of landscape contractors like our company to choose the type of equipment that works for them. In addition to higher cost equipment, manufacturers estimate each landscape professional will require dozens of commercial-grade batteries per day. Many companies will have to retrofit shops and trucks to handle the charging capacity of the batteries. Forcing the transition with arbitrary timelines will increase the cost.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Oh, Cyrus Reed. Cyrus Reed. Cyrus Reed. We'll note that Cyrus isn't here, but registered against 2374 on behalf of the Lone Star Chapter Sierra Club. Members, that's all the registrations we have. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? You need to come down to the assistant clerk. Gentlemen, you're going to have to register outside, too. They'll instruct you. You're not on the record, so. Matt Coday. So Matt, I know you were not in, so we're showing you 4 HB 2374, and you're representing Oil and Gas Workers Association and self, correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members of the committee, thank you. It's an honor to speak here and to be here in support of this very good bill, House Bill 2374. I commend State Representative Brooks Landgraf and everyone who's supporting this bill. I'm the president and founder of Oil and Gas Workers Association, an independent, nonpartisan, grassroots trade association working to secure, grow, and sustain American oil and gas jobs. It's nonpartisan because we believe that oil and gas jobs for Americans should have 100% bipartisan support. It benefits every American. It benefits every Texan. Look at our schools, roads, how we fund hospitals, our first responders. The Green New Deal failed at the federal level, but you and I both know that radical environmentalists and misguided politicians are trying to enact their Green New Deal on the state and local levels. So I'm here in support of 2374 to protect American oil and gas jobs, to make sure that we don't let misguided policies take root in our state and creep up on a state level. You know, we see the failures of California right now, who have, as a state, gone to some very misguided energy policies. We saw after a blackout that Governor Newsom and state politicians then went to natural gas-powered generators to really power the state. America's oil and gas workers power the nation and fuel the world. We want to make sure that that power is available for every Texan. And misguided bans on gasoline-powered vehicles or gasoline-powered engines are really just misguided federal policies that people are trying to enact on a state and local level. So I hope that you will all join me, and every Texan will join us and support this very good bill that Representative Brooks Landgraf has introduced. I support House Bill 2374. Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Clayton, is it Dana Bashin?
Dana Bashin, sir.
All right. So, Clayton, we show that you have registered against 2374 and you're representing yourself, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You'll state your name and go forward.
My name is Clayton Dana Bashin. While I am here today to testify with a different bill before this committee, I do have extensive experience with local government in my time growing up in Texas. And what I have learned is that local government is accountable to voters on the local level, and that, in fact, local politicians and city politicians should be allowed to have conversation with their local constituents to make policies that they believe are best for their cities. I would ask that this committee think very carefully about the consequences of removing some power from city and local officials to make decisions on behalf of their constituents, and would encourage you to allow the city and local democratic and political process to make decisions that are best for local constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Clayton. Any questions, members? Thank you, sir.
May I come up and speak?
John Gordon. Now, John, we've got you listed for HB 2374, and you're testifying on behalf of yourself, correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
I'm John Gordon. I'm a registered professional electrical engineer. I would have to say that I am for this bill because there are many applications in cities, municipalities that use many different fuels, and the consequences of banning a particular fuel could be substantial. It could affect water, movement of water through the system. It could affect the wastewater system. It could affect the gas moving through there, because each one of those systems may use electricity or diesel or natural gas or many different type fuels. And then that's not counting all of the auto transportation or the municipal transportation or the shipping or even the railroad system. So this legislation would be needed. This would have to be, if it was going to be a ban, it would have to be a ban by the legislature, and it would be somewhat of a statewide one. So I recommend that this legislation be approved by this committee.
Questions, members? John, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Landgraf to close on his bill.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Appreciate all the testimony that was provided. Really proud of this bill. Preserves consumer freedom and has uniform regulatory scheme all across the state. I'd urge you all to consider or to give favorable consideration to the bill at the appropriate time.
Any questions for Chairman Landgraf? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman. And the chair moves to leave HB 2374 pending at this time.
Thank you.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 2374 is left pending. At this time, the chair lays out HB 1443 and recognizes Representative Slauson to explain her bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 1443. Representative, go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Chairman, Vice Chair, and members. Today I'm laying out the committee sub to HB 1443, the Fort Hood Airspace Protection Act. HB 1443 seeks to provide protection of the airspace around Fort Hood for two reasons. Most importantly, so that our brave men and women can continue to train complicated blackout missions with rotary wing aircraft. Explained to me as aviation speak for helicopter, for those of us who are not experts on that, as low as 200 feet above the ground. Additionally, the Fort Hood radar at Robert Gray Army Airfield is responsible for the air traffic control for all military and civilian air traffic in between the Dallas Air Traffic Center's coverage and the Austin air traffic coverage. We have a resource witness here from Fort Hood, who's the contact on the information paper that the clerk just handed out, and he'll be able to answer some of the technical questions that you may have. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would reserve a right to close. Thank you so much.
Any questions for, Representative Spiller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say I'm a little concerned on the bill because, I mean, I get it. I've even got a wind turbine setback bill myself that I found, but I'm concerned as far as my district goes because I think the committee substitute, I think, restricted the location of this to an area that I thought would affect the northern part of my district, but now it potentially affects, I think, the southern part of my district insofar as Lampasas County and Mills County. And I guess I'm a little concerned because when I read the bill, it helps when I read it and read it closer. It talks about, it doesn't say that you can't build any new, I think it just says that you can't, it says you can't operate them. And I think I've got some wind turbines in Lampasas County and Mills County. My concern would be that if this passes, that those would have to be shut down if they're within that 65 or 60 mile radius. So I'm concerned from the landowner standpoint, from their property and so forth. I'm concerned from the business standpoint, and I'm concerned from the standpoint of just losing that portion of the power that would be generated to our grid. Can you speak to that or those concerns?
Thank you so much for that question. I appreciate that, and it is not the intent to shut down any that are operating there. And I think that our resource witness might be able to answer you a little better about the reasons for the geographic footprint that's in here and the nautical mile out there. You're correct that this focuses on an area that would involve Lampasas, but not the north end of your district, which I know stretches all the way up to the Red River.
Yeah. Well, and I do know, my understanding is that they have a process in place for military bases as they go through and vet some of those. I do know that in the northern part of my district, up near the Red River in Montague County, and then just adjacent to that in Clay County, you've got Shepherd Air Force Base up there, and there were wind turbine projects that were planned, and they went through that process through that that's run by the Department of Defense and the FAA, and basically notified those folks that they could not, develop that for a wind turbine project in those two counties. So I do know that they have that process in place, but I didn't know. Like I say, I'm just concerned about how it might affect my district and the folks that already have existing facilities.
Well, and on your questions about the processes that they have in place, I would defer to the resource witnesses that are here to cover that more directly. And if your questions aren't answered there, I'd be happy to get with you further
All right, good. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And we'll let you have the right to close. Thank you. Scott Nutter. Now, Scott, thank you for being here. We have you neutral on HB 1443, and you're here as Fort Hood Directorate of Aviation Operations, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you the resource witness?
I am the resource witness. Yes, sir.
Okay. Members, do you have a question for the resource witness? Mr. Spiller?
If I can find my button. Yes, you were present when I asked Representative Salson some questions about the process that y'all have or that you utilize to deal with those issues?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So it goes through every energy project, whether it's solar or wind, goes through the DoD Siting Clearinghouse, which is basically a consolidation of all of those. And then that information is relayed down to individual bases. And so every week I get a list of all new energy projects in the state of Texas that I have to review, evaluate, and see. And so I take that 60 nautical mile map and I look at that and see if anything is going to impact the training or the radar coverage of gray approach control, which is that 60 nautical mile ring.
Have you looked at that insofar as under the committee substitute and where this area is restricted and not necessarily statewide, but more as far as restricted for the committee substitute, and seen through that gray area that you're talking about any existing facilities that would be affected by that?
So the existing facilities, we look at those as they're already there.
Okay.
So we have actually, Fort Hood has actually entered into mitigation agreements with some of the wind projects, getting them, not terminating them, but actually having them lessened in impact. So reduced number of wind turbines. The greater the number of wind turbines, the greater impact it is on our ASR 11 radar system, which can see it as in two ways. It can show it as weather phenomenon, where we can't actually see aircraft because of it, or we have to do what's called a reduction in the ability of the radar to see past that wind turbine because they're so high. And so now our aircraft, Fort Hood, the Army, we fly our aircraft at 500 feet above the ground. Most wind turbines are 599 or so feet above the ground. So our helicopters are actually flying lower than those wind turbines.
Okay, and so the existing facilities that I may have in my district in Lampasas County and Mills County, and you say that you've had some negotiations with those folks and you're working toward mitigation of any potential issue?
Everyone that's there now, we've already done that.
Okay, all right. So is there any reason for those to have to cease operation that you know of?
Not that I know of. And we actually have Department of Defense agreements signed by the Undersecretary of Defense on some of those projects anyways, that we would have to abide by, that wouldn't impact them whatsoever.
Okay, and just globally, do you know of any wind turbine facilities or structures that have been erected contrary to the desires of any particular military base in Texas, where this issue, when their study has been done and those people have been contacted and you go through that process, do you know that any of those that have been built against the will or desire of the military bases?
I can't speak to that, no, sir. I can only speak to my own particular instances with wind developers.
But you don't know of any yourself?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
If the military, if the Department of Defense, so if I see an issue, I send back to the Department of Defense Siting Clearinghouse, hey, we have an issue with where this project's at because it impacts our radar, it impacts training, and then they send that, they communicate that to the FAA and to the developer to go into a mitigation process.
Okay. Well, I'm just, the process that you go through with, with the military base and the federal government, if that's flawed in any respect, or if that's deficient in any respect, I'd like to know about it. But if not, I'd like at least, certainly, that'd be looked at in the future going forward. Now, if this bill passes, I guess if it's within that 60-mile radius, we would not look at it at all, period. That would not be an option.
Right.
But as far as the ones that are there now, I'm sure that they would like to continue to operate. And my concern, as I expressed to Representative Slauson, is I don't want to have to shut those down. And I know the folks in those counties aren't going to be very happy if that happens as well. Well, some might be happy, but the ones, the stakeholders involved would not, whether it be the landowner or whether it be the operator.
And that is not a position that we would
Right.
take in the U.S. Army to do
Okay.
anything like that.
Thank you very much.
Members, any questions of the resource? Representative Turner.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Nutter. So you work for the Department of Defense or for the U.S. Army?
I do, for the Department of the Army, yes, sir.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your service. So you think you explained to Representative Spiller, there's sounds like a pretty detailed process between DOD and involving FAA for these types of projects as it relates to our military installations. So is that process not sufficient? That the state needs to come in and pass additional rules or legislation to govern placement of wind turbines around Fort Hood, or is the process working now? I'm just trying to figure out if the federal involvement between DOD and FAA is sufficient or if it's not.
I can't say that it's sufficient or insufficient. It is a process that we have. And any protection of airspace and training is a good thing around a military installation.
Absolutely.
When you have literally hundreds of low-flying aircraft that operate day, night, under night vision goggles, training our force to deploy for combat operations.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that should be paramount and should be treated as such. I guess I'll ask it this way. Has there been an instance where a wind turbine has been built and operated in contravention to DOD or FAA guidance that you are aware of?
So everything comes down to everything comes down to a mitigation of what what the wind turbine companies, the companies are paying millions of dollars for putting in the wind turbines. So it comes down to a mitigation of what can they do to kind of, what we can do to mitigate the risks as much as possible while we still know there are risks in place.
Okay. So you mitigate the risk, but there is still potentially some risk.
Absolutely. Whenever you put hundreds of wind turbines out, and if you look at the way the wind turbines are, especially in Texas, a lot of them line up against roads. So they look at, if you look at from Lampasas up to Pretty, Texas, it is a line of turbines that is along the road. So what do our helicopters use to navigate? Our helicopters they fly visual flight rules at 500 feet above the ground. So what do they use to navigate predominantly? They use roads, and they fly typically to the sides of the roads, not over the top. So they're flying at the sides of the roads where you've got hundreds of wind turbines. So instead of being able to go our traditional routes to get to our locations, they have to plan new routes. Obviously taking up, a lot more fuel, taking them out a lot further, and being a greater risk to the pilots.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions of this one? Yeah, Representative Slauson.
Just one. How many of these training programs are there in the United States?
What type of training program?
The flight training that's running through this area.
Oh, I mean, every military base has flight training. I'm not sure. I mean, we have hundreds of aircraft that fly literally every day, and not just aircraft that are organic to Fort Hood, but we also train a robust segment of the National Guard and Reserve that comes to Fort Hood to actually prepare them for deployment as well as Dutch and foreign national air crews that come to Fort Hood to train as well.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions of this witness? Thank you, Mr. Nutter, for being the resource witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clint Van Trees. Clint Van Trees. Clint Van Trees. We'll note that Clint is not here, but he did register for HB 1443 and was representing himself. Ray Wilkerson. Ray, we show that you have registered for HB 1443 and you're representing yourself. Is that correct?
That is correct, and thank you.
Thank you. Go for it.
Thank you, members. This is something that's important to me. It's kind of deja vu. 51 years ago, I was a committee clerk that was working in these halls over here. So to be here at a late night meeting, it just kind of gives me the thoughts of yesteryear. I actually put my way through college doing that. But because of that, one thing that did go, it gave me a appreciation of what you do and what you do for the government, and thank you for your service, each and every one of you, because of that, I became a consecutive board appointments for 31 years for state agencies in the state of Texas without a break. I was vice chairman of one agency, and I was chairman of two other agencies. And during this time, and I just retired from that about a year ago, but I'll tell you, it was some of the most rewarding times of my life to be working with this government and this state and what it does and what people give up. I know what your salary is. I know what you give up. And I know the long night meetings. But the reality is, it was a wonderful experience, but it drove home a serious point to me in the foremost duty I thought, or I've come to believe in any level of government, whether it's city, state, government, federal, whatever it has to be, is public safety and national security. That's pretty much it. That's what government does. I am for this bill because I think Texas needs to make its own decisions in some ways. I don't particularly enjoy the political on either party of juggling around decisions that affect Texas when we could have a law on our books that says we're going to protect ourselves. I think that's important. So you say, well, should we just defer to the federal government? How's that work for us? Texas has its own independence, it has its own personality, it has its own economy. I'm on the Crime Commission board also, and I believe in and work for the first responders. I advocate for them, and the military is first responder. And I'll have this theory is that you never think about a first responder until you need one. Then you'll think about it the rest of your life. So you see what's happened with the defunding of police and other things, and you see what the military has to go through. You see the struggles that we have in our world situation. Texas needs to protect Fort Hood. Fort Hood's unique. It's an economic center and a basis and a lifeblood of that part of Central Texas. The largest supporter. It's the largest employer. So I'd love to keep going on with this because I've got a lot more to say, but I think it's so important that we ask these young and women, men and women, to put their lives on the line for us. We need to make sure that we can do everything in the world, that we don't put obstacles out there that puts their lives in danger.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much, and glad you're back. Thank you. Charlie Maloof. Charlie, we have you registered against HB 1443 and representing Texas Twister, Inc. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
My name is Charlie Maloff. I am the Vice President of Global Operations for Texas Twister. We are a vertical axis wind turbine manufacturer and power generation company. And the way this bill reads, we are adamantly opposed to this bill. We've asked for either a waiver or even a very simple height variance. Our tallest system, which is rated at 350 kilowatts, is only 85 feet tall. Nap of the Earth flying for the military is 200 feet. And we also created a mobile variant, talk about public service, that actually was designed for FEMA and also for the military for forward operating bases. But the way this bill sets here, we will not be able to operate. Take the city of Gerald, which is only 38 miles from Fort Hood. It is Tornado Alley. And we would be able to go into Gerald and set up either with the local power company, the police department, fire department, and provide ancillary power for them. With this bill, the way this sits, we can't do that. If we simply had the height variance of 100 feet, we could do that. So the way this sits right now, without any kind of variance or any other kind of option, we're opposed to that. As military veterans and all, we take all of this into consideration. As former public servants, we take all this into consideration. When I was in the Coast Guard, I was on the Hurricane Planning Committee for the Port of Houston, for the whole Gulf Coast, and we had issues with gas stations that were full of gas but no electricity to run their pumps. That mobile system and all was designed specifically for this kind of problem. But the way this bill reads, without any kind of variance, we can't do that in some areas. The way this reads is we're talking north of Austin to Waco, all the way out past Goldway, all the way east. And it takes in a lot of territory. And you're worried about some of your stuff there? We do have that. We can't help the Land Passes Fire Department, Police Department, or anything. So the variance, just simply not to exceed 100 feet, would solve that problem. And we'd like to work with the author and with their stakeholders and see if we can't resolve that.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Rock. Anthony, we have you registered against HB 1443 and representing Advanced Power Alliance. Is that correct?
It is, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, sir. And Chairman Hunter, Vice Chairman Hernandez, and members of the committee. I'm Lieutenant General Retired, United States Air Force, Tony Rock. I'm here on behalf of the Advanced Power Alliance, and I'm testifying against the committee substitute for House Bill 1443. At the outset, let me say that the wind power industry has great respect for the critical mission of the armed forces and strives to work in a collaborative way to balance the needs of national security with growing demands for low-cost energy and landowner rights in Texas. I assure you I would not appear here today after 35 years in uniform serving the country if I was not certain that the industry was committed to supporting and is, in fact, deferential to the mission of the United States Armed Forces. I'd also like to add that my son started his Army aviation career as a Black Hawk pilot at Fort Hood, Texas. And so I have a father's stake in Army aviation safety. To the questions for the committee members, you asked great questions. In our view, the current Department of Defense Siting, Clearinghouse, and Federal Aviation Administration review processes are working. And they work well to identify and mitigate potential harmful impacts to the mission of local military installations. The case-by-case approach taken by the DoD and FAA ensure unique, site-specific attributes of each project and installation are considered and addressed. Generally, the timeline works like this. As an initial step in the development process, developers apply for a determination of no hazard, or DNH, from the FAA. As part of the process, the FAA then sends the application to the DoD Clearinghouse for their review on mission impacts. Those flow down through the military services to the field units. If issues are identified, industry works with a mitigation response team, or MRT, within the military to try and find workable solutions. The industry is reliant on DNHs for project financing and insurance, and therefore, to our knowledge, and specifically to your question, no turbine has been constructed where a DNH has been denied. Additionally, developers can go first to the DoD for informal reviews and often do so at the unit level. As an extra layer of review in Texas, wind project developers must begin working with the clearinghouse process prior to their interconnection with ERCOT. That's a rule spearheaded by Governor Abbott in 2016. Since finishing my military service, I've worked with a leading power generation company on many mitigation response teams with the military, resulting in successful solutions that enable both the military mission and completion of the wind farm. Sometimes the developer moves turbines to alleviate concerns of mission impact. Other times they pay for necessary radar equipment upgrades at industry expense. And in some cases, there are on-demand curtailment agreements that the military unit can ask us to stop turning the turbines so the radar interference stops. These are examples of compromises that generate consensus. Inflexible tools like the hard and fast 65 nautical mile setback proposed by the committee are unnecessary overreach by the government. I stand ready to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you very much. Keith Sled. Keith, we show you've registered for HB 1443. And you are representing yourself as the Executive Director for the Heart of Texas Defense Alliance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go forward. Thank you.
Sir, my name is Keith Sled. I am the Executive Director for the Heart of Texas Defense Alliance, which is a nonprofit located near Fort Hood. I'm also the Chair for the Governor's Committee to Support the Military. So I testify here today to endorse and fully support passage of House Bill 1443. House Bill 1443 will protect the military's ability to conduct low-level aviation training, which is essential for preparing forces for operations in the modern battle space. In the U.S. military, the ability to train as you fight is a key to preparing military forces. This is especially critical for military aviation training and operations. The modern battle space includes multiple threats to aircraft from air defense systems that have increasing range and lethality, creating a very lethal operating environment. If you've watched Ukraine over the last year, you will have seen many examples of how this environment impacts on aircraft. Military aviation training is frequently conducted to replicate conditions expected in combat, to prepare air crews, as well as refine tactics and develop new tactics. To accomplish this training, military aviation training is frequently conducted at a low level, which is 500 feet and below. Military rotary wing aircraft routinely operate at night using night vision systems with no lights down to 200 feet above the ground. Lower altitudes are required to mask aircraft from detection and reduce or negate enemy air defense engagement capabilities to allow these aircraft to execute their missions. A growing encroachment on military aviation training areas are wind turbines located in expansive wind farms in these aviation training areas. The wind turbines are obstacles that impede aircraft operation, create light pollution that affects the night training capability, and negatively impacts aviation radar systems' abilities to monitor aircraft operations and safety. As an example, at Fort Hood, they have an FAA-approved aviation training area in the airspace west of the military installation, authorized for operations down to 200 feet above ground level. The Western training area is necessary to provide realistic training scenarios for military aviation. This area is increasingly impacted by wind turbines, which degrades military aviation training ability. House Bill 1443 will protect the ability to train out to 65 nautical miles, which is the limit of the supporting aviation radar. House Bill 1443 will ensure the ability to continue this aviation training for current aircraft, as well as the next generation of aircraft, such as the V-280 Valor, which flies twice as fast as current UH-60 aircraft. Realistic training is the best method to prepare the young men and women of the U.S. military for potential combat. House Bill 1443 will help ensure the military is able to conduct that training. I appreciate your time, and thank you for considering passage of this bill, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Yeah, Representative Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir, I appreciate the map.
Yes, sir.
When I look at that, there are, and as I understand it here, the things that are listed in blue, are those in existence now, or those
The ones you see
under
on the map,
construction?
they're approved or already built.
Okay.
The dots you're talking about.
All right. It looks like, actually, it looks like under this, and you've got the red line that's a 65-mile radius?
Yes, sir.
All right, from Fort Hood. And it looks like that, how many, can you tell, it looks like there's so many, it's covered up, you can't very well read Mills County.
Yes, sir, there's several hundred out there now.
All right, so you've got several hundred in Mills, and actually, we got quite a few in Comanche County as well, which is also one of my counties.
Yes, sir.
I don't have them all, but I've got a lot of counties. But do you know how many are in Comanche County that are affected?
Not off the top of my head, sir. I don't know the exact.
Okay.
We can look at our website and tell.
Right, right. Well, I mean, my concern is one that would have to be shut down is.
No, sir. The never intent was to shut down any currently operating or approved windmill.
Okay, but have you read the bill or have you read the committee substitute?
I have not seen a substitute. I have read the original bill.
Well, the way I read the substitute, it says that those would have to, that they cannot operate. So
That
the
could
way
be verbiage.
Okay.
I think I'd have to defer to Representative Slauson.
Right, and I look forward
verbiage
to working with Representative Slauson. We work well together, and I feel like she can make an accommodation. But you can understand why I would be concerned.
Yes, sir.
If I've got that many landowners, that many affected folks in my counties, now 3 counties rather than 2, that would be significantly adversely affected if they could not operate those turbines.
Yes, sir. No, the intent was never to impact current and established farms. This is really about new development.
Right.
Continue to want to pop up. And I will be honest, we had one development that was a French company going to locate in Hamilton County. So it's in between the ones you see on here. Regardless of any discussion with Fort Hood, this was in 2017. What stopped them was Senate Bill 277, which eliminated the Chapter 313 tax exemption. That no longer exists. So that buffer or that protection for the area out there is no longer in existence because it was sunset last year.
All right. So I think you've answered my questions. I appreciate that. And again, I look forward to working with Representative Slauson to address any concerns as they specifically affect the continued operation of existing facilities in my district. So.
And I suspect that the gentleman who had raised a question about the 100-foot waiver,
right.
I think if they approached Fort Hood, they would not have an issue with that as well.
Okay.
Because they fly down to 200 feet. So anything below that is not an obstacle to their operation.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions of this witness? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Y'all have a good evening.
Members, that's all the registrations I have of witnesses on this bill. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Slauson to close on our bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, Representative Spiller, and I'm happy to get down into nuts and bolts of this later, but I do think at the bottom of page 2, under section 3, we have in there that this only applies to a facility installed on or after the effective date of this act. And the intent of that is to be clear that we're not trying to make any changes to existing there. But I'm happy to look at that again with you later. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I request favorable report out of this committee, and I close.
Any other questions for our representative? Thank you. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 1443 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 1443 is left pending. The chair lays out HB 2663 and recognizes Representative Tepper to explain his bill.
Good afternoon. I know it's been a long day, and these are 2 cleanup bills. I think you'll be happy that they're very quick. Chairman Hunter, members of the State Affairs Committee, thank you for allowing me to lay out before you House Bill 2663, which seeks to clarify which entity would serve as the provider of last resort for municipally owned utilities and the responsibilities of a municipally owned utility as it relates to billing operations. Lubbock Power and Light has been serving as the 3rd largest municipally owned utility in Texas for over a century. It's unique in the sense that it used to compete with a regional investor-owned utility for customers on an alley-by-alley basis until 2010. We have rat's nests of lines in our alleyways. Since then, LP&L has been the sole provider for the vast majority of Lubbock, operating in the same way as the other 71 cities that own its own electric utility. In May 2021, LP&L successfully transferred 70% of its customers to the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, ERCOT, market from the Southwest Power Pool. LP&L intends to transfer its remaining 30% of its customers to the ERCOT market in May of 2023, in just a couple of months.
HB 2663 aligns with LP&L's goal of becoming the first municipally owned utility to move its remaining customers to the retail competitive market in ERCOT since 1999. LP&L has been working closely with ERCOT, the Public Utility Commission, and various industry stakeholders to work through the logistics of becoming the first city to deregulate and join the competitive market. HB 2663 seeks to make two changes to the utilities code. First, LP&L doesn't intend to serve as a retail electric provider after joining the competitive market and therefore cannot practically serve as the provider of last resort. As a result, LP&L would like the option to delegate the decision-making authority regarding the provider of last resort to the PUC, the Public Utility Commission. Second, LP&L does not intend to serve as a billing agent for the electric customers. For this reason, LP&L seeks to clarify that customers will receive a consolidated bill from their retail provider of choice. Members, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I would also like to point out that representatives from ERCOT and LP&L are here as resource witnesses. If there are no further questions for me, I reserve the right to close.
Any questions for the representative? Thank you. We'll give you the right to close. Any? Members, we don't have any witness registrations. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Tepper to close on the bill.
Chairman Hunter and members, I would like to emphasize this is not the goal of LP&L to join the retail competitive market as an outlier, but rather to ensure that they are treated in the same manner as the investor-owned utilities that operated in this space. Thank you for your consideration of House Bill 2663. I close on this one.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? The chair moves to leave HB 2663 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 2663 is left pending. This time, the chair lays out HB 2664 and recognizes Representative Tepper to explain the bill.
Members and State Affairs Committee, thank you for allowing me to lay out before you another companion bill, House Bill 2664, which seeks to allow ERCOT to access the data of electricity customers to help in the facilitation of customer choice to retail electric providers. House Bill 2664 pertains to the previous bill just laid out, which was House Bill 2663. Minor statutory changes are needed to the utility codes as Lubbock Power and Light becomes a transmission distribution service provider, wires company only. This bill effectively allows us to mitigate customer information from LP&L to ERCOT. Migrate the information from LP&L to ERCOT. ERCOT is being added to the list of entities that may receive customer information. Members, I am happy to answer any questions you may have. I would like to point out that ERCOT and LP&L are here as resource witnesses. If there are no further questions, I reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions? We'll give you the right to close. We have no witness affirmations. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? Saying none, Representative Tepper, you may close.
Chairman and members, thank you again for your consideration of these bills. In this case, House Bill 2664. I close. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. The chair moves to leave HB 2664 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 2664 is left pending. At this time, the chair lays out HB 2206 and recognizes Representative Patterson explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, Chairman Hunter and members of the committee. On December 7, 2022, Governor Greg Abbott sent a letter to Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, Speaker Dade Phelan, and state agency leaders to address rising concerns of social media entities controlled by bad-acting foreign entities who harvest billions of data points every day on Texans by removing access to TikTok on state-issued devices and networks. Members, within the last few years, we've all began to understand further the damage that social media can have on individuals when exposed for long periods of time. It's not only the priority of the Texas House to protect the privacy of Texans, but to guarantee that their personal information isn't purposefully being used to influence our society and peers negatively. Companies such as TikTok collect almost all information when conducting internet activity such as keystrokes, locations, IP addresses, biometric information, or personal information on devices. Not only does this allow for algorithms to tailor advertisements targeted toward the individual's weaknesses, but it also poses a security threat for foreign government entities to undermine the building blocks of the next generation. TikTok has continually backtracked on its origins, refusing to testify before the U.S. Senate, saying their executives were based in Beijing, or telling media sources that they were incorporated in the Cayman Islands by parent company ByteDance. Evidence is already proven to incriminate TikTok, linking them to governmental entities, from tracking journalists, employees, or private citizens in the United States, and even raising security concerns from the FBI. Another example, WeChat, is a popular messaging platform that operates from China and enforces strong interception protocols. It is not only obliged to share data with the Chinese government under national law, but it uses this access to text messages, call times, contact books, and locations of users to conduct mass surveillance. As social media usage continues to grow at an unstoppable pace, it is vital to the state to protect Texans' personal information from being collected by bad foreign actors who are looking to exploit our future generations. This bill will prohibit social media platforms within Texas that are developed or provided by the bad acting governments of China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia. The danger of foreign-owned companies from specific bad state actors is not a new concept. Just last session, this House, with a bill from then Rep. Tan Parker, passed a bill that sought to remove foreign-owned companies from the same list of countries from entering contracts with critical infrastructure in our state. This does not seek to harm individuals from these countries, but seeks to ensure that information cannot be collected from Texas and distributed to potentially dangerous countries. So I'd be happy to take any questions you have and reserve my right to close.
Members, any questions for Representative Patterson? All right, we'll give you your right to close.
Thank you, sir.
All right, the chair calls, now you're all going to have to help me with these. C.J. Zhao, Z-H-A-O. C-H, then it's Z-H-A-O. Okay, so let me say it 3 times. C-J-Z-H-A-O, C-H-Z-H-A-O. Well, note that the person registered against 2206 and represents APA, PA, Austin chapter, and self. Not here, but will show registered against. Mr. Chang. So we show, have registered against 2206 and represent yourself, correct?
Yes.
State your name and go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Zinggan Chen. I'm from Dallas area, representing myself and against HB 2206. I came to Texas 17 years ago and I have family here. We are hardworking Texas. I was actually coming from a project that I'm doing, but I come here because of the to testify. Our community is currently facing overwhelmed by about 10 discriminatory bills, each targeting to take away certain rights. This bill in particular aims to ban apps that we use daily and take away our means to socialize with our family and friends in China, United States, and around the world. I'm wondering whether legislators are planning to dictate what we eat and what we speak tomorrow. Let's face it, the proposed ban is racist. it has a disproportionate impact on the Chinese Americans in this country. It's no different from shutting down television channels like Spanish Telemundo or Arabic Al Jazeera. If Texas decides to single out the Chinese Americans, then it's a racist law and it violates the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. The bill violates the freedom of association. We connect with friends here using WeChat, and we distribute information, those via other apps. And we purchase things with Chinese apps. Those are daily apps that we use. It's wound into our daily life. And it also will violate the freedom of religion. I have friends that use WeChat to have friends or family, if they visit in China, they come together via WeChat to gather and study Bible. All those social apps are critical components of our social life. Today, as we have the whole day of testimony about gambling, I hope that the legislators can use the power vested in you by the Texas voters on something that's bigger to grow our economy pie, and that will benefit all the Texans. In the long term, let's make Texas the #1 powerhouse in the nation in both economy and population, surpassing California. In the short term, let's connect Dallas, Houston, Austin, and San Antonio, so that it will make it easier for me to come to here to testify or for you to come to serve. So to achieve those goals, I hope that you guys will vote against the discrimination bill.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you very much. Hugh Lee. Hugh, we show you against 2206, and you're representing Austin Chinese American Network and Self, correct?
Yes.
And if you'll state your name and go right ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of this committee. My name is Hugh Lee, and I'm a proud U.S. citizen and a Texas resident for more than 10 years. And I'm also the president of Austin Chinese American Network, a 501, also known as ACAN. It's a 501c3 nonprofit focused on serving our communities and fostering our heritage. Founded in 2016, ACAN is now the largest Chinese American organization in Central Texas with more than 1,000 members. Today, I'm here to oppose HB 2206. Mr. Patterson, I'm pretty sure your policy aides told you that this bill violates about 100 constitutional provisions and that it wouldn't survive a court challenge, just as the former President Trump's executive order didn't a couple years ago. And that this bill is unenforceable in Texas simply because the internet does not have a wall, except in China. And the millions of people travel in and out of Texas on a daily basis. So now if your aides didn't tell you all this, then they ought to be fired. That said, there are the unintended consequences, to borrow a phrase from your former colleague, the Honorable Ms. Martha Wong. Number one, countless Chinese Americans depend on WeChat to communicate with friends and relatives in China, to build social circles with ethnic community members here in the US, and many conduct their small businesses here within the WeChat ecosystem. These are voters and taxpayers that send and pay you here, let me remind you. Similarly, millions more depend on TikTok to express themselves, to socialize, and to conduct businesses, just like those on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. But you want to use government power to just ban these social platforms in Texas. And one of your justifications is that, to quote U.S. Representative Mike McCall's own words, TikTok could be a conduit for the CCP propaganda. You know what? Actually, I heard this one before, 40 years ago in China, when I was listening to Voice of America on radio regularly, and the CCP said the exact same thing about the VOA. In that sense, ironically, GOP equals CCP. And the irony doesn't stop there. You see, today's Texas GOP is fighting tooth and nail against the woke culture on First Amendment grounds, that freedom of speech and the press should reign supreme. I'm sure they should. But when it comes to our right to express ourselves on a platform of our choosing, no, sir, no more First Amendments. This platform must be totally banned, silenced, and squashed. HB 2206 is just one of a number of recent discriminatory and frivolous bills from the GOP caucus that are driven by fear and xenophobia. And you know what GOP sounds like in Chinese? The Democratic members of this committee will like this. The Go P, which literally means dog fart. As Ms. Wong warned a couple of weeks ago, these GOP discriminatory bills.
The red light is hit.
All right,
and
thank
look,
you.
I understand that people may be for or against, but let's not make the comments personal from this side to that. But anyway, we appreciate your comments. Members, do you have any questions? Yeah, Representative Raymond.
Thank you for waiting. I know y'all been waiting all day, but I guess I want to ask you, did you grow up here in the United States?
No, I came here in 1991.
And
I was 23, just graduated from college.
In 91?
91. And I listened to VOA, Voice America, all through my college years. That includes 1989, 1987, during the students' movements.
Yeah, I was working in the U.S. Senate when Tiananmen Square happened. So
yes, sir.
I guess you were around, you were there, you were in China anyway when the Tiananmen Square massacre occurred, right?
Yeah, I was a college student, and the whole dorm was actually listening to VOA for live coverage of the events happening in Tiananmen Square.
And why did you, if you don't mind my asking, why did you decide to come over here?
For that exact reason, because of freedom, because at that time, actually, there's a number of reasons, but the most important reason is the freedom that this nation affords me. And I came here as a graduate student and decided to stay for a job and for the freedom that afforded me by the country and by the Constitution.
And so do you have an opinion about life in the United States today compared to life in China today? Which might be better in your view?
I can't say too much about the life in China today because I haven't lived in China for almost 25 years. But you
communicate, or maybe the prior witness, do you communicate with
I do.
People in China?
I do.
And do they, or maybe,
yes,
if you're not comfortable answering some of these things, then I don't want to push you.
No,
But what do they communicate to you about life in China compared to here?
In the sense that compared to maybe 10 years ago, 20 years ago, it's freer in China than it is today. In today's China, the government control over people's opinion and speech is not good.
It's not good.
It's not good.
Right, and so I know it's kind of dicey, but I think, I understand what Representative Patterson's trying to do, and I know it's not easy, right? But
no, it is not easy.
When I see, what is his actual title? But the Chinese leader, Xi, spend the last couple of days with Vladimir Putin, right? Not to help the United States, that's for sure. At least that's not my impression. And so there is concern because there's so much going on. We have this in all these other committees and even here about so much that is going on through the internet, through technology in terms of trying to infiltrate our homes, our personal, I mean, I don't know about the other members on this committee, but I know that, for example, I've certainly been on the receiving end of identity theft. My son was, and so there's so much going on where you get to a point where you feel like you've got to be concerned when if you have an entity that is owned or significantly tied to a foreign government, that it certainly is not only not friendly to the United States, but pretty close to adversarial, if not adversarial already. I mean, how do you view the relations between the United States and China?
It is very bad these days, and we hope it's on a better term. But the problem really is, Representative, is that I think there is legitimate concerns in terms of national security, in terms of all these things that you just mentioned.
Yes.
But we do need to separate government from their people, and particularly people that are already here in the U.S., particularly people like me, Chinese Americans, who are actually, I've been here more than 30 years, and U.S. citizen for many, many years as well.
Right.
And by doing things that's targeting, a specific group of people, asking a group of people.
Well, let me back up, because I would say if I end up supporting this, it's not going to be based on my trying to target a specific group of people.
But that's the unintended consequences that we will be targeted.
But I think we need to talk about the intended consequence that I think Representative Patterson, and maybe he'll speak some more on it, but the intended consequence that this type of legislation is seeking to occur, if you will, right? And that is that we're dealing with a country in this world. I would say our biggest concerns in terms of adversaries would be, well, the countries that are listed in the bill. You probably agree with that, right? China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, right?
I can agree that from the government standpoint, we need to do something. But we also need to do it in such a way that it does not discriminate against a particular people, a group of people who are already in the U.S. that should be protected by their constitutional rights.
Right. Well, I hope that if we do move forward, that it's not that the consequence is not to discriminate or negatively impact you, but in fact to have a positive impact. I think that's what we want to get. You're a United States citizen, right?
Yes.
So I think the effort here, at least as I see it, is to try to do things that make life better and safer for you. I think that's what we're trying to get. And
I appreciate that.
And there's concern about something that is so ubiquitous as TikTok is. I mean, it's everywhere. It's getting into all our computers, into all our daily, business, if you will, and that it is closely tied to a foreign government that not only seems not to wish us well, but certainly at times seems to wish us a lot really bad.
But
right?
Let's come back to this particular bill 2206. It aims to ban all these social platforms in Texas. And I don't believe that is the right way to do it because, as I said, the internet does not have a wall, and people travel in and out of Texas.
Are you comfortable with a foreign government like China or Russia or Iran or North Korea having that big an influence over something that is so embedded in our society?
No, I don't. I can say that, but you still have to, people who wants to ban these platforms, you actually have concrete evidence and examples, right? And it has to be probably litigated in the court of law as well, because this is concerning to constitutional rights.
I hear you. Well, thank you very much for being here.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions for the witness? Thank you, sir. Ming Yi. Now, Ming, I've got you down against HB 2206, and you're representing yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity for speak up here. I am here oppose the bill. Actually, I'm against any bill to include to targeting or single out few countries only. I want to explain the country. I'm Chinese, so for example, I'm using Chinese and China. China do not equal to Communist Party. China do not equal to the regime. Chinese people and Chinese American people are the people for the good, for the future, for our future, especially when I'm coming to United States 43 years. I've studied here and decided to come in here. I wanted to tell you why I feel like you need a separate government to China. my life since 1966 Cultural Revolution. I remember my parents was mistreated, seriously mistreated, and put them separated in the labor camp. I was only 10 years old. We have to take care of ourselves. My grandma was kicked out in 1952 from the house she built herself. And in 1972, I was banned to become a pro sports player for our state because my family background. Do I standing for the regime? No. But I am an ordinary Chinese people. I have no future in China. That's why my dad pushed me out to coming to United States to study. So I'm so glad back then, 1980, our Texas is very friendly to foreign country people. We have no ban foreign students. So I received full scholarship 4 years in my college. I contribute to this country. I sit on at least 4 board, or some board president, some on board members. I want to teaching our country, teaching our next generation. Even though you're Chinese face, you have Chinese name, but we are American. I hope Texas will welcome, just like 1980s, welcome all foreigners to separate the country, the regime, the dictatorship do not represent their people, do not represent the country. You banned all this country from all coming to United States. That's not fair. This is discrimination against all these people. So I encourage you to say no to this bill.
Thank you, Ming. Any questions, members?
I will take your question if you want to.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Is it Whaley? And we show you have registered against 2206 and you're representing yourself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead, sir.
Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Wei Li, Dr. Wei Li. I'm a resident of College Station. So being educated for 6 hours today on gambling, I have to reinforce myself today. I'm from College Station, not Nevada, but Texas. It's a small town, very close to here. You get out, you make a left, and you get College Station. So like many Texans, like the bumper sticker said, I wasn't born in Texas, but I got here as fast as I could. In terms of social media, I must say I'm socially awkward on social media. Back in 2017, a colleague introduced me to Vine. Have you heard of Vine? Right? It makes sense because when I started using Vine, the Vine went out of business. So that's my first encounter with social media. I finally learned how to use Facebook, the advanced features like Marketplace. Then my kids start calling me a boomer. For the record, I'm not a boomer. I may look like an old car with high mileage, but I'm a millennial, for the record. My wife said, well, I am a social media terminator. But today, meeting Representative Patterson, I think if you like Representative Patterson, I'd like to give this title of a social media terminator to you. Do you want it? Well, he nodded his head, which is not a very good news for me, but you got a title. The only social media platform that I use every day is WeChat. I use it not because I like to take pictures and brag about how fancy my food is, but I use it to video chat with my mom. Y'all probably have relatives and families living close by. Y'all have the luxury to meet with your families within a few hours' drive. My mom lives 8,000 miles away. She got cancer in 2019. During the past 3 years of pandemic, I video chat with my mom every day. I want my mom to see me, to see my children. Because seeing us happy is the happiest moment of her life every day. Texans value family. Why would Texas lawmakers take these resources that we use to connect with our families away from us? Why would Texas lawmakers force us to cut ties and cut the thread with our families and take away our most basic human right, the freedom of association? Many Chinese-speaking churches and Bible study groups use WeChat to connect with their members. To organize events, they use WeChat to spread gospel. Texans value faith. Why would Texas lawmakers take this most basic freedom of religion away from us? Thank you. These are two unintended consequences.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Any questions, members?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you as well for being here. I want to ask you, are there, so I'm looking at the bill, and let's see, social media platforms developed or provided by certain foreign individuals, company that is, or other entity that is headquartered in China. I'm sorry. This, it says, a social media platform may not operate in this state if the platform is developed or provided by a governmental entity of China, Iran, North Korea, Russia, a company or other entity that is headquartered in China, Iran, North Korea, Russia, directly or indirectly held or controlled by the government of China, etc., owned by or the majority of stock of other ownership interests is held or controlled by individuals who are citizens of China. Okay, so are there other platforms that you can use to talk to your mom that don't fall into this category? I guess it's important to know.
No.
So there's no other way you...
There is no other way. This is not only for my family. It is the same situation for thousands of Texan families who have relatives in China. They want to connect with their family members in China. This is the same situation.
So is there...
No other option.
So in looking at this bill, if it only said, if the platform is developed or provided by a governmental entity of China, directly held or controlled by the government of China, if that's all it said, would that be a bill then that you would be, you prefer nothing, I get that. We get witnesses all the time and they want the bill dead or alive and nothing in between, you know. But this process, if you followed, and I'm sure you probably have, sometimes, you know, we massage it, we work it. You were here for all the hearings on the gambling bills, right?
Sure. I learned a lot today about that.
If we pass something, it probably won't look exactly like the bill that was in front of us today. You probably sense that, right?
Yeah, I appreciate the services today tremendously, especially Chairman Hunter. He has been sitting here for 7 hours.
Spine of steel.
Awesome service.
We call him.
I'm so impressed.
We call him the man of steel. Okay? so I'm asking. I'm starting to talk like him, you know. But if the bill just said developed or provided by a governmental entity of China, Iran, North Korea. I know you're concerned with China, but or directly held or controlled by the government of China, Iran, etc. Could you live with that?
Well, Representative Raymond, I am not an expert of national security. I'm not an expert on IT. But as far as I know, I appreciate all the efforts that today everybody is trying to make. You guys trying to understand what are the benefits, what are the costs of each bill that you hear today, and make the best decisions for Texans. And I think this is really much appreciated. In terms of this bill, 2206,
yes.
And I think in terms of issues, national security and IT on these issues, my brain does not have enough wrinkles to understand and how to do it. But what I would like to share, are the consequences on the cost side. As far as I know, Representative Patterson has not consulted with our community about these consequences.
But he's listening to you now, and other people will talk to him and to all of us, right?
Sure, sure.
That's why I'm asking you. Now, I'll let you go. I just wanted to see if you'd be comfortable answering that question, that if the bill simply said that the platform may not operate in the state, the platform is developed by a governmental entity of China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia, or directly held or controlled by the government of China, Iran, North Korea, or Russia, could you support that?
Yes, in terms of the benefit size, I think Representative Patterson and his team are doing research about the benefits of this bill. But in terms of the consequences, whether that option will be good or not, and this will be subject to discussions. I'd love to pop a shiner together with Representative Peterson, organize the team together, and let's talk about what are the consequences that this.
Well, I've thrown something out for your consideration. He didn't ask me to, and he may not be interested in that, but I've narrowed it down very specifically to government controlled or owned by China, Iran, North Korea, Russia, okay? So why don't you all think about that if you want to, and if that's something you want to let him know. He's the author.
Sure.
Or anybody else on the committee, but it's something to consider, that if it was narrowly tailored that way, whether that would be more, certainly it ought to be more acceptable for one, whether it would be acceptable.
Well, I believe that this is the beginning of our conversation, and a conversation on this issue to make the best decisions for Texas. And I would love to help and to facilitate organizing the groups and have more discussions and share our concerns and information to help lawmakers to make better decisions. It is a tremendous honor to help lawmakers to make better decisions for us.
I certainly appreciate you all taking the time to be here all day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. And again, I'll try Jing Chen. And you can correct me, J-I-N-G. We have you registered against HB 2206, and you're representing yourself, correct?
Yes, yes.
Go right ahead.
Okay, just follow the Professor Lee's comment, and also Raymond, House Representative Raymond. Yeah, so you ask, everyone is concerned. Now I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm also concerned our national security. I don't want my data be controlled by China, right? So actually, I just Googled here. WeChat is now international version running data centers outside China. So I already heard this before. So people in U.S., those data is not controlled by Chinese government. We still have much freedom to express here. On the WeChat. Most likely we won't banned by them. So. So the reason I came here because this is a very essential tool for us to connect our family member in China. My mom is always constantly, they're getting age, they're missing us so much, but it's so hard for us to get back. So this is the only tool we can easily reach our family. Instantly, they can see us. So it will deprive our connection from. I think before this, you state this bill, you work on this. If you really want to work on this bill, you please be careful. We need to find some substitute, some replacement. Better communicate, keep us still have those instant face-to-face communication because China already banned like Facebook, the Google in China. If we in US we ban WeChat, we cannot. My family they cannot use Facebook to connect us. This is the only way we communicate each other right now. So before this bill, we must think about how can our legislature help us still keep the family connected? Yeah, this is my the reason I'm here. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman.
Come back, Jen, come back here.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
And thank you for your testimony. And Representative Turner has a question for you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much for your testimony. And I think you said something there towards the end that I guess I hadn't focused on before, but you said you can't use Facebook. And I presume that's because Facebook and other platforms are banned in China and other countries around the world. Is that right? So Facebook, that would also include, I suppose, WhatsApp, that I believe is also owned by Meta, the parent company of Facebook. So that's not an option either. Is that right?
No.
So WeChat is the only tool you have to communicate to your family and friends?
Right,
back
before I came in U.S. in 1999. At that time, we pay international phone call.
Yeah.
Up until the WeChat came, it's totally changed. It's totally changed. We can instantly call a family member. We have a family group together. So we feel so close with family now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's important. So, but that's your only option.
Right now, it's only my option.
Okay.
If we ban, we have to go back to the old time.
Calling, which is expensive.
Yeah, right.
Of course, absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, members? Thank you, Jane. Yan Hong Wong. Now, we have you registered against HB 2206, and you're representing yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you state your name and then go forward.
Yeah, my name is Yan Hong Wang. Thanks, Chairman and committee members for giving me this opportunity to voice my opinion here. I also get emotional, when Jen cried. So I don't want to reiterate the same situation. My dad is 85 years old. But there are a couple of points I want to make here. For one thing, right now I feel like Asian American are in a very awkward situation. We feel like we don't belong anywhere. In China, they ban all kinds of Facebook, Twitter, Google, you name it. It's very hard. Over here, we are singled out as one of the 4 countries, okay? So we feel like we don't belong anywhere. It's really, we're like a lemon being squeezed. We're in between. So very confused. And I came here 30 years ago. So I study here, work here. And I feel like the political environment is getting worse and worse, especially since the Trump administration. They, since that label, Wuhan virus or Kung Fu virus, So I always feel safe when I walk on the street, but when people roll down their window, call my B name, all that, so I feel unsafe. So that's one thing get us emotional, like we don't know, are we Americans, are we Chinese, we're confused. So we cannot keep quiet. We must stand up and to voice, to let people know civilization cannot go backward. And second, as far as the security, data right now, big data is everywhere. People has all kinds of ways to get your data. Just recently, 3,000 driver license information was breached from our federal, transportation system. We were online to check if our information was stolen. And if you use Win 10, okay, once you use OneDrive, you cannot change any virtual drive or anything because they already grab your data. Google Drive save all your information. So for the data, okay, I believe Facebook, all the major company platform, they collect the data. If you use iPhone, we don't have any secret. So for the information dimension, I don't think that will cause that major security trouble, especially with WeChat. And right now we have 240,000 people using WeChat in Texas.
And we'll note your opposition on this bill.
Yeah.
Members, do you have any questions?
Right, I opposite on this bill.
Thank you. Pulin Wan. Now, we show that you have registered against 2206, and you're here representing yourself.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead. State your name and go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Pulin Van, and I'm a research scientist at the University of Texas. I'm actually here to offer a different perspective than many other people who have presented here. That I'm here to oppose the proposed bill to ban WeChat and TikTok for two primary reasons. First, the apps such as WeChat are actually essential not only for the affected individuals, but also it plays a crucial role in maintaining the competitiveness of the United States in the global arena. WeChat is an instant messaging app widely used by the Chinese-speaking community. As we all know that social media platforms such like Facebook, Twitter, and Google's are banned in China, WeChat is the only viable option for communication between individuals and business in the United States and their families, partners in mainland China. Moreover, preserving access to WeChat is crucial to help people in China access information and diverse perspectives outside of censorship, thereby promoting unity and understanding through open communication and the free exchange of ideas. As a researcher at the University of Texas, I can attest that the ban on WeChat on the UT campus has caused immense stress for Chinese students. Many of them had not been able to see their family back home since the start of the pandemic, that was 3 years ago, and now they find it even more challenging to stay connected. Chinese students who are accepted to study in the United States are among the most talented individuals, and most of them would choose to stay after graduation. They have and will continue to play a pivotal role in keeping America at the forefront of science, engineering, and other fields. In 2019, in my field of biotechnology, China-born inventors were responsible for at least 11% of all biotech patents. Most of these inventors actually reside in the United States, and over 70% of these patents were assigned to U.S. companies. Therefore, in opposition to the proposed bill, it is actually to the best interest of our nation to make it easier, not harder, to recruit talented individuals from China for them to continue contributing to our society, to Texas growth and development. So in summary, banning apps like WeChat is not a good idea for practical, social, and even entertainment purposes. Rather than focusing on baseless fears, we should address the more pressing issue of attracting international talents to keep the U.S. more competitive. And we must also try to avoid allowing unfounded concerns to fuel discrimination and hostilities towards communities, the Asian communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oliver Ban, B-A-N. Oliver, B-A-N. Oliver, B-A-N. We'll show that Oliver Ban or B-A-N registered against 2206, representing himself, but is not present. Ming-Yan Wei. we have you registered against 2206 and representing yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry about that. I should just more formally, but I was told by my friend that still going on, so I right straight from my workplace. So sorry about that. So good evening, Chairman and committee members. Thanks for your time to listen to my testimony. My name is Minyuan Wei, and I have been living in Texas for more than 10 years. Today, I'm standing here to let you know I strongly oppose House Bill 2206 because it violates constitutional rights if it were passed. I am an immigrant, and my native language is not English. I'm considering Texas as my hometown, and I had 2 kids growing up in Texas. I had a lot of my family members are still in China, and they don't speak English. The way we communicate or interact with each other is through WeChat, TikTok, or other apps. All these apps are developed in Chinese language. They are easy for them to use, and if this bill passes, it will cut out all my connections with my family. House Bill 2206 violates constitutional rights such as freedom of speech or assembly. It would take away my rights to have the happy chats or virtual getting together with my family members. That's not okay. More importantly, as far as I know, these social media platforms haven't been proved to be harmful to our national security. Even that, there should be a better way to handle the concern rather than just banning all platforms developed by those people in the certain areas. Just like if we found a leak in the water pipe of our house, we don't just tear down the whole house and build a new one. Instead, we narrow down to the problem and fix the leak at the spot. Similarly, we should fix the problem or better regulate these apps. I think this is a better way to do it. Dear representatives, are you going to repeat what happened in 2020? The federal government lost the lawsuit to ban TikTok and WeChat. I think everyone knows that. As the elected officials from the state of Texas, filing such unconstitutional bill is not representing the people's need. It will lose in courts again and cost taxpayers money and state resources. I urge you to kill the House Bill 2206 before it costs your votes and future official positions. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you very much. Dali Fu, D-A-L-I-F-U. D-A-L-I, Fu. D-A-L-I, Fu. They are not here, but they are registered against and representing themselves. Is it Zhao Guo? We have you registered against HB 2206, and you're representing yourself, correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Zhao Guo. I'm an immigration attorney based in Round Rock, Texas. I'm testifying against HB 2206, discriminatory social media ban. In my practices, we use social media to communicate with our clients and potential clients every day. One of my coworkers is an influencer on TikTok who, with millions of followers. I have a WeChat public account with thousands of followers. If this ban is effective, my colleagues and I would lose access to our accounts, lose our connection to our clients and potential clients, and potentially lose our livelihood. This is an unjust taking by operations of law without just compensation. Also, this bill will end WeChat and TikTok, that's like a way of building communities here in Texas. Just a month ago, when we heard about the discriminatory SB 147, we used WeChat to organize ourselves to oppose those discriminatory bills and to organize to get more people to testify in front of the Senate committee against SB 147. So these social media apps that actually help organize our community to make our voice heard before this honorable body. Also, I met my fiancée via friends I met on WeChat, and we are getting married next month. As other witnesses have repeated, addressed this committee that this bill is also unconstitutional as in violation of the First Amendment. Former President Trump issued executive orders to ban WeChat and TikTok. The executive orders was challenged in federal court and was overruled. This bill, even if it's passed, will be struck down by the courts. This bill further single out Asian community like other discriminatory bills, such as SB 147, as HB 4736, etc., proposed in this session. In the recent past, there has been a surge in hate crimes and incidents against people of Asian heritage. Just a year ago, a 21-year-old man pleaded guilty to 3 accounts of committing a hate crime for attacking an Asian family in the Midland Sam's Club. He believed they were responsible for the COVID-19 pandemic because he believed them to be Chinese. The man tried to kill a 6-year-old child, slashing the children's face open with an 8-inch knife.
You're going to have to sum up. The light's on.
Okay. Texas ranked 4th in anti-Asian sentiment.
I'm going to have to ask you, you have to stop now.
Okay.
So you oppose 2206?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody have any questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate you. The members, there are no other witness registrations. So is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill?
We got one in the back, Mr. Chairman.
You need to talk to the assistant clerk, and you're going to have to register outside. You but go out there and help them. Just so you all know, because you may not, I only will recognize the witnesses. We don't take audience reaction. If you've got questions, set up meetings with the author or members of this committee and use that opportunity, everybody that's in here. I think we've had enough bell ringing and vibrations.
You ever take a break? Man, it's still amazing. Yep. Excellent job.
All right, our next witness is Zhe Zong, and we show you've registered against HB 2206, and you're representing yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you'd say your name and then go right ahead.
Thank you. My name is Zhe. I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen. Yes, sir. Thank you. Closer to me. Thank you. My name is Zhe. I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Respected senators and representatives, I thought my fellow Asian Americans have talked a lot about WeChat. I thought I would show you what it really is like. So here's a photo. My mom cropped this image when we were video chatting on WeChat. She came here on visas to take care of me when I had my children. She missed how the children have grown, and she missed that process after she went back to China. Video chatting with her every day is the joy of her life. She lives alone. If it weren't for WeChat, she would have suffered from depression. Her well-being and safety even would be endangered. I miss her every day. She misses us. This is the bridge for our emotional connection. This is the bridge for emotional connection for so many Chinese-speaking Americans here. Not just Chinese Americans, Chinese-speaking Americans. That's point one. Point two is, if I could show you my contacts in WeChat, you might see that some of them are my friends and families, but some of them are businesses right here in Texas. For example, I communicate, that's the wrong contact. I communicate with my son's daycare. The teacher pulled in all the teachers and parents attending that daycare. If there's an update during the day, or if they need volunteers for an unexpected event, the teacher will post a message, and volunteers' mom and dad will show up almost right away. Nothing is as efficient as WeChat because it reaches nearly everyone who speaks Chinese. You could also see I got restaurant groups in there. These restaurants survived on WeChat during the pandemic. Chinese restaurants usually have a special delivery group. I recommend them. They're really convenient. They're delicious. They drop off yummy food right at your door. Time saver. When you're busy on your workday, they're a great deal of help. So, surprisingly, when I was doing my research, I found out that there are more than 18,000 Chinese restaurants in Texas. The average taxes paid by each restaurant, let's say it's around $25K. And all these restaurants sum up to hundreds of millions of taxes revenue for the state of Texas. If WeChat brings in about 2% of that revenue, and that's an underestimate, we're looking at a few $1 million. I think our state can use that revenue.
And you're opposed to the bill?
I oppose to the bill.
Okay. Any questions, members? Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else who wants to testify on, for, or against? Seeing none, Representative Patterson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your patience today. I filled in for one of our colleagues earlier, and so couldn't be here earlier. I'd be happy to take any questions if you have them. If not, I close.
Any questions? Yeah, Representative Thompson.
What does the data show in what you're trying to eradicate?
Well, I think, certainly my heart breaks for those that testified today, and certainly I talk to my parents as regularly as I possibly can, and so certainly wouldn't want to cut that off from anyone. And I'm hopeful that there are other apps out there that can cross that divide. I think that it's been proven that apps run by businesses, entities, or people controlled by Communist China are collecting massive amounts of data on American citizens. I recently toured the Lockheed plant in Fort Worth. They only hire United States citizens to work in that plant. They build fighter jets. If the employees there at that plant have these apps by China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea, in theory, they could be stealing sensitive data about our military from those users.
Do you
that
know?
work at
Do
that
you know
facility.
do you know how long they've been having these apps available where they may have been taking it, collecting this data?
So it's a relatively new phenomenon, I would say. I don't know when WeChat started. That was the predominant theme of the witness testimony today. I know that TikTok is a relatively new app. I couldn't name any app from Iran right now, but the reason we chose those 4 countries certainly was not due to any race, but was just due to the fact that we're essentially in a proxy war right now with those countries, and they want not what's in the best interest of our nation. And so that's why we chose those 4 countries, similar to the critical infrastructure bill last session.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Representative Turner.
Thank you. Representative Patterson, so, and I appreciate the example about Lockheed that's it's in Speaker Garen's district, but I've been out there as well. But I mean, Lockheed or any other private company, just like the state of Texas, can ban its employees from having whatever apps on their phone. Just like, the governor's done with TikTok for state agencies. So Lockheed or any other business certainly has that ability if that's in their business interest to do. But I guess my question is, like, if this bill passes, how would it be enforced? I mean, are we asking? I mean, I wasn't familiar with WeChat before today, but I looked it up on the App Store on my iPhone, and it's there. It says it has about 1 billion users worldwide. I mean, are we telling Apple that they have to geofence their App Store and not allow this app to be downloaded in the state of Texas? I mean, how would this even be implemented?
Yeah, so similarly to, I believe y'all heard, HB 18 earlier. These, I think, no, that was in Ms. Thompson, Dean Thompson's committee, I'm sorry. But, same as in HB 18, these social media apps, they know exactly where their users are. Every minute that they know more about you than you know about yourself. They know when you're awake, they know when you're asleep, they know when you're hungry, they know where you're located. And so the social media companies would be held responsible for that. What we envision is something similar to the way the critical infrastructure bill reads currently, which is the governor and DPS would be responsible for enforcing.
Well, so is the responsibility rest with the app developer, or WeChat in this case, or does it rest with Apple and Google and the operators of app stores?
I mean, the state would enforce it, but I would say that the apps would not be allowed in Texas. So therefore, if Apple's carrying it, then they wouldn't be able to allow folks who are located within the state of Texas to download that app.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you, members.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Representative Garrett.
Did the people at Lockheed Martin tell you that this was a problem? I mean, it is a district I represent, and I haven't heard one word from them about this.
No, sir, I'd use that as an example because I'm aware that
So
they
it's an
only
example that you don't know is true. Is that correct? Because they didn't say anything to you, and obviously there wasn't a problem with your phone while you were there.
What I was saying was that they only hire U.S. employees, and I was making that as a point as a company that only hires United States employees.
Only because DOD requires that.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
But that doesn't, only because a person is a United States citizen doesn't mean that they don't have relatives someplace else.
No, sir. My point is that they have sensitive data and material, obviously, within their facilities that people could be talking about. And even if they're talking about it in a text message with other employees, if TikTok is downloaded on their personal device, TikTok collects all the data on your personal.
All I want to know is if Lockheed says that this is a problem, because they haven't said it to me, and obviously it didn't. So making up something, or not making up, it's a scenario that might be happening. Is that what you're saying?
It's just a realistic scenario in the marketplace.
No, I
I
think it's
certainly,
realistic, or Lockheed would have been all over it, I promise you.
well, I'm not saying that they wouldn't have reached out to me over you. That's not at all what I meant to imply. But what I'm saying is that there are real legitimate national security concerns. That's why the White House is looking at this. This is why there's hearings in the United States Congress. That's why Governor Abbott has banned it. You can't even use TikTok on the Wi-Fi at the University of Texas.
I understand that.
On your own personal device
And
because of national security concerns.
I won't use it on my own personal device, but I'm just saying, my concern was Lockheed Martin, and if they didn't bring up a problem to you, then let's figure out something else to use, because Lockheed, I promise you, if they thought it was a problem, there wouldn't be TikTok on the phone out there.
Yes, sir. And if they thought it was a problem, they would have come to you, not me.
Well, I don't know who they'd have come to, but they would have come to somebody.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Patterson. The chair moves to leave HB 2206 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 2206 is left pending.
Thank you.
What is the next one? Chair lays out HB 613 and recognizes Representative Asut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. House Bill 613 is filed to, in my mind, incentivize governmental bodies to turn over public information that they're otherwise obligated to turn over without having to charge a fee. What the bill does is it does not allow a governmental body to charge for providing copies of campaign finance reports unless it already provides the reports online for free. So it incentivizes local government to put local campaign finance reports online. Secondly, the bill doesn't allow a governmental body to charge for providing copies if it fails to comply with the statute governing requesting opinions by the Attorney General, or if the Attorney General comes back and says that they have to turn over the information. So it incentivizes governmental bodies to be judicious about the opinions that they seek from the Attorney General, and otherwise to turn over public information when it's due to be turned over. We've received some comments on the bill from the Attorney General's office, going to work through those. So I probably will have a committee sub back for your consideration. I'll talk to you guys offline. Happy to answer any questions about that. That'll kind of narrow the scope of the bill a little bit. But generally, the purpose of House Bill 613 is just to incentivize governmental bodies to turn over public information without you having to jump through hoops.
Members, any questions for Representative Spiller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I deal with this a bunch in my law practice, and you know, had many requests for AG opinions. The only part of this, I like it all. The only part, because to me, number one, they don't need to stonewall. They need to answer timely. And if they don't produce things timely, then there's a criminal penalty that goes along with that. Mm-hmm. There was the second part that you had that I like, but the third part, the only thing that gives me concern is if a city, county, school district, anyone else, and they have a legitimate concern, and if they think it meets one of the exceptions, and they timely and properly request an opinion under this bill, they're penalized because they've got to eat the cost of that. And sometimes some of those requests are asked for voluminous documents, and my concern is that shouldn't necessarily be a cost that's borne entirely by the entity. So, but otherwise, I love the bill, you know, but
I've got some alternative language on that very issue, because that was the one thing that I was also thinking about narrowing the scope of the bill on. Maybe we give the Attorney General some flexibility to invalidate or narrow a fee, but maybe in a discretionary way that can take into account those types of factors like the voluminous nature of the request and whether or not the request for an exemption was made in good faith. Right. And I think that there's some language that we can do. Okay. I'll get with you about that. You. That was the one thing I had to.
All right, appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Thompson.
And sometimes persons ask us for information, and they'll ask for a voluminous amount of information. So, not that we don't want to share it or give it to them, because I don't mind it, but they can just ask you for a truckload of information, documents. You know, what is your calendar for the last 3 years? Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, I'm just using that as an example. So I have to agree with Mr. Spiller on this one. We need to have some language on here.
I think that's a fair point. And I know that we rely on legislative privilege to deal with a lot of that, but there are some things that are not privileged that we have to turn over that could be voluminous.
I mean, I try to comply with everything they ask me to do, but I mean, they're gonna ask you to, I mean, the cost that's incurred by you to punish them that is extraordinary sometimes.
Sure. I think Margot would say the same thing.
Any other questions, members?
I'm not sure if there's any witnesses.
Well, hold on a second.
Let's find out.
We'll give you a minute to close. All right. Members, there's no registrations on Mr. Vassout's bill. So.
Scared them off.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? Seeing none, you may close.
This bill has nothing to do with WeChat or Lockheed Martin. This bill is simply about, I think, making it easier for the public to access information. Fair points raised about the implication when they seek exemptions. Happy to work with you on it, answer any questions you have, and I'll bring a committee substitute back.
Do that and get with Representative Spiller and Thompson.
I certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. The chair moves to leave HB 613 pending. This time, is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 613 is left pending. The chair lays out HB 904 and recognizes Chairman Moody explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vassout failed to give you the update from Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. We're getting close to the end, almost the last bill, so y'all are well positioned to win the competition of longest committee hearing today. So you know, we do have one bill left that's a little controversial, and I have a lot of questions about it, so I might be able to independently compete with y'all, but it's going to be a tough stretch. So congratulations in advance. I'll try to be short.
I'm going to try to help you out. We may be the latest today, but there is a record holder that's had it.
Oh, no, I'm sure you're going to have much worse than today. Mr. Chairman, members, I do have some good news and some bad news. The bad news first. Many otherwise law-abiding Texans, including many of us, have regularly broken the law on a seasonal basis. The good news is that HB 904 can legitimize our scandalous behavior. I'm talking about fantasy sports. Right now, most fantasy sports betting is a crime in Texas. There are some exceptions, but they don't cover a lot of what we do in the real world. If you've done a fantasy sports draft at a restaurant or a bar or other public place, that's a crime. If you went to your buddy's house to assemble your fantasy teams and gave him a cut of the winnings for the trouble of hosting that event, that's a crime. I could go on, but the point is the default setting here is that fantasy sports, which millions of Texans innocently participate in every year, is technically illegal. House Bill 904 changes that and makes it legal to participate in fantasy sports, which it rightfully defines as a game of knowledge and skill and not pure luck. I want to be clear that I'm not talking about sports betting generally. I think you heard about that already. This is just about fantasy sports. It's a fun way to keep up with the teams and the players that we love, and millions of us take part in it every year. That should not be a crime. Adult Texans should be able to decide how they spend their money and their time, and that's what House Bill 904 permits. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions. I am familiar with the arguments both for and against this, and I will leave this in your able hands so I can return to ask questions about my colleagues' very, very well thought out legislation in Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence.
Any questions for the chair? Go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, Rob Kohler. Rob Kohler. Rob Kohler. Okay, we will note that Rob Kohler is not present, but registered against HB 904, and he represents the Christian Life Commission of the Baptist General Convention of Texas. Jennifer Hughes. Jennifer Hughes. Jennifer Hughes. We'll note that Jennifer Hughes is not present but registered against HB 904, Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas. She lists her address as Washington, D.C. So we cannot change that as she's done it previously in this hearing. Anything else we need to? Okay. Right. Is that? Members, that's all the witness affirmations we have. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? And then Chairman. Yeah. Did he? Okay. Well, as we told Chairman Moody, we'll just close on his behalf. And if any of you all have questions, the chair is closing. All right. The chair recognizes Chairman Metcalf. Would you close on behalf of Chairman Moody?
Mr. Chairman, members, in regards to House Bill 904, I close.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Chair moves to leave HB 904 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 904 is left pending. The chair lays out HB 2142 and recognizes Chairman Guillen to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, many Texans enjoy participating in fantasy sports contests every year that offer prizes, awards, or compensation. However, in Texas, this activity can be interpreted to fall within the definition of the criminal offense of gambling and is subject to criminal penalties. These contests are games of skill rather than games of chance. Whether one, two, or more people are participating, any participant must use their own skill to select sports players to form a team. To succeed in fantasy sports, participants must research real-time information to build and manage teams of players which play against other teams, similar to how coaches function with a team. In gambling, participants simply make bets on outcomes. In fantasy sports, participants pay an entry fee and can win money and prizes if their teams win. The bill specifies that the winning outcome of the fantasy game or contest is not based solely on the score, point spread, or performance of a single professional or amateur team or athlete. The 2006 federal carve-out of fantasy sports and the Unlawful Internet Gambling Enforcement Act defines fantasy sports as a game of skill. Over 20 states have similar clarifications in their law. No state has passed a law outlawing fantasy sports. The Attorney General has opined that the current statutory definition of bet is inclusive of fantasy sports. The Fantasy Sports Clarification Bill clarifies that fantasy sports are not gambling by revising the definition of bet in state law governing gambling offenses and establishing a definition and exemption for a fantasy or simulated game or contest. I can help answer any questions, and I believe we do have an expert here to help as well.
Any questions? Yes, Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. Didn't we just hear this bill? Wasn't this the Moody bill? Is it? I guess I have a question for the author. No, this author, the author of the bill that's in front of us. Are they the same? Or?
They're not the same. They're slightly different, and our experts will articulate it better than I could.
Good job. So this one's better?
Yeah. Oh, certainly. Certainly. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. They're decimates, so everybody knows.
You're in.
Yeah.
Your instinct is spot on.
Okay. All right. The Stacy Stern. Stacy, we have you registered for HB 2142, and you represent Underdog Fantasy, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank
you.
you.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. My name is Stacy Stern. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for Underdog Sports, and I'm testifying today on behalf of both the Coalition for Fantasy Sports and of Underdog Fantasy in support of Representative Guillen's HB 2142. The Coalition for Fantasy Sports is made up of small to medium-sized fantasy sports operators who have joined together to promote innovation and competition in the market and support growth in the fantasy sports industry. This bill simply clarifies that fantasy sports contests are games of skill and and not chance-based wagers or bets, similar to HB 904. In addition, it is conclusive of all platforms, regardless of the number of participants or how the contest is designed. These fixes all align and are consistent with the 2006 Federal Unlawful Internet Gambling Enforcement Act, which explicitly carved out fantasy sports as games of skill. According to recent research, about 50 million Americans participate in fantasy sports, many of them here in Texas. And by passing this legislation, you would join more than 20 other states who have similarly clarified that fantasy sports contests are games of skills and ensure that your constituents will be able to continue to play the games that they love and know today. Thank you for your time. And with that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions, members? Representative Raymond.
Did you want to, did you hear my question a little while ago?
I think you were asking what the difference is between HB 904 and HB 2142.
Yes.
It's getting late in the day. I have to make sure I have the numbers correct. Yes, they're very similar. HB 2142 is actually, I think, a better industry bill. It allows for more competition and innovation in the space. What we have seen recently is, since sports betting has been allowed in certain states and we see people tend to focus on sports betting, we want to make sure that there are still allowances for innovation in fantasy sports, which is vastly different from sports betting. And Representative Guillen's bill does that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Rob Kohler. Rob Kohler. Rob Kohler, will note he's not here, but he registered against 2142 and represents Christian Life Commission of the Baptist General Convention of Texas. Jennifer Hughes. Jennifer, we show you registered against 2142 and you represent the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas, correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
And you're Washington, D.C., not Texas, correct?
Correct.
So we can have the clerk correct that.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Right ahead.
Chairman and committee, my name's Jennifer Hughes. I apologize. I know I missed testifying on the earlier bill. This testimony is on HB 2142. Had I made it in time, this testimony would have applied to HB 904. But I am testifying on HB 2142 right now. Essentially, the tribe opposes, respectfully, HB 2142 in the current form, just because, frankly, it doesn't include the necessary language to ensure that the tribe itself can offer fantasy or simulated games or contests. As you mentioned, HB 2142 would authorize the operation of fantasy sports contests throughout Texas by amending the penal code. While the tribe, of course, does not oppose such a policy decision, the tribe should not be left out. The way the bill is written, though, the tribe would be left out. We talked a little bit about IGRA today. The tribe is subject to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, so that's a federal law that governs gaming by tribes on Indian lands. Under IGRA, the tribe has used its authorities under IGRA to raise much-needed governmental revenue to provide for its members. Being able to offer fantasy sports contests would provide the tribe with an additional ability to increase its government revenues to provide even improved services for its members. Statewide fantasy sports contests is likely to reduce business at the tribe's existing ongoing gaming facility if the tribe is unable to offer the same activity. And so what we have is, again, this is totally up to the state, whether they want to make the policy choice to permit fantasy sports. To us, however, that is going to be considered by the federal government for us as a Class 3 game. So we need an IGRA agreement, tribal state agreement, to make sure that the tribe can offer those games as well, which the tribe really wants to do. But it can't because of this federal hurdle. We don't like the federal government breathing down our neck, but we have to abide by the federal hurdle. And so what we've done is proposed amendment language that would be that IGRA tribal state agreement as legislative language that would have that agreement be in the bill itself. No need for the state to do anything else, no need for the tribe to do anything else. It would give certainty for the tribe to be able to offer fantasy sports like others will be able to in the state. We did notice, and this is kind of separate, but we did notice that there aren't any guardrails on how the fantasy sports games would be conducted. And that's obviously because it's just simply an amendment to the penal code. But we do want to say, and we've heard the word innovation, that the technology is there. And so we offer up proposed amendments so that the fantasy sports wouldn't be able to mimic casino-style games. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question? Oh, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Hughes. And I know you've been up here with similar testimony on several measures today, and I'm sorry I missed your earlier testimony, but I just want to make sure I understand, because it seems like it's a common theme with all these bills. So because Kickapoos are a federally recognized tribe, you need explicit authorization in this measure and other measures, no, we're not talking about those right now, to allow you to participate in whatever's being authorized in the bill, in this case, fantasy sports. Do I have that right?
Yes, sir. So the state, of course, can permit whatever it wants. When you permit it to any person for any purpose, the tribe has a right to do it. But there are requirements under the IGRA, the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. The tribe has a right to do it, but for it to do it, it has to have an agreement with the state. Okay. And so for the tribe, the IGRA governs gaming on Indian lands, and that includes, the reservation. And so if there is gaming that is permitted by the state to any person for any purpose, again, the tribe has a right to do it, but the way IGRA is set up, there must be an agreement with the state. In the IGRA, it's called the compact agreement either way, but it must adhere to the requirements of IGRA. And so what we're putting forth is just that language, and we've been able to bring it down as briefly as possible. We can even make it briefer, but what we wanted to do is put in some requirements that the tribe would adhere to, such as like consumer protections, or make sure that we're using the right definitions of the definition in HB 2142.
Okay, I think I understand. So basically, the federal government requires you to have an agreement with the state, and you're asking the legislature to put that agreement into the text of the bill so you satisfy that federal requirement.
Correct, sir.
Got it. Okay. And in so doing, would that in any way change or alter the scope of the bill as it relates to everybody else?
No, actually, no, it wouldn't, sir. Sorry to interrupt. It would not. So I know in conversations earlier, but here we are right now, there is a fear, I think, that somehow it would open the door or be like a slippery slope for other games, but that is not the case. And the agreement we put forward for your consideration, with hope that it goes in the bill, is specifically for fantasy sports defined by HB 2142. It wouldn't be even sports wagering. It's fantasy sports as defined by 2142.
Got it. All right, thank you very much.
Representative Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, just for clarification, number one, the issues that we talked about before about on the other gambling bills about a Class 3 versus Class 2, what you are now, and opening the door to that, we don't get into any of that argument here, correct?
No, essentially, frankly, the door has been opened. So I know some folks have said that it's just a strictly Class 2 state. The door has been opened with the state lottery, frankly. But with this, it would only be specific to fantasy sports contests.
Okay.
Yes.
And so my next issue is, you've visited about the language that needs to be in there, and you think that language can be inserted into this bill, and it doesn't necessarily that language either requires a compact between the governor and yourself, but you think that can be included in this bill?
We think that can be included just straight up as is. The IGRA doesn't talk in terms of the governor, it talks in terms of the state. So
Okay.
how it's set is, and I'll try to answer your question quickly. The proposed amendment is an offer from the state for the tribe to be able to do fantasy sports. The tribe would accept it, and that is all in the bill, and that would be it.
All right, and that leads me to my next question is, do you have that proposed language? Have you given it to the author here? Do you have something in mind or something that's been drafted that you think would suffice that you could give to him so that he doesn't have to guess as to what that's going to be?
Exactly, yes. No, we have draft amendment. I'm not sure, sir, if you have a copy of it yet, but we'd love to talk to you about it. It really is as simple as, and short as we could get it. But yes, that, we do have draft language, and as I stand here, I'm not sure if it got to the office.
All right.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, committee.
Anybody else? That's all the affirmations we have on this bill. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? If not, Chair recognizes Chairman Guillen to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's no further questions, I'll close.
So thank you, Chairman Guillen. Well, all right, no, the chair moves to leave HB 2142 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 2142 is left pending. All right, the chair lays out HB 2609 and recognizes Chairman Guillen to explain his bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 2609.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, the safety and reliability of the state's electric grid is vitally important to our state. Concerns were raised after Winter Storm Uri when it was noted that the PUC lacks the ability to access and conduct criminal history checks on job applicants. In response, the Commission recommended in its 2023 biennial report to the legislature that it be granted access to criminal history records and to conduct background checks on personnel with access to the state's electric grid. HB 2609 amends the government code to give the PUC access to criminal history information from the DPS. This access also allows the Commission to perform criminal background checks on job applicants and current employees to ensure the safety and reliability of the state's electric grid. With this ability, the PUC will be better equipped to identify and mitigate potential threats. This will help to prevent power disruptions, reduce the risk of accidents, and increase the overall safety of the grid. We're currently working on another committee sub with the PUC to further enhance the security of the electric grid. And I can help answer any questions if you all have any, and we do have somebody here from the PUC as well.
Any questions of the chairman? We have no witnesses unless you need the resource witness. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Guillen to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask for your favorable consideration. I close.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Guillen. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 2609 and leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 2609 is left pending. The chair lays out HB 1422 and recognizes Chairman Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. It's good to be with everybody here this evening, and look how beautiful it is outside tonight. Mr. Chairman, members, this antiquated practice of springing forward and falling back and changing our clocks twice a year is frustrating to many people in modern-day society. Some medical studies even show it causes health issues, including heart attacks and strokes, by altering of the body's internal clock. House Bill 1422 would authorize the observation of daylight savings time year-round. However, please note that the state of Texas would still need federal approval for this to occur. The U.S. Senate passed the Sunset Protection Act in 2022, which would make daylight savings time permanent in the United States for states who choose to observe daylight savings time year-round. Unfortunately, this bill was not passed in the U.S. House of Representatives. Currently, states are only authorized to observe standard time year-round without federal approval. I believe we should stick to a time which allows for the maximum amount of daylight in the evenings, and I know countless of others feel the same way. House Bill 1422 would allow that by authorizing the state of Texas to observe daylight savings time permanently if the federal government passes legislation allowing states the ability to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I reserve my right to close.
Any questions for, yes, Chairman Turner.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Metcalf. You know, I've always opposed this in the past, but I will confess I'm softening on it, mainly because my wife gets mad at me when I vote against this every day. She hates changing our clocks and what it does to her sleep. But my serious question is, was there any consideration about just going to standard time year-round? And the reason I asked that, I've read some studies lately, or read about some studies lately that indicate from medical experts that there's real health advantages to just staying on standard time and some disadvantages to when we do change clocks, whether it's, twice a year like we do, or even just staying permanently on daylight savings time, just because the human body, I guess, is, our circadian rhythm is timed to sunset and sunrise, and so kind of altering that has some potentially negative health impacts. I just be curious if you...
Yeah, no, I'm not going to pretend to be a medical expert and say which is better for health reasons. I know that, we switched our clocks last week, and me personally, I'm still feeling side effects from it.
Yeah,
and, I personally prefer this time because, me as a young father to two young children, I like coming home from work in the evening and us being able to go play on the putting green or whatever it may be in the swimming pool and it not be dark. And, in the standard time, I get home 5:30, 6 o'clock. It's dark outside and I can't play with my children. And so
that's a good point.
That's the reason why I chose this route.
All right, thank you.
You got it.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Speaker Guerin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman Metcalf, did you call this antiquated? Some of us were around on April in 1966 when it was first adopted. I don't appreciate being called
apologize,
antiquated.
Mr. Speaker. I apologize.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we'll let you have the right to close here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Erica Boyd. Now, Erica, we have you registered for HB 1422 and testifying on behalf of the Texas Travel Alliance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Hunter, Vice Chair Hernandez, members of the committee. I am Erica Boyd, President CEO of the Texas Travel Alliance. I am testifying for HB 1422 by Chairman Metcalf and appreciate the invitation to come and provide testimony. As an industry, I will keep it short and sweet. I will not repeat many of the things that Chairman Metcalf has already outlined as to the benefits of sticking with daylight saving time. I currently have a child who is playing baseball out in the sunlight because of daylight saving time. And we do believe that this is a benefit to the industry by and large. People can enjoy the outdoors more. They tend to shop more, which is beneficial to many segments of the industry the longer we have daylight. There are studies For example, from Tufts University, they cited that Americans with more sunlight often tend to stop and shop on their way home. And that is very beneficial to many industries. And that you can do things like enjoy our state parks more as we're enjoying our centennial. So as an industry, we do believe that this would benefit travel and tourism. And we appreciate your favorable consideration. And thank you for entertaining this evening.
Any questions? Thank you. Thank you very much. Oscar Rodriguez. Now, Oscar, we have you registered against HB 1422, and you're representing the Texas Association of Broadcasters. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Chairman Metcalf. I'm Oscar Rodriguez. I'm president of the Texas Association of Broadcasters, respectfully testifying against House Bill 1422. While the bill, in our estimation, could be improved if it provided an assurance that the state would continue to observe whatever national time zone framework is in place, we have concerns that observing daylight saving time year-round would have an enormously negative impact on many of our stations, particularly our AM radio stations and their listeners. Local AM radio stations' hours of on-air operation vary depending on the observance or non-observance of daylight saving time. This is because some AM stations, called daytimers, are required by the Federal Communications Commission to turn off their transmitter from sunset until sunrise to avoid interference with distant stations, which may not even be in Texas. Depending on the time of year, these daytimer stations would be required to be off the air during much of the valuable morning drive time, that's what we call that. Because of the size of the state, these times vary from East Texas to West Texas by about 30 minutes. In Central Texas, assuming year-round daylight saving time, most AM stations would be off the air or running with greatly reduced coverage until morning sunrise. In January, these stations could not sign on or operate with full power until 8:30 in the morning. A sign-on this late means that listeners who depend on a station for school closings and the day's weather information would not even be on the air until it would be too late for the information to be useful. Most full-time AM stations operate with reduced power or a directional signal from sunset to sunrise. Moving the clock an hour ahead of the sun, as daylight saving time does, means that the switch from nighttime to daytime power and directionality is delayed by an hour. That delay would greatly reduce the ability of our AM radio stations to compete for advertising in the most important part of the broadcast day. For local television stations, inconsistent observance of DST would greatly disrupt viewing and marketing of nationwide live broadcasts of sporting, political, entertainment, and awards events. Pre-recorded programs, though, would need an additional time slot in network promotions. International sporting events such as the Olympics and the World Cup are planned and scheduled many years in advance with much consideration of the U.S. viewing times. And having to set guides for individual states would exacerbate the frustrations of live competitions airing at unusual and inconvenient times. Finally, being out of sync with neighboring states could be particularly problematic for communities and media markets that cross state lines, such as El Paso, Odessa Midland, Amarillo, Wichita Falls, Sherman, and Texarkana, which complicates the business marketing and programming for their audiences and advertisers. So those are our concerns, members of the committee, with the prospect of year-round daylight saving time.
Thank you, Oscar. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Those are all the affirmations we have. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Metcalf to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. If there are no further questions, I ask for your favorable consideration on this important piece of legislation if it's brought back before you, and I close.
Thank you, Chairman Metcalf. The chair moves to leave HB 1422 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 1422 is left pending. Chair lays out HB 3013 and recognizes Representative Slauson to explain her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. HB 3013 originates as a request from the Texas General Land Office to clean up an unintended consequence from SB 799 last session, which passed out of this committee unanimously. SB 799 was passed with the intention to make the procurement and spending process easier for state agencies. However, it added a provision under section 2262.051 to the government code. For solicitations exceeding $20 million, a notice of intent to procure must be posted to the ESBD at least 2 months prior to advertising the solicitation. This language makes the procurement process more burdensome for the GLO Disaster Recovery Division because about half of the solicitations are over $20 million. In the event of a disaster, where the agency is expected to respond quickly to solicit vendors to provide services, this requirement would greatly extend the time it takes for the agency to get contractors in place to respond to the services needed by our Texans. So HB 3013 amends that section to exempt services necessary to respond to a natural disaster from the $20 million solicitation posting requirement. And we do have a resource witness here from the General Land Office to answer any questions that you may have, and I would request the opportunity to close.
Any questions for the representative? All right, thank you. We'll be able to close. We have no registered witnesses, except we do have a resource. Do you have any questions, members of the resource? Seeing none, Representative Slauson, we will ask, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against this bill? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Slauson to close on her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I close.
Thank you, Representative Slauson. The chair moves to leave HB 3013 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 3013 is left pending.
See how many on there? That's what I did.
The chair lays out HB 2713 and recognizes Representative Dean to explain his bill. The chair offers a committee substitute to HB 2713.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter, and I appreciate the committee. It's getting late. Been here a long time today, but I thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to lay this bill out. This bill is simply an attempt to streamline the process that the PUC uses when electric utilities go in for their rate cases. We did something similar to this in 2019 for our gas utilities. Currently, when a utility goes in for a rate case, the PUC looks back at all their expenses, obviously. Some expenses are presumed reasonable to streamline the process. Currently, base salary compensation is presumed reasonable if it is supported by a third-party independent compensation study. But bonuses or incentive compensation is not. So let's say an IT professional is at a utility is paid $75,000 a year and is supported by a study, that's presumed reasonable. But if the same professional were paid a base salary of $60,000 and is eligible for a bonus of up to $15,000, the process of arguing over that $15,000 bonus gets out of hand, or the PUC could retroactively deny the bonus. Basically what it does, ladies and gentlemen, is causes a whole bunch of legal back and forth, which ends up costing the ratepayer a lot of money. Even though the total compensation of base salary plus bonus is supported by the study, HB 2713 says as long as the total compensation is supported by the study, then it is all presumed reasonable. A couple notes about our committee substitute. This does not apply to executives or officers. I want to make sure that the CEOs, the chairman, the people at the top end of the pay scale were not part of this. This also clarifies that the PUC can still look into incentive compensation that is adverse to the customers. We have some resource witnesses here to get further in the weeds, but At this point in time during the day, we hope not to have to get into the weeds. We've talked to all of the parties involved with this. We've worked with them quite a bit on this bill. Senator Phil King is carrying this bill over in the Senate. They heard yesterday or day before. We listened. We tried to improve some things here. I think we've got a good bill, and hopefully we've got witnesses, if necessary, committee that can help answer any additional technical questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for the representative? All right, we'll let you close here in a minute. Okay. First witness is Thomas Bricado. Tom, we have you registered neutral on HB 2713 and representing Steering Committee of Cities served by Encore, Texas Coalition of Affordable Power. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman, committee members. Good evening. My name is Thomas Bricado, and I represent the Steering Committee of Cities served by Encore and the Texas Coalition of Cities for Affordable Power. And as you indicated, I'm testifying tonight on the bill. I'd like to begin by thanking Representative Dean and his staff for working with us to make improvements to the bill that are reflected in the committee substitute. It is our hope that we can continue to talk and refine the language. But I do want to share with you two sort of fundamental concerns we have with this approach. Typically an electric utility has the burden of proof in demonstrating in regulatory proceeding that its costs are reasonable. This bill, however, creates a presumption of reasonableness for a bonus program if it's consistent with market compensation studies. It's not clear to us why these programs should be singled out for such advantageous treatment. And even if you believe that financially based incentive programs should be recovered in rates, it's not clear why these programs should get the advantage of a presumption when no other expense does. The second concern that I'd like to share with you is, and what is controversial as opposed to base pay, relates to incentive compensation or bonuses paid to employees based upon financial metrics. Utility incentive plans are essentially programs that pay bonuses, and they come in really two different varieties. Those that are based on operations and those that are based on financial metrics. And for many years, the commission has consistently found that shareholders rather than ratepayers should bear the cost associated with financially based performances. And I'll just give you a brief example. Utilities have bonus programs that are based upon various financial metrics. For example, if the stock price reaches a certain level, bonuses may be paid. While there's nothing inherently wrong with that, the commission has long recognized that these types of programs benefit shareholders more than ratepayers, and thus they should be required to pay for them out of the utility's return. In contrast, operational bonuses that are paid for things such as improved reliability or response times incentivize employees to do better in their performance, provide more reliable service, and benefit ratepayers, and therefore they are appropriate for inclusion in rates. So while the committee substitute does place some restrictions on financially based bonus payments, ratepayers would still be required to pay large sums associated with these plans. Thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Any questions? Representative Dean, do you have a question?
I'm sorry, I didn't turn.
No problem. Anybody? Representative Slauson?
Her light's on too.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
We just like that red light.
Appreciate it.
Jason Ryan. And Jason, we have you registered for HB 2713 representing CenterPoint Energy. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, and members. I am Jason Ryan, Executive Vice President for CenterPoint Energy, testifying on behalf of CenterPoint Energy in favor of House Bill 2713. And we come to you today with a unique perspective because we have the privilege of operating an electric utility in Texas, but also a gas utility in Texas. And Representative Dean is exactly right. The State House 4 years ago adopted a framework that's very similar to the committee substitute in front of you, and it works well. It's been implemented at the Railroad Commission, and regulation there is now more efficient, less litigious, more predictable. I think that's what we're looking for here with this committee substitute. I want to thank Representative Dean and his staff for working hard with all the stakeholders. We've reached an understanding and agreement with our largest customers on the committee substitute since it was filed about a month ago tomorrow. So it's been a lot of work to get here, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alton Hall. Alton, we show that you have registered against HB 2713 and are representing the city of Houston. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Alton Hall. I'm with the law firm of Adams and Reese in Houston. It is my privilege, and I thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of the city of Houston in opposition to House Bill 2713 as written. I heard the comments of Representative Dean, the author, that he has met with several of the stakeholders. Unfortunately, it's my understanding that the city of Houston has not met with your office, Representative Dean, but we certainly look forward to doing that and working with the stakeholders and your office to try to address some of the issues that I will raise. So my comments will address HB 2713 as written. HB 2713, as Mr. Bricado said, requires that regulatory authorities, and this includes the city of Houston. It does not say just the commission. It says regulatory authorities, which includes municipalities as well that have original jurisdiction. It requires that they presume, when they're setting electric rates, that they presume that the executive compensation, not the executive compensation, but the employee compensation and benefits that are within this bill are reasonable and necessary. That includes financial-based metrics. And the problem we have with that and our objection to that is that including financial-based incentive compensation fundamentally violates the basic requirements of rate making. Rate making, not only at this Texas Public Utility Commission, but across this country, requires that you look at cost benefit, cost causation. Who caused these costs to be incurred? Who benefits from these costs? With regard to financial-based, financial incentive comp, it is not the ratepayers. It is the shareholders who benefit from this financial incentive-based program. The reason being is that it's based upon earnings. It's based upon revenue. It's based upon how well they do in the rate case. That is something that inures directly to the shareholders and has no benefit to ratepayers. That is the reason that the Public Utility Commission of this state has consistently excluded financial-based incentive comp. And the same thing is true across the country. So we have that issue with the financial incentive comp and ask that the utilities not be allowed to do with this body what they can't do at the Public Utility Commission. And we also object to the presumption, which should not be given to a study any more than any other evidence. It should simply be one piece of the evidence.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Representative Dean?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Well, thank you, Mr. Hall, for being here tonight. And for the record, we've not heard from your office or from the city of Houston's office. And you mentioned early on that we did say we met with many stakeholders, and we have. And we're very happy if you want to stay tonight to visit with you as well. But for the record, we've not heard from your office or from anyone from the city of Houston. We can agree on that, correct? Thank you.
That is correct.
As a former mayor in working with cities, with our city and testifying to the PUC numerous times on rate cases. I think what we're doing is and you use, and I heard Mr. Brocato say the same thing, our lawyer friend here about, the stakeholder benefiting is the shareholder. One thing I want to make clear is I'm in business as well as a number of these people here. And most of us use performance incentive programs to maximize the efficiency of our business for the delivery of our product or our services. And when, as I stated in the layout, we use, for instance, when we do the studies on the salaries in competitive markets through a third party that looks at these, and we find an IT person and we find that the mean average is $75,000 a year. And the utility pays that person $60,000 a year. That's saving. Nothing is to say based on the incentive program, the performance incentive type programs, that they're going to achieve the entire $15,000 amount, correct? Right. I mean, I think it's fair to assume that because they set parameters that they have to meet in order to achieve that additional money. We together on that, okay? So if we hold the line, if the utility holds the line on that $75,000, or it comes in less because maybe they didn't meet all of the parameters, then the bottom line numbers, that is good for the entire company, is it not? If the company is able to provide their services at a lower rate, okay, than what they showed in terms of their percentage, or excuse me, their salary studies, then their bottom line is going to be better, would it not be? So I'm not following the, the strategy or the theory that, well, the shareholders are the only one that are gonna benefit from a program like this. That is not the intent. Again, representing my citizens in Longview, Texas, my initiative was to make sure that they, as the ratepayers, were the recipients of the best deal or the savings. And that's what the intent is here, sir. Thank you.
Chairman Thompson.
I was waiting for a response from him.
I didn't know that I was being given that opportunity. May I respond?
You sure may, he asked.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. But Representative Dean, the issue here is what is the actions or the activity that's being incentivized? If what's being incentivized is increased efficiency in operations, operational benefits, those are allowed by the commission. That is not what we're talking about. That is permitted in rates because it benefits the ratepayers. What we're talking about when we say financial incentives is where it's strictly based on how much money the company gets, how the earnings, increased earnings. And the reason why pretty much every jurisdiction across the country has the rule that type of financial-based incentive is not recoverable from ratepayers is because the shareholders benefit from that. The ratepayers end up with higher rates. That's not a benefit. And in addition to that what they've determined is that the higher earnings that result from that can be used by the shareholders to pay that incentive compensation. So there's no need to put that on the backs of ratepayers. That's the distinction between financial-based incentive comp and other types. The kind that you were alluding to where there's increased efficiency in operations and you're doing those sorts of things, those benefit ratepayers. And the commission and every other commission allows those. Our concern is not that. Our concern are those where it's how well you're doing a rate case. Because that has come up in cases where there's an incentive bonus based on how well the utility company does in the rate case. In other words, how much higher the rates are. That is no benefit the ratepayers.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sure you've represented the city in rate cases.
For over 30 years.
Yes, sir, okay. And so you know all of the various issues that come up during a rate case. And when a utility goes to the PUC to have a rate increase, all the various things that they have to present, it is a plethora of information, is it not? It is a ton of work. You on the legal side, you good people on the legal side that have to prepare all this, very time consuming. And being time consuming is part of the reason why the rates go up to the ratepayer as well. Is that not fair?
Sure.
Okay, so what we're looking to do here is to try to work together to at least eliminate some of these things that you as attorneys have to go out and get this large group together to come up with some understanding, and the clock's running, right? The clock's running. And that's part of, in a big part of, in a rate case hearing, why, you know, they include so much of these legal fees and other things into the rate case, right? Because the time that you spend in our 30 years, congratulations, but that time is paid for by the ratepayer as well, correct? Okay, so I think we can
agree. If it's for the city and it's approved by the PUC, it's reasonable and necessary.
Absolutely.
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Would you like to respond?
I think I'm good. I'm happy to visit with you some more.
Absolutely.
But I respectfully agree to disagree.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, Chairman Thompson would like him to be able to respond so she can understand the issue.
Okay.
It's a reasonable request.
I think I'm understanding what you're saying is that these are fees that are not now allowed.
That's correct.
And then what they're asking for is to allow these fees to be considered in the rate. And if they are considered in the rate, then it is the rate payers that would assume this obligation.
That is correct. Currently, at the Public Utility Commission, those financial-based incentive compensation plans are not allowed into the rates if it's strictly financial. If it's operational, if it's other things, they are allowed. And so you're absolutely right.
Right now, this is the cost of doing business for them, these people to do the work, perform for the services they are renting and the ratepayers are paying for.
Well, actually, it's more than that because, as I indicated to Representative Dean, if they meet some of these goals, there's actually increased revenue, increased earnings to the company. So the thinking is, and the policy is, well, the people who benefit from those increased earnings and increased revenue are the shareholders. So they should pay for that incentive comp if they decide that they want to do that. And if I could just say one other point, while I certainly concede your point, Representative Dean, that the costs of lawyers and consultants and other part of the rates and the rate case, if approved as reasonable by the Public Utility Commission only, the utility and the municipalities get the rate case expenses that would be included in the rates. But what I would say in response to that also is that the municipalities' rate case expenses are a very tiny part. They're minuscule. And I'm not going to get into detail because there are other bills that address that, and we could address it at that time. But I just wanted to make that point.
Just to intervene, I think what the author was asking is you get with him and get the material so he has all the information.
Sure.
I'm more than happy. I will get with the
My
city's
chief of
government
staff
relations
is
group,
sitting.
and we will be in your office tomorrow.
Our stakeholders bunch are sitting right back there.
Well, I can stay over and
Miss Ashley
as
is right there waving. And I wish we would have heard from you ahead of time.
You know,
Okay.
Chairman Thompson, look at this. You got them all singing together right here.
I'm gonna bring that for the PUC guy.
I'm on the, we didn't even have to get no stomp. I mean, we'll
We'll stomp on that.
Thanks.
Listen, we'll work on it, but I think we're right there. It's just a little bit of terminology difference, financial versus.
Let's get the.
I think we're there.
looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, and we'll get you all
Thank you for
working.
the opportunity.
Katie Coleman. Katie Coleman. Katie Coleman. She's not here, but she registered neutral on 2713, representing herself and Texas Association of Manufacturers. Yeah. Thomas Gleason. Now, Mr. Gleason, we have you neutral on HB 2713, and we note you're the Executive Director of the Public Utility Commission of Texas. You're acting as the resource witness, correct?
That is correct, Chairman.
All right. Representative Dean, do you have any questions? Chairman Thompson.
Are these charges allowed at this time?
So I would say historically, incentive compensation based on financial metrics have been disallowed in rates.
Why?
Because it has been the perspective of the commission that those metrics benefit equity shareholders, and therefore the equity shareholders, the owners, should pay for those for that incentive compensation, not the ratepayers.
And have the agency position changed on that?
No, it is not.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Representative Dean.
Thank you for being here. So we did the same thing for the gas utilities. So are you saying that the PUC's position for the gas utilities in allowing and not allowing is different from the electric utilities?
So we don't regulate.
Excuse me, or why?
So we don't regulate the gas industry. That's the Railroad Commission. We're always happy to get, clarification and guidance from the legislature on these things. As Mr. Ryan stated, this is an issue that is litigated and we spend a good amount of time on. So we're always happy to get, prescriptive direction from the legislature on these issues.
Can I ask you this? Okay, so you don't regulate the gas. Okay.
Correct.
But have you seen how that has worked for the Railroad Commission versus the electric utilities?
Honestly, I don't pay attention. I would take Mr. Ryan at his word that it has reduced the litigation expense in those rate cases.
It has reduced it?
That's what I would assume based on what he said. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for the resource? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
We have no more witness affirmation. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Dean to close.
Thank you, Chairman. And I do look forward to working, with Mr. Hall or anyone else that I would like to visit about this. I think we're really close, and I think we can make this work. It has proven to work in other, utilities, so I think we can do this. So at that, I'm open to any other questions by the committee.
Thank you, Representative Dean. The chair moves to withdraw the committee substitute to HB 2713, leave the bill pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 2713 is left pending. The chair lays out HB 1580 and recognizes Chairman Metcalf to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I was proud that we as a body recently implemented a parental leave policy for employees of the Texas House of Representatives. This was an important step. It is important that other state agencies offer this as well. While some agencies may offer some type of parental leave benefits for their employees, there is no statewide policy requiring paid parental leave. House Bill 1580 will require state agencies to offer paid parental leave for the birth of a child by an employee's spouse, birth of a child by gestational surrogate, or for the adoption of a child. This would be offered to state employees who are members of the ERS and for a time frame of 12 weeks. Members, the 12 weeks is currently what we offer for employees of the Texas House, and I believe we should offer that for other state employees as well. I believe we can do more to foster a family-friendly culture in our state, and I believe House Bill 1580 is a great way forward to do just that. Members, I appreciate your consideration, and I will take any questions or comments at this time. Thank you.
Any questions? All right.
Not from the best chairman in the House.
That's right. All right, we'll let you close here in a minute. John Litzler. John, we have you registered for HB 1580, and you're representing Texas Baptist Christian Life Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, good evening, Chairman.
Go
Thank
for
you.
it.
That's correct. And thank you, committee members. Good evening. My name is John Litzler. I'm testifying on behalf of the Texas Baptist Christian Life Commission in support of HB 1580. As I mentioned in my testimony before you earlier this evening, we're a convention of about 5,300 Baptist churches across the state of Texas, and we support this bill because we believe that every person has innate dignity and worth and has been created by a creator and entitled to abundant life. This Texas legislature has enacted legislation that prohibits the practice of abortion in an effort to create a culture of life in this state. While those efforts may begin with ban on abortions, they cannot end there. In order to value the inherent dignity and worth of all residents, Texas needs to pass legislation that promotes health for parents and families. We know from studies that there are women who experience abortion and they report that they would prefer to parent if their life circumstances were different. In a study by the Guttmacher Institute, 73% of women said that having an abortion was because they, quote, couldn't afford to have a baby right now, unquote. While there are many factors that play a part in that financial reasoning, it includes a lack of paid parental leave. At the time the United States Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and Dobbs' decision last year, the abortion rate in the U.S. was lower than it had been prior to Roe v. Wade in 1973. Why? Why were women choosing abortion less frequently, even though it was legal in most instances and available in most instances? In part because since 1973, we've implemented laws that institute programs that promote a culture of life, and this bill is another opportunity for this legislature to do exactly that. Though it would only apply to private companies, or though it would not apply to private companies, only apply to the state, I believe it would serve as an example to every organization that does business in our state. Our Texas Baptist Convention provides paid parental leave, including for families that adopt. The same is true for many of the Baptist churches that are part of our convention, and I'm not asking anything of the state today that I wouldn't ask of one of our Baptist churches. On a personal note, as a father who's also a foster parent, and I know fostering is not the same as adoption, but I know firsthand that anytime a child joins a family, it can be a stressful time, and it can have a particularly difficult adjustment. During that formative time, our state employees don't need the added financial burden of knowing that they won't be paid or that they might have to use sick leave while caring for the newest member of their family. I want to thank Representative Metcalf for bringing this bill to the forefront, and I encourage you all to follow his lead in posting this bill. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Amanda Posson. Amanda Posson. Amanda Posson, P-O-S-S-O-N. She's not here, but she registered for HB 1580, representing every Texan. Ann Bishop. Ann Bishop. Ann Bishop. She's not here, but we know that she registered for HB 1580 and represents TPEA and SELF. Ray Heimel. Ray, we show you're for 1580 and you're representing the Texas Public Employees Association. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Chairman.
Is that
members of the
correct?
Committee.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. In support of House Bill 1580, thank you, Chairman Metcalf, for bringing this issue forward. I can bear good news that, although you don't always agree it's good news, but the Senate companion to this bill was passed by the Senate today Senator Nichols has that bill. And I think it's a very good benefit for state employees who, as you know, are not paid regularly, not given pay increases at least regularly, and certainly don't make what the market would dictate they should make. So state employees work often for public service reasons, just as many of your House staff do. And state employees work for the benefits, and you do have good benefits, and this would be a very good benefit to add to the portfolio of benefits that state employees have, and would help with a turnover rate that's in excess right now, and has been for the last 2 years, in excess of 20% overall. So this is a very useful tool to help with employee retention, and we thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you very much.
And I did need to note one thing. Ann Bishop, the executive director of TPEA, couldn't be here because she, in fact, had to go pick up her grandkids. So.
Thank you, and thank you very much. All right, those are all the affirmations that we have. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Metcalf to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, if there are no further questions, I close.
Thank you, Chairman Metcalf. The chair moves to leave HB 1580 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 1580 is left pending.
The chair lays out House Bill 2309 and recognizes Chairman Hunter to explain his bill.
You have to be official. Gotcha. So, members, I'll be presenting this bill. The vice chairman will be presiding, and I'm passing the gavel to her to preside.
Thank you. The chair lays out House Bill 2309 and recognizes Chairman Hunter to explain his bill.
Members, what this bill is, we've passed this before. What we're doing is trying to be public and transparent. This is going to be part of some bills that's open, transparent, freedom of information. What this is for many years, the media, when they were reporting, wanted to make sure they reported accurately. And if I say David Spiller, there may be 4 David Spillers. Well, let's say it's a very controversial case. Well, they used the birth date information to make sure it was the correct Spiller. There was a matter that occurred that ended up in a situation where now the media cannot use birth dates for verification. However, as I sat here with you in the committee, I got on the internet. I won't name whose birthdays these are. August 25th, August 26th, September 7th, February 4th, March 5th, are some of my committee members. I didn't give you the date of the actual year. I can get it off the internet, but the media, to verify a story, verify veracity and truth, is not allowed to do it. So all this does, it's called the birth date bill, which allows under the public information laws that the media be able to utilize birth date information for veracity of reporting. And it makes a lot of sense. We passed in the past. I'm going to ask, I have 2 witnesses, and as I'm looking at them, I know they're going to be brief and to the point with a punch. So, Madam Chair, unless I've got a question to tell other people their birthdays in this room, I will close when you call me.
Members, are there any questions of Chairman Hunter? If there are no further questions, we will proceed to testimony. The chair calls Laura Prather, representing Sunshine Coalition, Freedom Freedom of Information Foundation of Texas, Texas Press Association, and Texas Association of Broadcasters, and SELF. We have you registered for House Bill 2309. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. We appreciate your time here this evening. My name is Laura Prather. I'm here on behalf of the Sunshine Coalition, and I'm testifying in favor of the bill. For those of you that are not familiar with the Sunshine Coalition, it is a coalition of 16 different organizations from both sides of the aisle, including the Texas Public Policy Foundation, Americans for Prosperity, ACLU, and Public Citizen. You heard that right. This is something that organizations on both sides of the aisle agree with. We believe it's good public policy, and as the chairman indicated, what we're trying to be able to do here is verify dates of birth so that we can accurately report on criminal records and on candidate applications. It is a very narrow bill, and what we have seen with the inability to be able to verify dates of birth is we've seen an influx of litigation and legal threats throughout the state where people have been misidentified. This would cut that off at the pass. It would allow for consistency in obtaining this information. Right now, it's very inconsistent throughout the state. And it would allow people to be able to properly vet their political candidates. Just as a very quick aside, we went ahead and ran the first and last names of all of the House State Affairs Committee members through the Texas DPS Criminal Conviction History Database, which suggests that you search using a date of birth to narrow those requests or those results. And 10 of the 13 committee members all had people with the same names match in the criminal conviction history database. The vice chairman alone had more than 100 people with your same name. So this is something that is important. It's something that's good public policy. It will create consistency across the state, reduce misidentification, and provide access to essential information for people to be able to properly vet candidates for public office. We appreciate Chairman Hunter carrying this bill and the committee's consideration. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? All right. Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Christina Atkins, representing the Texas Secretary of State. We have you registered neutral on House Bill 2309. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. I'm here representing the Texas Secretary of State's office just as a resource in case there's any questions related to the election components of this bill.
Members, are there any questions? No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on, for, or against House Bill 2309? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Hunter to close on his bill.
Close.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter. The chair moves to leave House Bill 2309 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, House Bill 2309 is left pending.
Members, there is one bill remaining, and we're waiting for the author.
I'm still in the committee hearing. Bye. Is he leaving again? So, going to have a lot of witnesses? Not sure. Was this, this must be 567, right?
No. No. Who knows?
Ready, come on.
All right, the chair lays out HB 567 and recognizes Representative Bowers to explain her bill. Come on up to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Hunter and Vice Chair Hernandez, and to the committee for the opportunity to lay House Bill 567 out and to be heard and to tell you about the Texas Crown Act. It is an honor to bring this legislation to the Texas House and to stand before you today. House Bill 567 prohibits race-based discrimination, which is the denial of employment, education, and housing opportunities because of hair texture and protective styles. And that would include braids, locks, twists, or Bantu knots. The Crown Act stands for creating a respectful and open world for our natural hair. And it is a national movement with passage already in 20 states, such as Virginia, Tennessee, Louisiana, and New Mexico, and pending legislation filed in many others. HB 567 is a refile from the 87th legislative session when the Crown Act, you may remember, was House Bill 392. And I am incredibly grateful that this committee unanimously voted it out. However, the bill unfortunately ran into the clock and could not make it past deadline night. So I'm back, and thanks to Chairman Hunter, laying out this bill much earlier than last time. The history and current existence of racial discrimination should come as no surprise to any of us. As a native Texan who proudly represents a diverse community and constituency, I champion this bill that has bipartisan support, in part because it is my fundamental belief that protecting people's civil rights is the responsibility of all of us. All lawmakers, independent of racial identity and party affiliation. And there have been too many cases where our students in this state have missed invaluable time in our schools because of this prevalent form of discrimination. And we cannot be okay with that. We just can't. I think it is important to start with what the Crown Act is not. It is not seeking to create a new protected class. You might remember we discussed this last time. It does not interfere at all with seeking to create a new protected class, nor interfere at all with OSHA regulations regarding workplace safety nor hygiene. It does not create some litigious environment where people who are not victims are motivated to file frivolous lawsuits. And I must state clearly, it does not cost us anything to do this. There is no fiscal impact whatsoever to this state. It also does not harm our business community. In fact, racism has proven to be a pretty bad business model. Research reveals that inclusive work environments are actually much more productive. Now, let me share what this bill does. It is simply a definition bill that protects Texans. We know that race itself is a social construct. We are all part of the human race. I gotta say that again. We are all part of the human race. And racism, however, is real. Unfortunately, it is real. What the Crown Act does is it amends the existing definition of race, which is an existing protected class, to include those traits historically associated with it, such as hair texture and protective styles. And that's it. That's the Crown Act. I also want you to know this has been a personal journey for me as well. When I was elected to serve alongside you, my hair didn't look like this. When I laid the bill out in front of this committee last session, my hair did not look like this at all. And when I began this journey at this point almost 4 years ago, when Ajua Asamoah, my sorrow, called me after my first session, I didn't think we were ready. I couldn't see this day happening. When I would get the chance to lay this out in front of you, and in the last session, when I was told the bill would be set, I actually began to cry in the members' lounge. But I entered this session with so much confidence because I knew the kind of bipartisan support, love, and kindness that I have received from colleagues and from this very committee. So thank you so very much for letting me have this moment with you to have this discussion. Members, my grandmother always used to say that your crown is your glory, and you must take care of it and protect it. I believe how the hair naturally grows out of our heads should have nothing to do with what is inside it, and therefore with any of the success that we accomplish. The time is now for Texas to take up this civil rights legislation and protect the people from racial discrimination. I thank you for your time and support. And leading up to this day, I have to say before they come before you that I have to thank the people who've stayed here with us all day. In the past, my hair has been pretty fried. When y'all met me, my hair was pretty fried. From harsh chemicals that will burn your scalp, and according to some studies, for some straightening products are carcinogenic, with a link to higher risk of uterine cancer. But that started to change me for during the pandemic. And then I just sat there and I said I was moved to do the big chop, to cut it off. I don't know if y'all remember, I came back after the COVID session we had, and I wasn't relaxed anymore, but I was just blowing it out. And by God, it was tough in Texas with the Texas weather. But I cut it off all the way to my natural pattern, and I want you to know that I didn't even remember my natural curl pattern because I had been straightening my hair to my mother's suggestion and recommendation to care for it since I was 8 years old. So I didn't even know that my hair would do that. And members, let me tell you, on opening day for this legislative session, I was thinking about and needing to get my hair done, to be prepared to present myself, when my daughter said to me on opening day, "Mom, I'm glad you didn't straighten your hair. You are walking in to the Capitol and presenting yourself as you are, even for such a day as this." And I was sworn in naturally, and ever since I've worn my hair just like this every day. And though my hair has changed between now and the last time I stood in front of you, I am still the same member of this legislature as professional, at least I try to be, and as able to perform my job and duties. But I would also be subject to this very same discrimination that this bill seeks to end. And that is of the essence of what this bill is about. So I'm asking every one of you to stand with me against what is wrong and to stand up for what is right. So with that, Mr. Chairman and members, Vice Chair Hernandez, I have a few witnesses here to testify, and I would like to reserve the right to close.
Any questions of the witness? Yeah, Representative Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, I've just got I like the bill, but I've got a kind of a procedural question because the way I look at it, it creates causes of action for discrimination and under 3 codes, under the Education Code, the Labor Code, the Property Code. Mm-hmm. And it creates a cause of action for discrimination against hair texture or protective hairstyle. Protective hairstyle is defined in each one of the proposed codes in the bill, and that's good, but hair texture is not. I did not know, and I don't know, I haven't researched it to see if there's some sort of legal definition for that, or if I didn't see that it's otherwise defined in the bill. Didn't know if it needed to be, didn't know if you thought about that or not. Do you have, and maybe it's just something that we don't need to define, but I mean, we're creating causes of action here. And so I'm just asking, do you know, or do you know or do you have any thoughts on whether it needs to be defined?
That's what I was going to say, Representative Spiller, yeah. So do I know if it needs to be defined? And so you don't feel that saying braids, locks, twists, and Bantu knots is enough explanation? I'm asking you.
Oh, I think that's plenty good, just my opinion on the definition of protective hairstyle, but the other has to do with texture.
Hair texture.
And that term is not defined. I didn't know if you felt that was necessary or if there's something that you may want to amend or add. I don't know. I'm not trying to tell you how to do your bill. It's your call.
Well, no, and if you feel that it should be, we certainly can work on that. But I do believe I have some people here that can explain, certainly hair texture. Yeah. They have some recommendation.
Yeah, and it's not a criticism of the bill. It's just kind of a procedural question. And I just wanted to know if you had thought about that or if you felt it needed to be there. But
it's interesting that you asked because it sort of takes me back to someone that we all know and love that had woolen hair. And I respectfully say that our Lord and Savior, correct? Mm-hmm. So I do, we can look at that, and I do have, people here that have some recommendations on how, because we could certainly go to the Bible to get that explanation and description.
Yeah, mm-hmm. I'm good with whatever you want to go with. I just brought it up because I didn't know if there was another definition out there that I wasn't aware of, but I just wanted to make you aware of my observation of it.
And let me think on it. Let's hear what the witnesses, if you all don't mind, hear what they have to say and to share. And we certainly will think about that. And I'm glad to work with you.
Absolutely.
If you have any other suggestions or anyone on the committee.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And we will reserve your right to close.
Thank you, sir.
And we're glad you're all here. I know you all. Welcome to State Affairs. We don't ever stop. So I want you to know. Yeah, we do. At least we have air conditioning this week. And so and we'll help you all out. You have a clock here. We have 3 minutes, and I'll give you the signal, or you'll see the light come up. And we will call the names that we have registered. So, Representative, thank you. And I was with you last time on this committee, so very good comments. All right, we're going to start now. If I mispronounce names, just correct me at the microphone. So, first is, I don't know if it's Angel or Angel, Carol, and if you'd come to the microphone. Wait, is it Angel or Angel?
Angel.
Okay. So we have you, Angel, registered for HB 567, and you're speaking as the Director of Advocacy Measure and yourself.
Yes, sir, I am.
Is that correct? You've got your 3 minutes. Please proceed. Thank you.
All right, thank you, honorable members of this committee and Representative Bowers for being our champion on this bill. So, professional, unkept, extreme, distracting, and dreadful. Those are all terms that I've used to describe my hair texture and the style of my hair, and not just myself, but many others that look like me. The topic of hair discrimination has become a national movement with 20 states passing legislation on the topic. I'm often reminded of a time in 2008 where I was actually forced to cut out my braids in school because of the school dress code policy that stated that braids and extensions were distracting and extreme hairstyles. That stuck with me, even as an adult. I wondered what was wrong with me, what was wrong with my hair. And it wasn't until 2 years ago when I moved to Washington, D.C. that I felt comfortable enough and prideful enough in my hair to lock it. In 2019, the Dove Crown Research Study did a quantitative study with 2,000 Black and white women, and it illuminated the impact of workplace hair discrimination. Some facts from that study found that 80% of Black women reported having to change their hairstyle to fit in the workplace, and 100% of Black elementary school girls in majority white schools reported experiencing hair discrimination by the age of 10. At Measure, we held various listening sessions with the City of Austin Civil Rights Office, and our survey found that 100% of respondents experienced facing or knew someone who experienced hair discrimination in the city, whether that be in their workplace, school, or housing. The Crown Act is a crucial step in furthering cultural diversity and acceptance as it sets out to protect people of color from discriminatory practices that have been entrenched in our society. That criminalizes the targeting of hairstyles associated with race and prevents employers, educators, and landlords from imposing these policies related to physical appearances. If I can be frank with you all, I really respectfully I don't want to be here. I envision a future where people that look like me are free of discrimination based off of our hair. But I will be here session after session and go city by city to make sure that this bill gets passed. And I hope and pray that you all dream of that same future with me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Angel, thank you. Now, is it Meme Styles or Mimi Styles? Come on up. Tell me how to pronounce the first.
So my real name is Jamila Christiana Taliaferro. However, my name is Mimi Styles, and that's why
Okay, Mimi, we'll just leave it there. So we have you registered for HB 567, and you're representing Measure and yourself, correct?
So I am representing Measure, but today I'm also representing Pi Omega Zeta.
Okay, well, we'll have to re-register you.
Okay.
You're only registered for Measure and yourself. If you're representing another group, we're going to have to go get you re-registered.
I can correct it, but she's gonna need it. I need it.
So why don't you, let's do this. We're gonna call the next witness, and she's gonna tell you how to fix the registration.
Okay, will do.
Dakari Davis. And don't worry, this happens. We just have to be procedurally correct on all of this. So, Dakari, I have you registered for HB 567, and you're representing yourself.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have 3 minutes. Go right ahead, sir.
All right. I want to express the importance of HB 567, the Texas Crown Act.
This bill is important as it adds needed protection against discrimination of our children and workers. As a police officer here in Texas, I took an oath to protect all Texans. That oath did not discriminate against anyone based on their appearance. On the deadliest day of law enforcement, July 7th of 2016, the world watched as police were under attack. A coward ambushed Texas police officers in downtown Dallas, killing 5, one a very good friend, Officer Brent Thompson. I remember that night, seeing police from all over the state respond to protect Texas, running towards gunfire. Today, as I reflect on that night, I do not recall anyone stopping to say, hey, I don't believe that Officer Hare is professional. I bring this up because that was the hardest day of my life, and yet that day, I witnessed the most professional law enforcement personnel Texas has. As a Black man, it is part of my culture to wear cornrows. We have witnessed many political figures like yourselves who wear similar hairstyles and are professional. To say a Black male police officer or a student with cornrows, locks, or twists are unprofessional is a discriminatory, unsubstantiated, biased opinion and has no place in our schools or workforce. As a Texas law enforcement officer, you all trust me to fulfill my oath, following the law and not personal judgment of the community I serve as it relates to their appearance or any other protected class. The way our hair grows is an immutable trait, and we should not be reprimanded in education or employment settings solely because our hair does not emulate those of another culture. My appearance reflects the community I serve, and my hair does not create a safety hazard. Unfortunately, a supervisor did not agree. I was suspended from duty and segregated from engaging with the community as a police officer for almost a year. It's important to note that my hair was natural, and the actions taken against me were initiated by someone who does not look like me and did not understand my culture. Ultimately, it was determined that I did not violate policy. However, the discrimination had already occurred and the damage was done. I was confused as to how my natural hair determined that I was not good enough to protect Texans, confused as to why I had to change my appearance to fit in with old standards of beauty created during a time where people that didn't look like me, or people that did look like me, were considered a non-factor. This bill will not only protect Texans, it will help bridge some of the gap between law enforcement and the community. It will promote positive reforms amongst police departments where other Texans that look like me will be allowed to join agencies across the state and foster true diversity. I'm asking you all to support this bill and protect our children, our fellow Texans, and the men and women who risk their lives to protect all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Y'all are the best group of the day. You've been under the time limit. I wish we'd have told the groups earlier.
I practiced.
Man, you all. Mamie, come on back. We've got you fixed up. So I have to go through this procedurally because the author of the bill knows the procedures that we're going. So we have you listed for HB 567, and the form says you're representing Measure and yourself, but we, with your agreement, are changing your registration from Measure and Self to Measure and Pi Omega Zeta chapter.
That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and go ahead and proceed.
Thank you so much. And I do want to help and answer a question. There's 4 different types of hair texture. There's straight, there's wavy, there's curly, and then there's coily. So when you're talking about Afro-textured hair, you're talking about kinky or coily hair from sub-Saharan Africa. So hopefully that helps to answer a little bit more of that question. So my name is Mimi Stiles, and I am here in favor of 567, the Crown Act. Today I'm wearing a couple of different crowns. I'm the president and founder of Measure, a research and data activism and advocacy organization led by all Black women. I am a research fellow of the Social Science Research Council, and I'm also a proud member of Zeta Phi Beta Pi Omega Zeta chapter. In each of these roles, I have studied the inequitable effects and outcomes of hair discrimination and its consequences on every community in our nation. And the data confirms that the Crown Act is a much-needed step toward ensuring that everyone has the right to express themselves through their hair and to have access to employment and education without fear of discrimination. Here's something that I like to say occasionally, that a measure of equity is the absence of fear. As a Black woman, I should not have to fear rocking these locks in front of you today. I should not have to fear being looked down on or looked as less than because of my crown, but I have. As a matter of fact, I've had to change my hair for work before. Well, they had me take a leave of absence. At the same time, I shouldn't have to fear for my kids or for my husband. I shouldn't have to have that other talk with my kids about how they need to change their hair in order to get a job. That's that other talk. A measure of equity is also the presence of joy. And so I'm asking you today to spread that joy and to support this incredible Black woman here, and also to support this critical bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you so much. Alicia Tuff. Alicia, I have you registered for HB 567 and representing yourself as Education Policy Fellow of IDRA.
Yes, sir.
So, Alicia, go ahead.
Dear Chair Todd, Hunter, and honorable members of the committee, my name is Alicia Tuff. I am an Education Policy Fellow at IDRA, an independent, nonpartisan, nonprofit committed to achieving equal educational opportunity for every child through strong public schools that prepare all students to access and succeed in college. IDRA supports House Bill 567, the Texas Crown Act. This bill is necessary because students in Texas have been punished, suspended, and even prevented from participating in graduation ceremonies and extracurricular activities simply for having hairstyles that reflect their community, culture, or religion. Dress codes that allow for these punishments unfairly target Black students, especially Black girls, and other students of colors, and contribute to harmful systems of discriminatory school exclusion known as the school-to-prison pipeline. Additionally, dress codes that target students based on their hairstyles and textures can create negative school environments where not all students feel welcome. We know that students are more likely to thrive academically and socially when they feel included by their teachers and peers, and can proudly bring all aspects of their identity to the school community. Schools that welcome these expressions and encourage them as part of the campus culture create inclusive environments that are beneficial for all students. Discriminatory dress codes and other policies that punish expressions of identity, including hairstyles, lead to unwelcoming, unsafe schools where bias and exclusion are modeled by school leaders. Our hair is not something that should be used to assess whether or not opportunities should be offered to us. In Black culture, our hair has been used to tell stories of our ancestors, to guide us, and to new areas and for our spiritual journeys. When you strip us of our hair, you send a message that we are unworthy and unwelcome. If you judge me only by my hair and didn't give me a fair shot, then you would miss out on learning about me and all I have to offer. Would you know I have 2 degrees and will be completing my 3rd in May? Would you know I'll be soon starting my PhD, which will be my 4th in August? Would you know I love reading and watching documentaries, or that I love my community and doing community service? Would you know I am passionate about uplifting children, or I come from humble beginnings? We urge you to support HB 567. This bill will help to promote more welcoming learning environments and give students the opportunity to authentically embrace their cultures and who they are. IDRA is available for any questions or further resources that we can provide. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Thank you very much. The Honorable Rudy, and make sure I say it right, Metayer, M-E-T-A-Y-E-R, or Metayer? Again, Rudy Metayer. Rudy Metayer. We will note that Rudy Metayer is not here, but registered for HB 567 and was representing council members, City of Pflugerville, and self. Sharon Watkins Jones. And Sharon, we show you have registered 4, 5, 6, 7, and we see that you're representing children at risk and yourself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable ladies and gentlemen of the committee and Representative Bowers, I'm Sharon Watkins Jones, Chief Equity Officer, Children at Risk, a statewide research and advocacy organization. Thank you for this opportunity to express support for HB 567. For children in Texas, hair discrimination is a reality. This discrimination creates an unnecessary burden that polices a student's very identity. Children are especially vulnerable to facing consequences for wearing their natural hair because of school policies regarding natural hair, and this trend extends into young adulthood and beyond. While anyone could be a victim of hair discrimination, Black students, specifically Black girls, are more prone to violating codes of conduct in schools because of hairstyles such as braids, afros, locks, knots, as have been described by others, like mine, my own children, and children of those that I love, that are protective in nature and thus normal and healthy for us. Children at Risk recently released our 2023 Equity Report that indicates children of color in Texas are disproportionately impacted by both gendered and racial language and dress codes and conduct codes in our public schools. Hairstyles that help them eliminate the use of harsh chemicals or dangerous heat processes to straighten their hair often cause them to face disciplinary actions that are more distracting than the hairstyles in question. Kids who face hair discrimination are subject to removal from an educational setting, such as suspensions, or they're denied opportunities to participate in extracurricular or ceremonial activities like graduation. Representative Bowers' bill will create a process to combat and reduce hair discrimination in academic settings throughout the state of Texas. The Crown Act will ensure protection so that places where students learn and where young adults work are free of hair discrimination. Children at Risk holds equity as a core value of our work to protect and defend Texas kids and their families, and the Crown Act is important to us for that reason, and we urge you to pass House Bill 567 favorably from committee. Just as we pride ourselves in doing daily, we ask you to do this for children. Thank you so very much, and I'm delighted to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So you're going to have to help me on this one. AICHA Davis. You knew it was coming. Okay. We show that you've registered for HB 567. You're a member of the State Board of Education and representing yourself. Is that correct?
Correct.
We're so glad to have you. Go right ahead.
Thank you for having me. So good evening. My name is Aisha Davis. I serve on the Texas State Board of Education representing Dallas, and Tarrant counties. And I'm here today in strong support of the Crown Act. I spoke in support of the Crown Act the first time it was introduced at last session. One of my most important jobs on the State Board of Education is deciding strong curriculum standards that prepare our students for their innovative futures. This bill ensures that they have a fair opportunity to receive that information and not miss school because they proudly wear their natural hair. I want to give you a little data from the 2021-2022 school year, since this bill was introduced the first time. So we have a little more than 5.6 million students in our public schools in Texas. 52.8% Hispanic, 26.3% white, 12.8% Black. There were about 1.44 million discretionary offenses occurred in Texas public schools. So this is not students bringing drugs or guns or anything like that. These are discretionary offenses, which means a school board has decided that this is the code of conduct that a student can't violate. So of the 1.44 million disciplinary offenses, a little over 1 million of those were these discretionary offenses that were created by the school board. Offenses such as wearing your natural hair to school. Black students, now we talked about Black students, only 12% of our student population were suspended at a rate of more than twice of their white counterparts because of discretionary offenses. So not guns, not drugs, anything like that, because of discretionary offenses. Black students were second for out-of-school suspensions, in-school suspensions, and expulsions because of these discretionary offenses. That's why a bill like this is so important, to make sure our students get a fair chance to be in a classroom learning everything that the State Board of Education decides they need to know to graduate from a Texas public school. When I was before you the first time, I told you of a story of a 4-year-old named Tink in East Texas. He has long hair, and when he was starting school in preschool, he was told he would have to cut his hair or he would have to wear a dress to school. Of course, his grandmother was not happy with that, and she decided not to put him in school, and that caused a lot of problems. Well, even since then, since the bill was first introduced, students are still experiencing hair discrimination across Texas. Now we have Diary Williams, just last year came from Ohio and was excited to enroll in a Texas public school. When he got to school to enroll, he was told he couldn't because he had twists in his hair. His mother said, once you cut that hair off, you cut off your line to your ancestors. In an email response from the superintendent, they said, assuming children can meet the dress code requirements, they are welcome to enroll. So he was not welcome to enroll in a public school because of his hair. So I'm asking you to please support all of our students getting a fair chance to learn and be successful by passing the Crown Act.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Any questions, members? Representative Turner.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a comment, I want to thank my State Board of Education member for being here all day and for your advocacy for school children of Texas on the SB.
This is my honor and my pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Giovanni Jones. Now, we have you listed as registered neutral on HB 567 and representing Center for Justice Research and Self. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Good evening. I would like to start off by saying thank you, Chairman Hunter, Madam Vice Chairman Hernandez, and the rest of the State Affairs Committee for allowing me to speak on such an important topic. House Bill 567, the Crown Act. My name is Giovanni Jones, and I'm General Counsel for Elite Change Incorporated, and I'm here representing the Center for Justice Research housed at Texas Southern University. The Center for Justice Research is one of the leading research think tanks regarding justice reform in the United States. I'm also here because even right now, there are some jobs that I do not qualify for. Not because of my educational background, not because of experience, but because of the crown on my head, my locks. The Center's research shows that the rate of discipline for Black kids is 4 times higher than for any other racial or ethnic group in schools. Out of all suspensions, 70% are discretionary. Black students are more frequently suspended for arbitrary offenses like dress code or long hair violations, neither of which have been shown to be indicators of misbehavior. Although they are not mandated by law, discretionary suspensions have serious repercussions for students of color. They set students on a path towards subpar academic achievement, which raises the likelihood that they will leave school early, join gangs, or be arrested before the age of 21. Public schools have implemented stringent zero-tolerance policies intended to combat wrongdoing in the name of promoting safer learning environments for students. But now schools have expanded the definition to encompass infractions of the hairstyle and clothing code. Although House Bill 567 is an amazing step towards equity and encompasses hair discrimination within schools, housing, and employment, the center conducted research specifically on the potential effects of hair discrimination on kids in schools. Our school recommendations are such, and if I run out of time, I'll be happy to finish all 6 of them. The first one is, the center's first suggestion is to adopt a moratorium on discretionary suspensions. According to research, reduced suspension rates benefit kids by reducing the racial disparity in school discipline, reducing the number of days that pupils skip class, lowering the risk that a child or adult will be arrested, and reducing the likelihood of dropping out. The second suggestion is to create a system for the collection and analysis of school discipline data. We recommend the creation of a data collection analysis portal that would ease the ability to share unidentified student disciplinary data that maintains student privacy. The third suggestion is to utilize focus groups. We highly recommend the implementation and use of localized focus groups to understand community concerns about school discipline. The fourth suggestion is for school districts to formulate a strategic task force to increase family engagement, cultivate student learning, and improve attendance, behavior, and development. The fifth suggestion is that all school personnel who have the power to enforce the dress code participate in validated cultural sensitivity training. Lastly, adopt a positive behavioral intervention and support framework, PBIS. PBIS is the application of evidence-based prevention strategies with the use of layered scales of measures and outcomes that support student academic, emotional, social, and behavioral needs. Thank you, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
You did good. You got them all 6 in. You did good. Members, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clayton, come on back up. Clayton Dana Bashan. And now this time, Clayton, we've got you for HB 567, and you're representing yourself.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hearing such thoughtful testimony here at the end of this marathon session. For those of you who haven't been here all day, I don't think I've seen most of these members stand up or eat anything in the last 11 hours, so props to y'all for this marathon session. As I start my testimony, I want y'all to notice 2 things about me. First, I do not wear a hairstyle or a hair texture that would be covered by the Crown Act. And second, I do wear a hairstyle that is very uncharacteristic of most men. In my lifetime, I'll get to that the point of that in a second. In my lifetime, I have had the chance to work for the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals right across the street, the multinational law firm Locke Lord, and I have earned full scholarships to both Texas Christian University and the UT Austin School of Law. I mention those details not to self-aggrandize, but to note that throughout that entire time, I have worn this exact same hairstyle, and I have never once considered cutting or changing my hair in order to seem more professional, more hireable, or more worthy of the things that I have achieved. The other witnesses today and anybody else who chooses to wear their natural hairstyle or any hairstyle to express who they are is no less deserving of any of the achievements that they could or would earn without the discrimination that the Crown Act would prevent. My hair is a mode of my expression, and it's a mode of my expression that I have felt comfortable sharing my entire life. For many Texans who experience hair discrimination, they do not feel that they can express themselves in a way that is true to who they are. I'm very fortunate that I've never had to experience that discrimination, and I believe that the Crown Act is a wonderful and maybe the only way to ensure that all Texans are able to experience their full potential and express themselves in the way that they should so choose to do so. Further, I would like to note that the Crown Act is a positive affirmation of the values espoused by the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, as well as the Third and Eighth Amendments of the Texas Bill of Rights. Thank you again for your time here today, and I encourage you to wholeheartedly support this bill as I do.
Thank you very much, Clayton. Any questions, members? Thank you so much. Stephanie Boyce. Stephanie, we show that you've registered for HB 567 and that you're representing yourself.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, and you go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the committee. I am Dr. Stephanie Boyce, a career educator, professor, and entrepreneur in Dallas, Texas. More importantly, I am a Texas girl through and through. Today, I'm testifying for House Bill 567. The last time I was here, I asked you all to imagine that I was granted the authority to create and enforce a policy requiring each of you to wear your hair either braided, locked, twisted, or in a curly afro in order to participate in today's hearings, as these are styles that I deem to be professionally appropriate. The mere thought of such an unthinkable policy may make you feel confused. How would you make your hair lock if it's straight? Which chemical process might be necessary for you to get that curly afro that I required? Is it even worth participating at all if you can't just show up as you are naturally? What authority do I even have to police your body in the first place? Why is your hairstyle even a point of consideration when you're just here to do your work today? While this scenario may seem extreme to you, it is the exact problem many people of color face daily. Even though their hairstyles have no bearing on their professional or academic performance, many people of color have to decide either to comply with formal policies and informal directives that weaponize their natural hairstyles or face claims of insubordination. On a more personal note, I've enjoyed the privilege of wearing my hair locked for 6 years now, and I cannot imagine experiencing the humiliation many Texas students and employees have faced at the hands of discriminatory policies that allow for their hair to be cut off in order to participate in wrestling matches or a graduation ceremony, or in some cases, regular classroom instruction. While many of these policies veil their discriminatory nature by naming things like length of hair or distraction as the issue, the truth is, at a certain length, protective styles like braids, twists, and locks become necessary styles to preserve thick, curly hair. For many people like myself, it becomes virtually impossible and oftentimes painful to wear styles that bind, pin, or pull your natural hair up to accommodate hair-regulating policies. This is my 3-year-old daughter. You'll see a copy of her picture there in your handout. Her name is Amari Boyce, and she's been learning since she was in my womb that she's beautiful, that God handcrafted her to perfection, and that her hair is big, bouncy, and beautiful. I imagine that one day she may ask to lock her hair like her mommy, and I imagine how perplexed she might be to have the potential employer suggest that her hairstyle could possibly impede her professional performance. After spending her entire life watching her mommy climb professional ladders and work hard. Can you imagine that? This is a picture of my nephews on the back, on the last page that you have with their dad. He's been locked and works in IT for a Fortune 500 company. The same is true for him. His hair doesn't prohibit his professional performance. I'm asking you today to provide those same protections that my child and my nephews get to have because of the area that they live in and the protections that they are provided for all Texas children because they deserve to be protected too. Thank you so much, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Any questions, members?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tashara Parker. Tashara, I show that you have registered for HB 567, and you're representing yourself.
I am. Good evening. Howdy, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman Hunter, for the opportunity to be here with all of you and members of the committee as well. And many thanks again to Representative Bowers for championing the Crown Act here in Texas. Again, my name is Tashara Park. I'm a broadcast journalist in Dallas. While I am a journalist, again, I am here speaking solely in an individual capacity with the full support of my employer that encourages me to wear my hair any way I choose to do so. I want you to imagine, just for a second for me, waking up for 5 years wearing a facade, walking into work carrying the weight of an identity that was not your own. That was me, with the preconceived notion that my naturally curly afro wasn't good enough to show up on your TV screens. That officially changed in 2018. Fast forward to 2020, a video of mine has been viewed more than 1 million times online. In that video, I asked the world, why does my crown, my hair, offend you? I recorded that video after receiving comments about a hairstyle I was wearing on TV, a natural hairstyle that upset some viewers who decided to call the hairstyle unprofessional. One viewer even writing in, this hairstyle just isn't professional for broadcasting. And that led me to ask another question, who determines what's professional in the workplace or in schools? Are we relying on old, outdated policies that likely weren't developed by a lot of people who look like me? Imagine this, looking at a woman or man with straight, natural blonde hair and telling that person your hair isn't professional. That likely wouldn't happen because we're conditioned to accept a certain standard of professionalism. And for a long time, dating back to slavery when my ancestors were brought here, natural hair and hairstyles did not meet the established standard of what that professionalism is. I became a journalist to be a voice for the community. Growing up in Houston, I did not see a lot of people who looked like me consistently wearing their hair natural on TV. So being a voice has always been the goal. After I shared that viral video I mentioned earlier of me responding to viewers who complained about natural hair, men, women, and children around the world opened up about their own personal experiences with hair trauma. With the support of my station, my TV series, Rooted, shares stories of people who have experienced hair discrimination. One episode even featured a judge, Judge Amber Givens, a Black woman who was told that the reason she might lose an election was simply because her hair might offend voters. She was wearing an afro at the time. Another episode featured a local police officer who you heard from earlier, Dakari Davids, who approached me about what he felt was discrimination against him because of his braided cornrow hairstyle in the workplace. This quote, taking from the findings of an internal affairs investigation, says, this officer was observed wearing an unprofessional, unapproved hairstyle. The hairstyle was listed as braided or cornrows. Throughout my years as a student at Texas A&M University, I learned to approach difficult conversations head on. I hope you will join me and do the same, realizing the Crown Act is necessary legislation. Again, I just want to thank you. I know we all been here all day. I truly appreciate your time. Please help us get House Bill 567 passed. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying today.
Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you so much. Haley Taylor Schlitz. So now, Haley, we've got you registered for HB 567, and you're representing yourself. Is that correct?
You got it.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Now, I had to go back into my speech and change that because it has been a very long day for you guys, but I'm very happy that we have this opportunity. Chairman and members of the House State Affairs Committee, I am Haley Taylor Schlitz. I am from Keller, Texas, and I'm part of the Texas Crown Act Coalition. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity today to speak in support of House Bill 567, the Texas Crown Act by State Representative Bowers. As you have heard from the author, Representative Bowers, and others that have testified today, House Bill 567 is important legislation that will protect the fundamental rights of all Texans by ending practices of race-based hair discrimination in our schools, universities, workplaces, and housing. As a member of Generation Z, I would like to take my time today to focus on why House Bill 567 is crucial for young Texans and our future. I am sure that many of you have seen news stories across Texas where students have faced disciplinary action in our schools due to wearing their hair in natural and protective hairstyles. Students such as DeAndre Arnold, who was suspended from school by the Barbers Hill Independent School District for having locks, or Travion Gray, who faced similar suspension by Needville Independent School District for having locks. What Gen Z Texans see is that these continued practices of policies and procedures that attempt to deny our natural hair harm our ability to successfully navigate our own education journeys. There's national data from the 2021 Crown Research Study for Girls that shows that 53% of Black mothers say that their daughters have experienced racial discrimination based on hairstyles as early as 5 years old. 66% of Black children in majority white schools have faced race-based hair discrimination, and 86% of those children have experienced it by the age of 12. In my own education journey, along with my siblings, other family members, and friends, we all have stories where our own hair texture has been challenged. A large majority of us have been asked at one time or another if we could tame our hair or do something different with it. I share these facts and experiences with you because I want to ask that we consider how existing policies that attack students' natural hair, their very DNA, can make it hard to create learning environments that are supportive and conducive to learning. As an educator, I can share at firsthand, and numerous studies show, that these outdated policies that restrict natural and protective hairstyles make students feel unwelcome and harm their ability to focus on their education. I think we would all agree that an environment where your very DNA is not seen as legal or compliant with policy is not an environment conducive for learning. As a law school graduate, I understand that race-based hair discrimination is a violation of our fundamental rights. And as a Black woman and member of Gen Z, I understand just how impactful the Crown Act is and will be once it's passed. I believe that the state of Texas should follow the lead of our military and the many other states that have passed the Crown Act into law and put an end to these policies that hurt our students and their education. Thank you.
Haley, thank you very much. Any questions, members? Thank you so much. Jenny Burkholz. Jenny Burkholz. Jenny Burkholz. Jenny is not here, but it'll be noted she registered for HB 567 and was representing herself. Nicole Gordon. Hi, Nicole. Nicole, we have you registered for HB 567 and representing yourself. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, and go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter, Vice Chair Hernandez, members of the committee, and Representative Bowers for sponsoring this bill. My name is Nicole Gordon, and I'm a resident of Dallas, Texas. Why is your hair so puffy? Can you straighten it? That just does not look professional. Being born and raised in Southwest Atlanta and being college educated, as I embarked upon my career path in the late 90s, early 2000s, I never thought about the fact that these would be comments made to me, or that I would need to manipulate the natural texture of my hair to get a job. However, I conformed and made it as straight as I could so that I could fit in. As I started coming into my own career-wise and was responsible for hiring decisions, there was a young man that I interviewed that had the most perfect afro. When I finished that interview, I vividly remember the owner coming to me stating, "He's a no." He never asked me about his experience or heard a word of the interview. He just looked at his afro. Immediately, I thought about all those times that I didn't use my voice to stand up for my natural self. So I professionally and politely told the owner that unless he could give me a concrete reason as to why I shouldn't hire him that did not involve his hair, he's a candidate that I will be considering. I was met with silence. And he walked away, but in my mind, I wondered how many times this has happened where a voice who knew this was wrong didn't speak up or wasn't even present. Fast forward some more years, as one of my girlfriends was interviewing for a position at a high-end hotel. And having been in the hospitality industry for years, she always wore her locks pulled back into a bun above her collar. Days later, I received a call from her in tears that she was offered the position, but she could not wear her locks there. Her being offered that position did not come down to experience, education, or glowing references, but her natural hair-colored locks. As I tried to comfort my friend and we weighed the pros and cons, our ultimate solution was for her to wear a long, straight wig while working, which she wore on her first day of orientation. Imagine my surprise when I later visited the hotel and noticed a more guest-facing male associate with a blonde, dread-like man bun pulled back and above his collar. It has now been more than 25 years since embarking upon my career path, and yet here we are having to ask our representatives to do the right thing for your constituents that are born with beautiful coils and curls, yet feel they need to conform to an unnatural standard with their hair because it could potentially affect them having the career that they want. As a director in a client-facing role, my locks have nothing to do with my experience, my drive to get the job done, or the fact that I have clients that specifically ask to collaborate with me or travel to their properties to be on site. My hair and that of other men and women of African descent is just a beautiful extension of ourselves that should not be a part of the deciding factor amongst our qualifications. Since this couldn't be accomplished federally in the Senate in December 2022, it's imperative that as a state, we get this done. We always say we do it bigger and better in Texas. Then why, as of February 2023, have we let 20 other states get this done before us with only Harris County and the city of Austin leading the change? Representative, I ask that you get House Bill 567 favorably passed out of the committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nicole, very
Thank
much.
you.
Any questions, members? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Kawana Pitts. Kiwanis Pitts. Kiwanis Pitts. We will note she's not here, but she registered for HB 567 and was representing herself. Catherine Kaiser. Catherine Kaiser. Catherine Kaiser. We'll note Catherine's not here, but she registered for HB 567 and was representing Access Education, RRISD, and SELF. Brian Klosterbor. Brian Klosterbor. Brian Klosterbor. We'll note Brian is not here, but registered for HB 567, representing ACLU of Texas and SELF. Ash Hall. Thank goodness we thought we were going blank right here. Ash, we've got you representing ACLU Texas and SELF, and you're for HB 567. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Awesome. Thank you very much, committeemen and members of the committee. My name is Ash Hall, represent myself in the ACLU of Texas, supporting the bill. For the last few years, the ACLU of Texas has seen significant hair and dress code discrimination across our state. We've received a number of legal intakes from students all across Texas who have been removed from the classroom, sent to alternative disciplinary education programs, and even pushed out of school altogether because of the style, texture, and length of their hair. The burden of this discrimination falls hardest on students who are Black. We've seen Black students be pushed out of school, told they can't walk at graduation, and told they won't be allowed to play football unless they cut their locks or cornrows. In Tatum, Texas, we even saw 2 Black students in pre-K and kindergarten be kicked out of school for their natural Black hair. We've also seen school district restrictions on hairstyle, texture, and length harm students who are Latino, Indigenous, LGBTQIA+, and from a variety of faith and religious backgrounds. This kind of discrimination needs to stop, and we at the ACLU of Texas wholeheartedly support this legislation and encourage all Texas school districts to remove all discriminatory language from their dress and grooming codes. And on a personal note, I understand as a transgender Texan that my freedom and liberation are tied innately with the freedom and liberation of the Black community, the Latino community, the Indigenous community, so on and so forth. And that my freedoms that I have today are largely because of these communities. So it would be an honor for you to help me pay homage to these communities by passing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ash. Any questions? Thank you so much. Claudia Torres-Llanes. Claudia Torres-Llanes. Claudia Torres-Llanes. Claudia is not here, but registered for HB 567 and was representing herself. That was it. Okay. Members, that's the last of the witness registrations. Is there anyone else who wants to testify for, against, or on the bill? You'll have to check right over here. All right, Ricardo, for the record, Ricardo Martinez, we have you registered for HB 567, and you're representing EQTX, Equality Texas, and Self. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Ricardo Martinez. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Equality Texas, the largest statewide organization that champions LGBTQ equality here in the Lone Star State. I would like to express my support for HB 567, the Crown Act. Elements of society often stress a standard of professionalism anchored in the belief that straight, untextured hair is the only way to achieve success. But our ideas of looking professional and appropriate have long changed. Though many schools and workplaces have updated their standards to recognize the diverse cultures, appearances, and hair textures that exist in the world, some cling to antiquated ideas that tell people of color that their natural look is unprofessional or inappropriate. That is just patently wrong. Braids, locks, and twists are beautiful and natural and not unprofessional or inappropriate. You shouldn't have to damage your hair or go through expensive chemical treatments on a regular basis just so you can get an education, go to prom, show up to work. Policies like that force us to bend over backwards, abandoning sacred parts of ourselves just to appease closed-minded ideas about what people should look like just so we can exist. This is not just an insecurity or simply in people's heads. According to a recent study, Black women's hair is 2.0 times more likely to be perceived as unprofessional. Over 20% of Black women ages 25 to 34 reported being sent home from work because of their hair. The bias extends to our schools too. In 2021, the same collective, the same study did this study on the experiences of Black children. 66% of Black children in majority white schools reported facing race-based hair discrimination. Bias and discrimination against people's natural hair is wrong, and it needs to stop. I thank Representative Bowers and everyone else who worked on this bill. I thank Representative Bowers for prioritizing this bill. I know that it comes from a deep place of doing the most good for the most people. And I urge the full committee to pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Ricardo, thank you very much. Any questions, members? Want to thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
All right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes my good friend, Representative Bowers, to close on her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Hernandez, and to the committee. I thank you, all of you. As I said last time, I do think, again, we had star-powered witnesses here today. I'm so grateful for, everyone that has dropped a card, everyone that has, made their intentions and feelings known. And I just want to say that Haley Taylor Slitz was here to testify in front of you all today, and she did a petition, and as of March 2023, over 1,000 Texans had signed it, and on that petition, there was full support for House Bill 567. Some of the supporting organizations that also support the Crown Act nationwide are the Dove Corporation, Color of Change, the National Urban League, Western Center on Law and Poverty, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, ACLU, the African American Mayors Association, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, American Academy of Pediatrics, the Anti-Defamation League, the Association of Black Psychologists, Black Business Association, the Black Women's Agenda, the Black Women's Health Imperative, the Black Women's Roundtable, Girls Incorporated, Jack and Jill of America Incorporated, the Links Incorporated, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, also known as the NAACP, the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund Incorporated, National Action Network, the National Black Caucus of State Legislators, the National Black Child Development Institute Incorporated, the National Black MBA Association Incorporated, almost done, the National Council of Negro Women, the National Organization of Black Elected Legislative Women, also known as Nobel Women, the National Women's Law Center, Personal Care Council, the Professional Beauty Association, Services Employees, the SEIU, the Service Employees International Union, Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, UGMA Incorporated, the United States Black Chambers of Commerce Incorporated, YWCA USA, and Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. I also want you to know that I, again, must thank the Crown Coalition and Ajawa Asamoah, the policy leader and advisor, and the Texas Crown Coalition that Haley Taylor Slits mentioned, which brings Gen Z really to the table. I also want you to know, Representative Spiller, that you heard about straight, wavy, curly, and coily. In Revelations chapter 1, verses 14 through 15 is where you will find them talk about Jesus' hair being woolly. And so, again, I say thank you to all the members of this committee for the opportunity to lay this bill out, the opportunity to be heard. And for those that came to testify, I say thank you. They stayed all day. I fed them and kept them comfortable. But I wanted them to be able to share their story, and thank you for allowing them to do that. And so with that, I ask for your considerable and your favorable consideration. And I ask that with gratitude, and I say thank you. And with that, I close.
Thank you, Representative Bowers. We appreciate you and all your witnesses here. The chair moves to leave HB 567 pending at this time. Is there any objection? Hearing none, HB 567 is left pending. I want to thank everybody here today, those that are here and those that were before you all day long. And I want to thank you members for being here. Is there any business left to be discussed? That concludes our business for today. If there's no objection, the Committee on State Affairs will stand adjourned, subject to the call of the chair. The chair hears no objection. Committee on State Affairs is now adjourned.